Okay, hi everyone. Hello. How you doing? How you doing, everyone? Hi there, Estrella. Hi there, Jackie. It's nice to see you all here. I love the cackle V here. That one's a cute little emote. Sasha did great on these emotes. But hi everyone. Welcome in. We are back with some of the devil. It has been way too long since I've played this game. Holy fuck. I have been starving, and I mean starving for this game. My goodness. The last chapter was insane, and I am looking forward to this chapter because oh my goodness. I have heard good things, chat. Many, many good things. So make sure to settle down and snuggle up with your favorite blanket or whatever you need. Get some snacks, get some water. It's going to be a bit of a long stream for us to get through it because if it's at least as long as the first chapter, we're going to be in here for a ride. And if it's even longer, then, well, I'm prepared. I've got a Monster Energy next to me. I've got some water next to me. I am more than ready to get this going and having a good time with you all. All right, I'm not going to delay it any longer. Let's just get straight into it, shall we? Now, last time, if we look at our little bonuses here, we did manage to get a little fun keychain over here that we have. I'll be honest, this keychain is super cute. It's just of Morgan, our main character here. It's super adorable. But I have ADHD. I will literally get distracted by looking at this. There was another charm we got here, which like is amazing. It's a buddy outfit of a specific character, but I'll be honest, I feel like if I showed this off on Twitch, I could be in violation of TOS. So we're not gonna do that. We're gonna keep it cute. Yeah, the keychain is super cute. For now, I'm gonna get rid of it though because it distracts me too much. I will literally get distracted while trying to look for evidence. Just look at the keychain like wobble around. But how about we just get straight into it then, shall we, chat? All right. It's time for episode 2. Okay. Right, so we can play in high roller mode again, which means we'll only have one save slot. So, yeah, and it'll be harder for us. So, last time we completed in high roller mode. And I think I'm going to go ahead and go for high roller mode again. This episode contains time-sensitive choices. You can double their duration or disable them entirely in the settings menu. That's good to know. Last time we also had time-sensitive choices, but I assume this means we might have more this time. Raze is too saucy for Twitch. It actually is. Look, I put it on last stream, and then when I streamed this game, and then I immediately got rid of it because I thought I saw a nipple. Like, I was like, oh my god. And it turns out it wasn't nipple, it's just shading. But like it kind of looks like nipple, so we're gonna keep it nice and wholesome here. Yeah. This episode contains testimony segments, objectionable words, yeah, it will be read. So a lot of this is stuff that we've already covered before, chat. And we can adjust these features. And discourage save scumming. I like high roller mode because it discourages me from save scumming. I don't really tend to save scum, but it is a bad habit I have sometimes. So we are gonna go for high roller. We're gonna play like a real gambler. Welcome to the high roller tables. Enjoy the thrill. Disable tutorials. I don't know if there's gonna be any new mechanics in this section. I'm gonna keep them enabled just in case there are new mechanics, but I'm sure it's fine. We can figure it out. It's fine. I remember this game. All right, let's get started. First question's an easy one. Who's your senator? Mathings. Piece of shit, still trying to lie to our faces. Mathines is our senator, man. What, still? Shit, hey, wake up. Ugh. From the top, I guess. Ugh. What is your name? Ikariya. What year is it? 2086. What did you say last time? 2027? Maybe this stuff's finally working. Weird. Wait. He said 2027 last time? Okay. Dog does know how to shake. You can... Oh. Again in the head. The one thing I said, the one thing I asked, anywhere but the head. It's not my fault he's got a punchable face. So we calibrated yet or what? No. We're as close as we're gonna get with equipment this old. 60 years ago? Yeah, 60 years ago. You want to get to the real questions, or does he need more softening up? I just said I won't soften up in the head. How about it? You still with us, Hound? You're gonna feel a migraine and hit you in like a train in a few seconds. Do me a favor and hold on to the pain. Let go, and the barbiturine will drop you like an anchor. Don't want you to be a vegetable, right? Yeah, that's the spirit. Knew you were a fighter. Question 1. Do you know why you're here? Because you were too spooked to do this over a line? Here's Morgan. I'm always too spooked to... I'm always the right amount of spooked, Red. Ooh, okay, we got this guy. New voice for me to make here. Okay, let me think. Let me try. When I tell you there's heat, I mean it. I know, and I always listen. See? Breathable layers. Oh my gosh, Morgan. Chat, look at her. Oh my goodness. Look, what an outfit, chat. Jeez. God damn it. You laughed. Doesn't mean I conceded to the point. You're lighter. You memorized the map? You kept it pretty vague, but yeah, Okay. Holy shit, her outfit. Oh my fucking god. I know, right? I think I got the gist of it. You're worried about a paper trail. Protective Analytics just won a state contract for a new trolling algorithm that can DN on an entire city blocks crumbs in less than an hour. Alright, so we got a new term here, IoT, the Internet of Things. And crumbs are essentially cookies, but IRL. So. Didn't you read the financial section today? I'm more of a Sudoku gal. We can't all be as well read as Reynot Daimani. Daimani, okay. I'm sending you the links. Read them, and the rest of the news too. Propositions 492 is going to be on the ballot this year. You shouldn't vote tonight blindly. For a guy who makes the majority of his living operating outside the law, you sure take your civic duty seriously. Information brokering isn't illegal. What people choose to do with my advice. Do you declare income for it on your taxes? Chat, Morgan's like, yo, dude, you know you gotta declare income of that, right? Holy shit. Sorry. I promise to take a look at what you sent over. All right, chat. We got a new article for us to look at here. Ballot propositions. Oh, this is a long article. I'm not going to read out the entire thing, but I'm going to quickly skim through it. Okay, chat? So, a number of measures relating to infrastructure, public works, and funding for city programs on the ballot. Okay. Okay, and we have 4362D. Several decades, all education's been done through private institutions. Yaha. The City Council commissioned a study to evaluate the cost and feasibility of reintroducing direct public schooling to the city. I mean, that sounds like a pretty good proposition to get back public schools. Or at least start the process. Let's see here. 492, the funding of Atlas Pillars rejuvenation projects. Will fund the renovation and reinforcement of multiple Atlas Pillars around the lower wards. And house all the largest public transit elevators. Okay. Viewed favorably from representatives of the lower wards. About, reducing unemployment in the regions. Okay. Some of the members representing Uptown have been skeptical, but none have argued against the architectural reality of the campus need for additional structural reinforcement. And that's what these pillars are designed to do. And the property values in the lower wards can either skyrocket or even drop into the negative based on which pillars are rejuvenated. And they're wary of disrupting this real estate market in the lower wards. Okay, we got 493, renaming the Atlas pillars to honor local community members. Atlas was originally an eternal name for the structure, but then it spread out, and now they want to change it, essentially. Okay, because it's ominous. 527, yeah, Acid Snow, about a documentary. Yeah, okay, the snowfall. All right, well, okay. Bunch of different propositions. Honestly, none of them sound that bad. Considering this game, I was waiting for Proposition 192. The state gets to fuck your ass infinitely or something. I don't know. Okay. Sorry, chat. I'm drinking water in the background. Ugh. How can you be this calm? A chance like this doesn't come around. Well, ever. Frankly, I'm still surprised they were willing to put up the funds it took to commission this thing. What do you think changed? Nothing ever changes in the lower wards, is what I would say if I was feeling dramatic. Heartbreaks made of organized crime look like a bunch of cowards hiding under rocks. Morgan looking like her complete opposite? Yeah. She's rocking a different fit today, chat. Is what I would say if I was feeling comedic. Don't joke about heartbreak before sending a woman off to the lower wards by herself. Because you're such a delicate flower in need of protection, aren't you? And here's Morgan, chat. Look, she's in her little outfit. Her favorite flower is the funny looking red ones. Good to know. Good to know. Yep. All stuff we've seen before. All right. How about you start feeling analytic and give me your real answer? Fine, in my humble opinion, the Rust made the first move. Demand for their products have gone up, so they set work with their syringes and cleavers and vans. Mobile chop shops hunting for the product to fill the supply gap. Supply gap? You can't spit without it landing on a Vitruvian clinic, housed the biggest it's ever been. What mods aren't being printed to demand? So mods, another term, chat. This is just cybernetics. It's what you think it is. All right. It's replacement parts, not the mods of the Rust harvest. Vitruvian, Hal, and all the others aren't interested in helping you fix a faulty pump. They just want to sell you a whole new model. The Rust might not always be pretty to look at, but even law-abiding citizens will gladly swallow their distaste for the discount that steep. A lot of modders are veterans, not easy prey. Correct. Hence the Rust stockpiling weapons and, in response, the Blue Buds sensing escalation. But that's just my hypothesis. If I ever get pulled into an alley and wake up missing a kidney, we'll call it a formal theory. Alright. Rust is a criminal organization which do racketeering, right? And they seem to be going for like cybernetic parts and then selling like illegal like mod fixes or like modifications. Okay, that's interesting. It's not like we're talking about a weapon of mass destruction. What makes the Blues think they can win a gang war with it? Maybe they found the right soldier to wield it. The idea lingers in the air for a moment as I gaze out the window. Windows and neon and advertisements galore float up past us like bubbles of air as we make our descent. Oh, we're in an elevator, okay. Down into our beautiful city's scenic lower wards. How does this part go again? Through me, the way to the city of woe. Through me, the way to eternal pain. Through me, the way among the lost. From Inferno, Canto 3. Welcome to the underworld, Dante. Oh, we're doing a Dante's Inferno reference, chat. Hope you've read up for this game, because this game fucking does a lot of references. Don't worry though, I'll explain all of them as soon as I recognize them. Sometimes hot, sometimes misty, sometimes choking with poison. Always dark. That's the official forecast? More accurate than whatever's on your phone. Between the high skyscrapers, the generators, the turbines, and the canopy. Every city's block got its own climate down here. 9 circles of fresh hell. If you get the reference, say something. Don't make me feel crazy for 5 minutes so you can feel smart for 5 seconds. Oh, J-Money, I'm sorry. Morgan just likes to fucking dunk on people. The smog of the lower wards lingers in your skin long after you make the climb back out. This place clings to you, unwanted, cloying attachment. But there's an honesty to all the human interaction down here that makes it trivial for me to navigate. And it's got a nightlife rife with opportunities for someone with my particular interests. Sorry I couldn't get you anything else to work with. It was short notice. I know better than to bet against you by now, Red. But still. It's sweet of you to worry. But this is a surefire thing. Spoken like a true addict. I mean it. I'm here for business, not pleasure. I don't plan on leaving anything to chance. Big words from a girl who likes to gamble, chat. Alright, what's going on? Okay. Welcome to the lower wards. Avoid the populated streets. Turn away from the brightly lit spots. Follow the trail of graffiti and the broken down cameras, past the food stands and the steam vents, down the rabbit hole. It sounds more complicated than it actually is in practice. It's easy to end up on the wrong side of town, as long as you're trying to. Reynard's map narrowed down the search a lot more than I expected, but I'll be on my own from here on out. It's gotta be one of these 3 buildings. So let's go over what I know. Alright, chat, let's go over it. I'm looking for a base of operations for a mid-tier kind of pod. Rougher than a storefront, not as fortified as a headquarters. A location that makes customers feel safe, not trapped. Of course, if I just start knocking on doors, they'll probably find me with weapons drawn. So if I want to be smart about it, I better use all my senses. Alright, chat. Let's get started. Let's take a look. The windows are all dark, like no one's home. But they're all shut too. So it could be that they're just tinted. Alley's clear. Fire escape's still up there, for the most part. Could pass for an alternate exit if need be. And that door, it looks sturdy enough to bounce a bullet off. Okay, that's strange. A sturdy door like that is not common. Someone's been renovating. Okay. Something's up with that building over here. Let's check this building over here. A bit cleaner than the other buildings around here. Could be someone's spending money on upkeep. Or maybe this one's just being torn down or rebuilt at the least. There are a couple bodies lingering around the outside of it. They don't exactly have that organized criminal associate edge. Okay, so organized criminal associate is the label that law enforcement use for criminal organizations. Gotcha. Alright, let's keep moving. But that doesn't necessarily mean anything. A lot of pods will pay civilians good money just to keep their eyes open. It's certainly dark, but there's a camera out front and it's not broken. Overall, it's probably just some mechanic garbage that shuts down all the power to save money at night. Or mechanic garage, yeah. Trying to see. Look, oh, this is a really cool environment. Jeez. We are literally underneath the city here. Oh my goodness. All right, let's scout. Well, this place looks like shit. Looks more like a haunt that's just dry enough for users to pass out in than in anything else. Plenty inconspicuous, but a dealer of that level that I'm looking for would be considered a made man, respectable. I doubt they'd be willing to have to step over trash constantly just to keep a low profile. Okay. I'm gonna be honest, Chad. I think the location's the first one we looked at. That door is weird. That reinforced door. I think the rest are just red herrings. Okay. Might as well pull the trigger. Dingy, but not a shithole. Some secure features, but the paint's not too shiny. Goldilocks takes it. This is my best bet. I agree, Morgan. Speaking of, let's quickly save the game to our only save slot here on High Roller. But why? Oh, our heartbeat is beating fast. Why do I feel like I'm being watched? Okay, chat. Oh? Oh. Who the fuck are you? Hey. Great acting. You supposed to be on the lookout? Red Hood. What did you say? People come down here to be anonymous, or the closest thing to it in this modern day. It's considered poor etiquette to just stare at anyone for more than a moment. It's a faux pas to make an effort to remember someone. Commenting on another's dress isn't a slap to the face, but it is odd. Yeah, this kid's acting weird. Go away? At least they can take direction. Whatever. A lookout being around just confirms that I've picked the right building. Time to try the door. What'll make them open up? So I could call them out. I could talk about money, or I could knock. I think money is probably the best chance here, chat. We'll see, though. I have money. Actually, I have a dark card. That should have provoked a reaction, a grunt, footsteps, something. I place my hand against the door absent-mindedly, ready to move to plan B. And I feel movement. Locks being checked, perhaps a doorknob being palmed. Anxiety and curiosity pit against one another by an onlooking greed. How do you enter a closed room? First, you try pushing. When that doesn't work, naturally you... Forget it. I'll find some other... Oh? No need for master keys or any other trickery. If you know what you're doing, doors will open for you. Like magic. Okay, chat. The door is not the only thing that's being reinforced around here. This apartment building, motel, whatever it used to be, someone's made a lot of effort to holy shit. Hi Z, Jesus Christ. Hi, welcome in. I'm streaming at normal hours. You can actually catch me. That almost got me. It got me. Holy shit. I greet you, Hyena from Beb. Psycho Sickhawk is here. Oh my gosh, Psycho, I'm sorry to hear that you're sick. I hope this stream can at least help you relax a little bit. I hope you get better soon. But welcome in, everyone. Hello. Y'all did not miss out on much. We've just been sent down to the lower levels of the city. We're looking for some sort of criminal organization here, and now we finally got an access to this building. All right, chat, let's get back into it. I'm awake while waiting for the meds to kick in. Okay, sick. Then I hope I can provide some good entertainment while that happens. Hallways blocked off of chicken wire and stripped furniture. Access panels ripped out, doors welded shut. They took a maze and ground it down into a one-way street. Or maybe a shooting gallery with blaring musical accompaniment. Don't get any ideas. Got no vacancy. Okay, chat. New character. And here I thought I found my dream home, Mr. Call me Tree. And too bad, we're closed this month. Okay. New profile to look at, chat. Tree. Sungmin Tree Trench. Okay. A freelancer in quotation marks. Okay, yeah. You're a fucking criminal, part of organized crime. Fair enough. Wait, you're serious? You rent these out? Of course we do. This is a business. Right. And you see a lot of demand? This is the lower wards, bitch. Oh my. Okay, I fucking hate him already. Trey is a fucking dickhead. Oh my. Twinkie? Yeah. Trey is a fucking twink that needs to be fucking destroyed in the ass. Holy shit. He sighs the word without emphasis, like a subconscious honorific. I'm not honored, but I can't find it in myself to be offended either. Tons of stray ducks who will pay top for this site to lay low for a night or two. I can see why. This is the hallway. The rooms are clean. Sure. They're not clean. Look, the doors are heavy, and the locks are physical, and it's quiet. So this is a safe house for rent. Safe rooms for rent. But like I said, we're not open for business right now. Curious. Come on, up the stairs already. And no mask when we get up there. And curious, sir. A good mask is like a good pair of boots in the lower wards. Keeps you clean, keeps you moving, makes your journey a dozen times more comfortable. And if you leave the house barefoot, you'd expect to bring back something unsavory attached to you. It's not odd for him to be barefaced, but demanding that I not wear mine is... Seriously, stuff it in your pocket now. Deflect. I'm gonna be honest, chat. I think we have to agree here for us to move. Like, I could try to defect, but this guy does not seem dumb enough that I could just deflect my way through it. He's really insistent. This isn't a one-off comment. Let's just agree. Won't be a problem. Good. Lose the gloves, too. So that's their game? This isn't a power move. It's insurance. If this place ever gets busted, evidence of my visit will be all over the place. They're giving their customers extra incentive to make sure this shithole remains a hidden gem. A reasonable idea on their part, but that doesn't change my answer. Yeah, we gotta refuse to put our prints on this place, chat. I was like okay with getting rid of the mask, but no way. That's not happening. Bitch. Whatever. Have fun explaining to the boss why you can't follow basic instructions. That does sound like fun. Watch it. You're a guest here. A guest? I'm a paying customer. And if you try to get me to remove any more articles of clothing, I'll leave a scathing review. You haven't paid yet. Come on. Right behind you. All right, chat. Let's see the boss. What the hell is going to happen here? Through here? Yeah. Hey, I'll get the door. Okay. Huh? Oh my, chat, there's so many characters. Okay, fuck. Forgive me, chat, as I try to get a good voice for all of them, because holy shit. Oh my goodness. Oh, let's see. I can do this. Howdy. Where the hell did you find her? Must have fallen out of the canopy like ripe as shit fruit. Because if she didn't fall out of the damn sky, that'd mean Trey opened the door for her. Right, Trey? Tanks, come on, How hard is it to not open a goddamn door? Well, she has. Shut up. Okay. Welcome to Tanks, chat. A handyman, in quotation marks. Likes parkour, spray paint, and stainless steel. Oh god, yeah. Look at what a character, and he's got a literal gun there. Up, everyone, it's ad time. Please hang in there. I'm gonna continue going through this chat because there's a lot to go through in this game while we're on the ads. But please hang in there. You're not gonna miss much. And for those who can still hear me, we're gonna continue. The others aren't fazed by his volume. This is normal. The big guy is always like this. But his outburst is giving me a moment to take in the scenic view. It brings a tear to the eye. You. Me? Who else? Hit that. A cigarette. It's laced with drugs. Or don't. I'd love an excuse to kick your ass back down those stairs. Okay, chat. I'm guessing this guy wants us to smoke a cig, so then we leave our DNA here. Because saliva on a cigarette is enough to get a DNA sample off of. This guy's just collecting insurance like crazy. Holy shit. They think I'm a cop? They think I'm a cop and cops can't use drugs when they're undercover? Yeah, okay. That's also really dumb of them. Dude, cops will use drugs when undercover. It fucking happens, chat. Oh my gosh. What a fucking idiot, dumbass. I could quote them the exact law that invalidates this legal defense, but I gather that wouldn't assuage their concerns. Well, what's it gonna be? I mean, honestly, chat, I don't see any reason for us to refuse here. I'm also gonna save here just in case, but yeah, I'm gonna accept. Don't mind if I do. I love free shit. Damn, chat, we're getting high. Hey, we're just continuing to smoke. Damn, bitch, breathe. But you offered. Oh my goodness. Trey, who the hell is this? This red bitch, you trying to jinx us? She's a customer. I know she's a customer. We get customers every other goddamn day of the year. Why'd you have to bring her in here tonight? Something's happening tonight, chat. There we go. This is it. I found the place. Well, Creek, she's got... Look at me. Don't talk to Creek. Talk to me. She's got a dark card. I ran into the cereal downstairs. Scanner got hot like a hand warmer trying to crunch it, so... It's legit, right? Dark card, huh? Okay. Look at this guy. Lakers Creek Kristoff, an entrepreneur. He seems very, very, ooh, any pronouns. Okay, good to know. Yeah, no. Yeah, they're, they seem pretty sick. Chat, welcome back in. We just met Creek. Very snazzy. Wonderful. They're fucking rocking it. Dark card, huh? I nod. Hard not to start playing a little bit more conservatively once you know the stakes. Whatever the specifics of their leadership structure, they're all looking to this Creek right now. But I don't know his rhythm yet, so I can't exactly match it. For the moment, silence is golden. Yeah, but tonight, Creek? With all the other shit we're expected to shovel? Hey, shouldn't make talk like that in front of the customer. Customer. You think the word was old toothpaste the way he spat it out. Translation, outsider. Very legit business. Chat, this is a wonderful establishment. Nothing wrong could happen here. Thanks, yeah, Miller. I know. Okay, new profile. Look at Miller, a tradesman. All right, cools. Interesting. All the more reason we should tell this bitch to get slagged. Look, she's here now, so why not take her money? No, what? I got a better idea. Oh, shit. The loud one, Tanks, is pressing a barrel directly onto my forehead. Why not take her for all she's got? The metal feels cool on my skin. Reminds me of a stethoscope. Breathe in. And try not to sigh at all the theatrics. Instead, I make eye contact with Creek. Hey now. You can put that away. He reholstered his firearm without so much as a click of the tongue. Mid-tiers, like I thought. They've got something approaching discipline here. Mind the safety. Oh, the guy didn't even get rid of the safety. Oh my god, what a fucking idiot. Look at him, fucking dumbass. Get screwed. So, we good? Is that a baseball bat on the fucking door? We're good, we're good. We are good, right, Creek? Threading a thin needle, lady. A lot of moving parts beneath the surface here. Give me a minute to clear my schedule for you. Make yourself at home in the meantime. Just don't hover, yeah? Of course. You won't even notice I'm here. Alright, chat. Let's start investigating. So Creek is the leader. Alright, interesting, interesting. So we can pester people. Let's look at the table here. Oop, thank you for the hydration, Slasher. It's nice to see you here. Hello. Did I interrupt the game? What's your poison? 5 card, full blind, Monaco rules? Are those games? We just screw around with whatever you got to kill time, lady. You know your stuff. You ever play around here? Now and then. The hell? You go slumming for card games? Now and then. Have I seen you in the game before? Maybe up by the 30s. Sorry. Must have been some other redhead. Damn. I thought I'd finally gotten my second chance at getting that beauty's contacts. Okay, Creek. Slow down there on the flirty, Creek. Slow it down. Miller looks like a subby brat. I agree. Miller is a fucking subby brat. I spent all my points in the Civ stream. Well, Z, you're going to have to just sit here and watch me play this wonderful game. A horrific fate for you, I'm sure. You practiced that one a lot? Practiced a little. How's it working? Keep practicing. Yeah, I'm sorry. Morgan seems like Morgan's already interested in a girl. I'm sorry, Creek. Creek seems really cool though. Don't worry, I'm totally not vibrating in place. Hells yeah. Let's look at Miller here. You doing inventory over here? Ouch. Must have caught you in the worst night of the quarter. Quarter? This ain't a Meg operation, lady. We take our inventory daily. Let's look at this. Mega Corporation. Yeah. Okay, gotcha. Torture. You gonna suggest we put it all down on a spreadsheet? Get everyone to sign off every hour? We got a special name for anything with more than one signature on it. A cricket case. A combating racketeer. Okay, yeah. CRICO. So it's a racketeer criminal organization. This is an act, right? Seek to designate corporations and aggressive marketing. But now, corporations of legal businesses charters registered with the state are effectively immune to criminal conspiracy charges and instead prosecuted through trade courts. Holy shit. Okay. Yeah, corporations are basically like immune to legal blowback. That's fucked up. Alright, chat. He's corrupting the CRICO acronym a lot, but his risk assessment isn't misguided. Paperwork brings down criminal organizations more than guns ever will. Give a half-decent accountant one thread to pull on and they can rip apart a mafia in less than a business day. That is true, chat. Paperwork, you could find a lot of shit for paperwork, chat. Trust me. Hey, what did Creek say? Don't hover. It's only hovering if I'm bothering you. Am I bothering you? If you were bothering me, you'd know it. Alright, chat. We'll leave them alone. Let's talk to Tree over here. Or Trey. You good, buddy? Looking a little sweaty. Well, it's just like I was exercising before you showed up. Uh-huh. Bitch, you don't believe me? How do you think we defend what's ours down here? I assume the gun I was acquainted with was just now played a role. Think we can afford to break the bank on bullets? It's easy to buy a gun. Pulling the triggers also easy. Yeah, Morgan's very well acquainted with pulling triggers, chat. Like kissing goodbye, it'll rat you out the first chance it gets. An aversion to firearms would explain the relatively low fatalities for gang-related violence. The big names can afford to buy a new gun every week, but for everyone beneath them, it comes down to crowbars, clubs, knives, and mods. Also, chat, the music is a little bit loud, just a little bit. I'm gonna turn it down a little bit. Something like this. Yeah, there we go. Morgan loves pulling triggers. Yes, she does. Well, I'm sure you all do very well in your fist fights. Fist fighting juvie sounds like recess shit. Sorry, fisticuffs? Laugh it up. The first time you hear the sound of a steel arm making skull caving in, you'll get exactly how we operate. Right, sorry. Okay. Let's look at the door, chat, because we've been barricaded in here. That door is nearly as sturdy as the one out front, but a lot more slapped together. What was it originally? That a walk-in freezer or something? What? No, we had an agreement about hovering, yeah? Yeah. It's barred from the side. Okay. That's concerning, chat. Okay. I want to make sure I'm not missing anything here in the environment. Okay. We got one last person to talk to then. Alright, Tanks. What's up? What? Nothing. You're just kind of glaring at me. It's my job to glare at suspect bitches like you. Tank's just superstitious. Though I wouldn't call it a superstition until it stops keeping you alive. I'm not. Did I pass a black cat on my way in or something? It's your clothes. Again? Didn't know your fine establishment had a dress code. It's not a code. It's just a bad goddamn luck to wear red. Bad luck to see red, man. Same thing. Now you see, Red Hood. Then they fear you for your life. Cosplaying as her is weird, but it won't doom you. Great. It'll only doom us. I don't think I've heard of this particular ghost story, boys. Really? You were blended in so well. Okay, this is new. The Red Rider Hood? The Shitagami? Grim Reaper of the lower wards? Spot on a misty night. End up dead by the morning light. Come on, Krieg. Don't start that shit when you don't even believe it. Don't have to believe it to have heard the rhyme. You've never heard of the Red Rider Hood? Little girls in the fog with a big red raincoat? Well, that explains, chat, why the kid earlier was talking about a red hood. Okay. Missed in the crossfire of a shootout between pigs and robbers, wanders the ward seeking revenge. Okay, another term. Mist is, yeah, to shoot, to kill. Yeah, the mist that's produced when you get fucking shot. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. No, never heard of it. Thought even uptimers knew this stuff. You gonna tell me you never heard of the cyberpunk or the little lord next? The cyberpunk, okay. Originally the term coined by a science fiction story. Yep, cyberpunk. Yeah. There's no such thing as a 21st century hero. Is it any wonder the most vulnerable among us turn to the past for guidance? All right, well. They are genre aware, chat. They know about cyberpunk. Guess I just don't have a good ear for this kind of thing. Or maybe you're not as smart as you think you are. Says the grown man sweating because of a ghost story. How about I take extra care not to walk under any ladders for the rest of the night and we call it even? Walk under any... Where would you even find a... Oh. Did you mean a stepladder? Oh my gosh, chat. We're bringing back the fucking Ace Attorney references. A ladder versus a stepladder. I hate this fucking meme. Well, not exactly, since the cyberpunk is a sort of butchering of it. It is, yeah. Also, I love this moment. Okay. Now who's afraid? You look like pale as spit. Because for some reason, I just got the horrible feeling that I just lost a bet. Yeah, Morgan, you did. You got fucking outranked here. You got step-laddered. Oh my gosh. All right, come here. Pull up a chair. Let me ask you something before we get started. What was your first job? Waitress? Waitress. You remember this feeling? 9 p.m. Dinner. Diners filter out. Doors close at 10. Y'all start turning off the grills, taking out the trash, settling down. Then some mouth breather comes in at 9:40 with a big blank eye, expecting you to find him a table. Yeah, asshole behavior. Not breaking any rules. Can't arrest him. Can't shoot the guy. Even if you wanted to. So, related note. You're here to buy. A paying customer. Happy to have you. Just read the room, Kay. Okay, chat. Sure. And no haggling. Now, what are you here for? Well, I can't be honest about that. Time to build a story. This Creek seems less high-strung than the others. He must have a few years and a good couple promotions under his belt. He might be on the 3rd floor at the moment, but in spirit, he's still in the street, earning. Everyone above him is in more managerial positions. He's in between crowds, isolated. He seemed entertained by my poke at the big guy. Putting that all together, I'm not actually here for myself. Truth is, I can't hear anything over the goddamn screen. I grab the remote sitting on the edge of the desk and turn off the screen. Ah, that's better. The hell did you do that for? It was too loud. We like it loud. Screws with the bugs and the wires and cops. Are you a cop? Keeping it at that volume could damage your ears, Tank. Think. Come on, Tank. Think. You'd end up yelling all the time. Relax, Tanks. Cut her some slack. She smoked through enough of your shitty roll to... I was gonna say fall over, but you seem... Sober? Me? You got chrome lungs or something? I've just always had a very high tolerance for that kind of thrill. You can do a bunch of drugs and not even enjoy it? Shit, you must have been popular in school. Not exactly. But clearly, I'm not invincible. I never talk about myself if I wasn't at least a little stoned. My bad. We usually pride ourselves on not giving a shit of who our customers are. Thanks for making me the exception. Now, like I was saying, I'm actually here for someone else. My boss, to tell you the truth. Ha! That sucks. Does your regional manager want a made-to-order heart attack at his retirement party or something? You're not that far off. His son's turning 18, and he wants a party. An organic party, if you get what I mean. Oh, okay. This is an interesting story to go with, Morgan. How's that supposed to mean? The hell if I know. But a coworker let slip that I smoked a few times in college. And so boss goes and hands me his dark card, slaps me on the rear and sends me down here. Told me to get everything his son needs for the best graduation ever. That's rough. A pretty lady like yourself shouldn't be stuck running around errands at this hour. Not in this part of the city. It's not safe. Speaking of which, Miller, stand up, raise your hands. I oblige, but the lanky one keeps staring at me oddly, looking me up and down. It's not complimentary. He's searching for something. See, normally I would never have this poor of a host to such a nice customer, but bosses, right? Yeah. Might have been real micromanaging lately. It's kind of becoming a problem. So, we taken a little bit more care around new faces. Tucked inside her jacket, found the left pocket. His eyes aren't modded. Did I give it away with my body language? Something you would want to share with the class? Forgot I had that, maybe. Yes, I have a knife on me. Should I have declared that on my papers? Would have been the polite thing to do, yeah. Sorry for the poor manners. But a pretty lady like me, this part of town? Guess I was just being careful around new faces. Oh, she's turning it back. She's fucking twisted it back. Nice. Alright. You're letting her keep it? I got you here to protect us. Ugh. Have to wonder though, why'd a high-power corporate mover shaker come in person? Why come to us? Want to go cross the skywalk to the nearest Icaria-owned dispensary. Cagey tonight, aren't we, boys? The hell are they so suspicious for? And who's the Icaria? The name sounds vaguely familiar, but, well, I can read between the lines. They're the competition. God, I want to demolish Miller. You and me both. You and me both. So if these blue bloods are being this cautious over a paying customer, I can shame them over it. Blue blood. Blue blood. Okay. International criminal organization known for extorting corporations through shipping ports. I see. Okay. While Blue Bloods remain a major player in the global criminal trafficking market, they have not been as prominent recently. Their national presence is now relatively weak. Okay, I see. So they used to be a big deal, but now not as much. I mean, sure, everyone knows that the Icaria have taken a lion's share of the city. I just didn't realize that they had a monopoly too. Hey, get it straight. The Icaria won't be on top anymore once we... Ooh, chat. Never mind. Can we not do business? No one said that. So what it would be? Well, I don't want any kids choking on their own foam. Even if it'd be funny to watch. I figured I'd just buy a bunch of downers and maybe a handful of uppers. Let having them get high out the atmosphere. Downers, huh? We got a new tritation of lime. Lasts for hours. Yeah, they can stir it up into their watered down beers. Wait, new titration? No one's gonna shit themselves, are they? No. Not until the morning, at least. Meds are kicking in, but spent all day in bed and can no longer stand it. Time for sick gaming? Hells yeah, psycho. Do we gotta do to recover? Alright, well, I can live with that. What have you got on the other end? Got plenty, as long as they don't mind hippos. Hypodermics. I feel like though these baby shark types would get nervous around needles. Got anything they can inhale? Well, got a lot of nerve. Fast bump, high plateau, and a smooth ride down. Our best seller. Sounds great. Unfortunately, it's in high demand, so... Okay. Nerve stands for Nirvana. Yeah, okay. A hallucinogen, which is inhaled. Okay, they're looking at legalizing it, maybe. But right now, it's still illegal. Okay. Even when a drug is legalized, previous violations of narcotics laws are not granted amnesty. Ooh, okay, I see. Time to go back to farming thick painter, queen, and warframe? Hells yeah, get that thick. There's so many thick warframes out there. Oh my goodness. Okay, chat, let's continue. I get that he's selling me drugs, but does he have to sell me drugs? Hey, it's not my card anyway. Charge it. Gladly. Typing away at his tablet like this, he almost looks white collar. It checks out, right? The cereal's legit, so... Yeah, man. You already said that. It's encrypted, Trey. It's not meant to be a one-tap purchase. Dark card. The gold standard of untraceable fund transfer among the criminal and financial elites. Your average citizen wouldn't recognize it as anything special. It looks like any other credit or debit card. The only reason I recognized it is because they got flashed all the time back in my apprenticeship. Mostly for drawing lines, but sometimes for purchasing. Hard to convert the funds back into cash, but if you want to buy or sell on the black market, you couldn't ask for better. So what the hell is going on? I'm dangling some very enticing bait here. At a minimal mark, spending money that's not her own, they should be salivating over me. Instead, they're practically x-raying me. Why? That is weird, chat. I'm a little nervous, I'm not gonna lie. Interesting decor. Finally, someone notices. It's nice, right? Called the cherry wood. Redid the paint myself with a finish that I had important. It's a nice piece of furniture, Creek. But I was referring to your paperweight. Oh yeah, that. You like it? Ooh. Okay, I could lie here, chat. I think Morgan actually would say no. I don't think she'd like it. Sorry. Can't say that I do. It's a bit martial for my tastes. Have you considered giving it a polish? That'd be a crime. Oh? Polishing off the battle scars of a hard-won prize. Prize? It's not yours? It's something I picked up on the job. Oh, shit, chat. A masculine voice, muffled, possibly gagged, and stifled, as if pained. Seems like I'm not their only guest tonight. Really wish you'd left the music on, lady. Sorry, you say something? I completely spaced out just now. Didn't hear a word you just said. Okay. That's okay. I didn't say anything. Guess you aren't stupid. You can't even mind your own goddamn business. Speaking of my business, how are we looking? The car is still processing. Sorry about that. Guess it takes time to snake a wire through enough pinholes that even the almighty state can't track it. Takes power too, apparently. Batteries plummeting. Okay, that is... Creek can turn from friendly to I'm gonna fucking kill you real quick. But, dark card. Almost more trouble than it's worth. Definitely didn't do its previous owner any good. Before I palmed it off his corpse. Holy shit, Morgan killed the guy for this fucking thing. Based. Your boss must be a real careful guy delegating you to come down here with this. Yeah, maybe. Not very smart, though. He has no idea what any of this shit costs. Ah. If I treat myself after I finish here, it's not like you'd ever know the difference. Good on you, ripping off the bastard. A woman after my own heart. There it is. Now I just need 2 thumbs and a password for a vacation, and we're golden. There a problem? Yeah. Is there a fucking problem? No, no problem. Sorry, it's just something I heard. And what's that? That the Blue Bloods has gotten something special in recently. Can't trust everything you hear out there, or read, or see. No, of course not. But is it true? A Noah mask? Like the man said, you gotta be careful what stories you listen to. Come on, what could it even cost? A couple thousand? I wouldn't know. I'm no art appraiser. But I do know it's rare. Fun fact, no means talent. But I don't think that translation does it justice. Less than a dozen people to planet who can make them. What's so special about it? I mean them, if they exist, which they, don't. Good job, Trey. You're doing great there. If you want a mask, you already got one on your chin, lady. State pulls up cameras. We put on masks. State adds layered scans. We wear helmets. High-tech climbers. High. Low-tech punchers lower. Back and forth up the escalators. But a Noah's mask got the tech that can't be answered. Scissors sharp enough to cut rock. Anti-facial recognition, fractalized active defense. Ooh, okay. Smooth, very smooth. I'm guessing, chat, this is like an actual way to stay anonymous in this fucking city, in this place, which is a valuable commodity nowadays. Any camera, scanner, or ad that looks at that mask, they see a face. Automated dependent, we've already covered this before. Those are robots, essentially. Within a face, within a face, within a face until fatal error. Forget hiding from cameras, searching for blind spots. With a Noah mask, you could just walk down the busiest street in the city. No. A classical Japanese masked dance drama. Oh, no. Okay, I'm gonna say it's like no, like that. This is pronunciation. But yeah, from Japan. Okay. Nice. And break every camera in a half a kilometer. Oh my god, chat, she said kilometer. This is the chat. There's one good thing about this dystopian nightmare future, okay? The US adopted the metric system. Okay, chat, we found the one good thing about this fucking, the good future. We did it, chat. All it took was sacrificing everything else. We did it. The US now uses metric units. Oh, fucking wonderful. You know your stuff. Buyer beware. But if this mask could do half of what you think it could, anyone who's got their hands on it wouldn't part it with it easily. So, how much? More than you can afford, that's for sure. I don't know about that. I've got plenty of nice stock options. Maybe you do have the money. That's not the issue. I can't sell it. It's already been spoken for. And a discussion. Well, sure, you can't sell something that's been spoken for, but things get misplaced all the time. Delivery carriers showing up at the wrong address, missing packages ending up in the back of storage facilities, merchandise falling off the back of the proverbial truck. Oh, chat. The worst timeline using heathen units? I think you're being too optimistic. The clearing isn't the US. Look, I want the US to at least adopt the metric system. Please, s'il vous plaît. Fun fact, data poisoning could work with modern camera systems depending on if they use AI or not. Oh, interesting, Trident. Also, hi, Trident, welcome in. Anyways, I choose to believe that in this future, the US has adopted the metric system. I choose to believe this false reality. Huh. You weren't sent here on some errand, were you? Shit. What? What is it? Take a long look, boys, because you may never get another chance. We're breathing the same air as a genuine consultant. She's some kind of meg spy? Oh shit, chat. They think we're a corporate spy. Fuck yeah. If I was, couldn't exactly come out and say now, could I? Oh shit. Is it really that easy? Yeah, that's some real smart talk. Now give me one reason why I shouldn't paint your brains onto the wall. Because I still haven't paid for my purchase? Definitely got the nerves of a consultant. They teach you that at some fancy uptown corporal school? Or was it something you were born with? Something I was born with? Probably. But believe it or not, I'm glad we're having this conversation. Honesty always speeds up the negotiation. So in the spirit of cooperation, why don't you start being honest too? How's that? You don't want my money, traceable or otherwise. The only reason you would entertain a customer while in the middle of whatever bottleneck you're keeping behind that door is because I have something rare that you desperately need. Don't assume desperation or need. Oh, have I not talked yet? I've been here for 30 minutes. Well, I'm glad you're here, Trident. Glad to hear you talk here. How about want? You want the dark cat account itself, not whatever shitcoin currency it holds. And why is that? To steal from your bosses. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. They're the ones stealing from us. Yes, I'm sure you have a very legitimate grounds for wage theft suit. But I don't care. Whether it's for running away, skimming off the top, or just insurance. You want a wallet they don't have the eyes on. And since your tall friend hasn't missed me yet, it seems like you're willing to barter for it. Ooh. Damn, Morgan's crazy good chat. Look, she's so... Holy hell, Morgan. Alright, let's keep going. So... The card for the mask. Not even close. The card plus 2 quarters worth of my salary. That's nearly. Nah, sister. You don't have the cash for this purchase. It ain't the kind of thing you can get a loan from the bank for. I don't like it, but... Not cash, then. Oh? I might as well try it. Morgan is the queen of negotiation, rage baiting, and everything in between. Hells yeah, she is. What about information instead? I'm not gonna say it's impossible, but it would have to be one hell of a piece of intel. I could give you heartbreak. What'd she say? Funny. That is funny. Heartbreak, the most famous anarchical terrorist in the country. At some Meg's beck and call. Upgraded to anarchical terrorist now? Ugh. Lots of people were laughing very hard, having shorted the right stocks before each of his kills. Hold up. Seriously? No, why do people buy this conspiracy shit so easily? Morgan is so fucking based. I love her. I don't get the joke. Why would we want Heartbreak? To learn from him? Make an example of him. Hire him? You blue bloods have been fighting the Rust, the Yucaria, the state, and everyone who wants a peace for decades. Yet Heartbreak's gotten more notoriety than all of you combined in just a few months. There's really nothing you'd want to say to him, nothing you'd want to ask him. If he was sitting right in front of you, oh my gosh, Morgan, what a fucking line, because she's the Heartbreak killer. Holy shit. Okay. The following scene, okay, chat, constant warning, I guess. Loud noises, flashes of light, depictions of violence and gore. Hell of a bluff, I'll give you that. I thought it was worth a try. Sorry. Just procrastinating, having to go back to my superiors and empty-handed. Nah, it was good. Good effort. I mean, I'm still interested in the dark card. It's just that mask is a death sentence crafted specifically for one special customer. I'm just the one given the honor of hanging on to it until... Sounds like you've got your own office politics to worry about. Getting pulled in every direction. I know the feeling. Oh, that was a bunch of drama for nothing. She gonna buy or what, Creek? Oh, I'm still buying. Not for some kid's party, obviously. Plan is, we're gonna spike the competition at this meet and greet, make the customer think that they're drooling idiots. The mask is always a long shot. I was just personally curious. Curiosity can get you a lot of trouble down here in the bottom of the world. Don't worry. I like to think I know a thing or two about discretion. I can see that. Let's wrap this up then. Your password and your thumbs, please. Sure. I'll just take off my gloves here. Oh, yeah. I make a snap with my right hand as my left extends towards the desk. Viewer discretion advised. Oh, chat. Real quick, before I forget, do you have a bag for all this? Yeah. Only needed to distract him for a sec. Oh my god, chat. Oh my god. Less than one heartbeat. Holy shit. I did tell him to mind the safety. Huh? The big one made a small noise. He looked down to see his own gun had blown a fist-filled chunk out of his torso. Holy shit. He jumped up fast. I was expecting to blow his head off. From behind a motion, a shape charging towards me. Spinning left, I draw my knife, exhale, and lower my shoulders. There. A loudly broadcast haymaker swinging in from his right. Bad instinct. He must have gotten used to sparklers making people flinch. I step in, his bicep smacks dully onto my shoulder. As I place my knife directly into his carotid, oh my gosh. He's gripping that knife with all the strength he has left. Wait, is he actually gonna try to pull it out? Chat, Someone's been stabbed. What do? When applying first aid to a puncture wound, removing a foreign object is not recommended as this can greatly increase the rate of blood loss. Yeah, chat, don't take something out if you've been stabbed with something. Keep it in, otherwise you'll die. Another bad instinct. Oxygen cut off to the brain, already losing vision. Red. And dropped. With all the grace of a garbage bag hitting the bottom of the dumpster. So that just leaves. Hasn't moved a muscle. Newest member. Weakest in the pack. Personally, I wouldn't have given the new guy guard duty, but hindsight's 2020. Rip Bratty Twix. Yeah, they're all dead. The gun's double-barreled, 2 shots spent. And Miller still has my knife in a literal death grip. I'll have to improvise for this last one. Ooh. Ah, what the hell? Why not? Oh my god. Oh shit! Though, come to think of it, how do you use this thing? Okay, Morgan, as someone who can use a sword, okay, your stance is okay, but your hand should be a little bit, your left hand probably going to be a little bit lower. You got to make it a bit more middle to handle the blade there. That kind of stance with the sword is going to give you a lot of power. You might want to like take a step back a little bit more, get a nice swing, right, Morgan? You got it. Aim for the bleachers, I guess. Oh, fuck! Also, don't hammer grip it? Yeah. Anyways. Episode 2. His due. Oh my god, that's so sick. Chat, this is such a sick intro. Oh my god. Holy shit. Barely got 3 centimeters into his neck. Must have hit a vertebra and dropped dead. Still got the job done after a few whacks, but, well, it was my first time with a sword. I've never been very good at anything the first time. I've always needed lots of practice. Okay. The music should have deadened the sound of the gunfire. That gun was heavily modified. If it somehow still had its tags, they can't possibly be working functionally. So, I've got a window of opportunity. The content warning fake out was crazy good. Yeah, it really, that content, at first I was like, hold on, is nothing gonna happen here? Are they just like making a joke? And then out of nowhere, like you start to see it happen. Oh my gosh. First things first, gloves back on. Ugh, shit. Wow, someone's lively. You, who the hell? Some kind of mod keeping him alive? A cruelty under his circumstances. I could hear that slug tear his intestines apart. The pain alone should have knocked him out cold, yet his fingers are limp. His eyes sharp. Paralyzed. There are rules, I thought. Blood's pooling fast. You've got 4 minutes. 4 minutes for what? Everything. You know, Mega Assassin, you're too talkative. Who sent you? Fox? Gray Lady? All that red should have... You Rust newest Rabbit's dog? Caribou? It's cute how y'all give each other nicknames. You're civilian? Where's the mask? What? Go to hell. You just looked right at the desk drawer. I thought you said you played poker. Need your keys. A civilian thief? Theft is victimless. It's robbery when violence is involved. Oh my gosh, her defense attorney fucking instincts. So you're just out of your goddamn mind. I'm the last person you'll ever talk to, Creek. Your choice. But do you really want to be rude? You seem like you could take it. The key clicks into a small safe and I pull upon the door to reveal paperwork. Page after page of spreadsheets and diagrams, all text printed in red. Is this important? Ha! So considerate. Nah, just throw it anywhere. Okay. I was joking. 3 minutes now. Sarcasm will cost you the time you don't have. There it is. A gleaming darkness at the back of the safe. So that's it. You. All of this. All of us. For that? Just for that? I get asked that question a lot. Oh my god, chat. Would you feel better if I had killed you for a different reason? If I had a good reason for blowing a hole in your stomach, would it have hurt any less? You've still got more than 2 minutes. Plenty of time. I could spin up whatever fairy tale you'd like to put you to bed. I bring the mask to my face, and for a brief moment, the surface seems to writhe. She's such a bad bitch, though. She is such a bad bitch. Holy fuck. Is it trying to adjust itself to me? Suppose it makes sense. You wanted a mask so bad. That was as hideous as you on the inside. I wouldn't want to go barefaced either. Hit a nerve? Must be the worst kind of feeling. Being seen. Seen by someone you can't even hurt anymore. Well, I see you. Heartbreak. Yeah. Big bad. Faceless. Heartbreak. I'm just a dumbass punk. Don't flatter yourself. It's not that you're particularly perceptive. I just don't have anything to hide when a corpse is talking. First honest thing you've said. So what gives, HBK? You're not exactly an idealist. All the terrors and the rebellion, the theories, out the window. You go around killing because your daddy smacked you around? Your mommy not hug you enough? My father never laid a hand on me. My mother hugged me a sufficient amount. So what the hell's your excuse? I don't make excuses. Then what the hell's wrong with you? Less than a minute now. I could spend that time making up a diagnosis if you'd like. Would you prefer I just come over there and squeeze? How many? Another question straight out of the greatest hits. How can I put this? How many times have you eaten bread? Never. Got a gluted thing, bitch. Okay. Creek, I give you an 8 out of 10 for that response. That's a good one. That's a pretty good one, Creek. I give you +1 for that one. Good job, Creek. That's good. Whatever. Point is, I'm not a collector. This is not my hobby. I do not keep count. There is no code. I do what I want as often as I want to. Do what thou wilt. The whole of the law. Is that it? Don't know what you're referencing. But from what you're sitting, do I really look like the law-abiding type? I bring the mask down to my face, and again, its surface seems to shudder. Forget it. At least I know. You deserve what's coming. I've heard a lot of empty threats in people's last moments, Creek. They're never that memorable. Told you that mask was a death sentence, that it was spoken for. They called in a huntsman from overseas. Home turf. Huntsman can become anyone, go anywhere, kill anything. Supposed to come over and slaughter the rest. That mask was part of his payment, and he'll be looking for it. Possession is 9/10 of the law. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Finders keepers. God, forget it. I don't need to scare you. Huntsman, hunter, too much meaning lost. Always thought better translation was pelt taker. He'll find you, flay you alive, wear your skin, then go around and murder everyone you've ever... What a face. Shoulda taken you up on tipping out early. Anything. Be dying. Staring at a face. A face like that. So, a huntsman coming to get me? Nah. The dead and the dying make for strong bluffers. And I've seen more than a few of them try their hand at improv. Time to move. I need to scup things up a bit more. Make this look more like an orca shootout than, well, a visit from me. I also love the open-endedness of she laughs. Yeah. Yazzie. Chat. What the fuck? Holy shit. Alright. Let's get our knife back. Weapons are inherently disposable. I can kill with anything. So never bother to retreat from a dead man's grip. But I might have a need for a knife again shortly. So I'll be taking this one back, Miller. I had to pry. Why is it that the dead are always grasping? Alright. Let's cover our tracks here. The sword was not worth the effort. Lesson learned, but now I have to remove it for this next part. His eyes. Can't tell the model from outside, but I can make a pretty strong educated guess at the price range. If they back up any data, it can't be more often than once an hour. It'll be 10 o'clock soon. I'm gonna need something with some heft to it. Skull. See no evil. Oh my gosh. Pelt taker, collector, hobbyist, doing it for one reason only. Huntsman, job provider, does most what they can for kill. Pelt, meat, trophies, whatever they can use. Oh my gosh. See, I am so excited for the huntsman. Holy shit. Well, the bat's definitely spent, but his eyes are no longer a problem. And the sword is fine where it is. I'm not going to tempt fate and risk nicking myself with it. That's all the burning issues are addressed. Time to take care of the chores. I had to remove my glove to convince them I could use the dark card. That means I handled all the murder weapons with my bare hands. Obviously, I'll need to wipe my prints off this gun and my knife. But I put my gloves on before opening Creek's safe and cracking in Trey's skull. So what does that leave? Focus, no mistakes. Alright. Let's return the keys. Right, the keys I took off of him to open the safe. The Blue Bloods are going to find out that I took the mask eventually, but I see no reason to give them any hints. And on the one-off chance the police get here first, I'd rather they not investigate this as a robbery. All that's to say, you can have these back, Creek. Okay, that's good. That cigarette. Yeah, that's important, chat. The DNA in there. That cigarette was in my mouth. Prints can be removed with a swipe as a sleeve, but saliva's no choice. I have to take care of it with me and dispose of it somewhere far away. Or smoke it down to nothing if I'm feeling masochistic. It tastes like microwave sand sprinkled with aluminum artificial sweetener. Cigarettes do scatter particulates. If forensics finds them, but can't match them to a source, well, so what? Although knows there was a horrible spliff here at one point. It'd be pretty funny to see this drawn up as a quadruple homicide drug robbery with a payload of exactly one shitty blunt. Alright, that's good. The remote, yes. This is the remote I used to distract the big guy. I need to wipe my prints off of it, of course, but should I turn the music back off? No. It was playing when I was first walked in. Best to preserve continuity. Besides, what was it that he said? We like it loud, it screws with the bugs. He was right about that much. A little smokescreen never hurts. Oh my goodness. Morgan, holy shit. Morgan. We've got the sword here. The sword. I gripped the handle with both hands when I brought it down to his neck. Thinking back, I dragged the tip across the floor, didn't I? Shit. Probably got Miller's blood on it. That's sloppy. And stupid. Why the hell did I... No, forget it. There's nothing I can do about it anyway. Fingerprints can be wiped, but there's no cleaning an agent on the earth that can hide blood from a modern forensics team. And I'm not looking to do an encore performance of my reaction to those goddamn fickle bodies. Or bobbies. Sloppy or indulgent, Morgan? Yes, yes, yes to all. The card, yes. The dark card played its role as bait perfectly, even if it's the reason I'm having to go around wiping off some prints. Fidget tubbies, and she is mad about the fidget tubbies still. I'll never be able to pull off funds off of it, but I might be able to use it again if it's stuck. Creek must have dropped it harder than I realized. Getting shot in the stomach doesn't help with handling delicate electronics. No way am I going to risk taking the whole reader with me. Could have any number of pings and strings leading back to the manufacturer, or even the blue bloods themselves. No, I'll just wipe the dark card off and set the whole reader back on the desk. For all anyone knows, Creek's pod mugged it off of some slummer. We're trying to in vain get some beer money off of it. Alright. Do we have anything else for us to do here, chat? I want to be ultra specific here. Just in case. Are we sure there's nothing there, like with Creek's body, that we need to do? The mask, the drawer's done, the keys are done. I'm not seeing anything, chat. But I'm a little scared because... Ooh. Hold on. No, that's the advance button. I'm a little scared because usually the game will auto advance as soon as like you've investigated everything. I'm not sure if I have then. Okay, I'll be honest. I think I have gotten everything here. I can't see anything else that I would need to get. Yeah, I can't see anything else here, chat. Nothing's popping up on the screen. That's just the advance button that I hovered over. Yeah, yeah, okay. I would assume there's something up with the corpse here. But no, apparently not. Okay, let's advance. I don't know, why would the rules change so? I don't know, maybe just to make the player nervous. It's possible. I can't exactly spend all my night on this. Am I good here? Fine, think again. What else is there? I'm missing something. Okay, the game is trying to lead me onto this. I don't want to pixel hunt for too long. Is it the papers? No. Also, I think it was the same with going to nightclub in episode 1. Yeah, true. Is it the window? I keep like accidentally going over the advance button and thinking I found something. Chat, I don't know. Am I missing something here? You are not. You can hold control to check. Oh, really? Oh, hi there, Azzy. Hello, welcome in. You came in just in time. Azzy, hi. Yeah, I don't think I missed anything. Okay. I'm just gonna advance then. Oh, thank you for the stretch. Jarvis is here. We have a puppy, we have a bunny, we have Z. As you came in just in time. We just murdered a bunch of people. It's amazing. You did miss some of the craziest moments here, but it's been good. Alright, run a call it here, chat. Let's go. Yeah, okay. This feels like the scene's been set. Okay, we did do it, chat. It's a strange sensation, erasing your own presence. Puppy Buddy Z, the most perfect trifecta of pets? Hells yeah. Oh shit, let's go. Yeah, let's go, Azzy. A sense of supremely private accomplishment. Like placing the last piece into a milk-white jigsaw puzzle. And then throwing it in the trash. It's not unpleasant, but I can't linger here any longer to savor it. It's time to draw this to a close. Ooh, shit, chat. Let's find out who's been in here. Thank God for the mask. I can still tell it smells god-awful in here, but it's bearable. Rehydrated sweat and vomit, scents full of adrenaline and sickly heat. Unfiltered, I'd be at the risk of getting sick. If it weren't for all the blood. Right. Hello. What to do with you? blindfolded, gagged, and hands bound above him with plastic ties and linen wrappings, beaten, bloody, and drugged. These syringes. They wanted him to stay conscious. Not very popular, are you? Oh, everyone, sorry, ad break. Please hang in there. Arigato. I'm also going to take this time very quickly, to grab some snacks to munch on. Specifically, I have these chocolate-covered peanuts that I'm going to be snacking on. Because I did eat some lunch, but I am getting hungry again. Oh my gosh, Azzy! Thank you so much for the subscription. Hi. Welcome in. You got out of the ads. Thank you so much for the subscription. It's very nice of you. Be gone, ads. Aw. Hells yeah. You know what? Oh my god. I need to have like automatic shout outs. I'm gonna be honest because I keep forgetting to shout out people here. But everyone, please, if you don't know Azzy yet, please follow him. He does amazing streams. Very cute. Very petable. Absolutely wonderful. But yeah, I'm eating some chocolate covered peanuts in the background here. I'm going to try my best to only snack on them every once in a while. I am nothing if not good at subbing. Yes, you are. You're very good at subbing, aren't you, Azzy? Alright, I think most people are probably out of their ads by now. Though some people probably still in it. So, I'm going to continue onwards here. And we're going to continue onwards. Ooh, also, I'm going to crack open my Monster Energy I have here. Because I'm going to need it. Let's fucking do this. Alright, let's move on. Not very popular, are you? Still, you're not dead. And with these kinds of injuries, you won't die soon. Not without a push. That might be the most charitable thing to do under these circumstances. He must have wished for death at least once during all that torture. Too bad. The bat that barred this door is now in splinters. Anyone walking in after me won't realize this door was locked from the outside. If this captive had somehow gotten his hands... Oh my god, she's gonna frame him. Oh, thank you for sticking through the ad break. Hi, everyone. Doing this to Azzy Pizzazzy. Okay. I will do it for Azzy Pizzazzy. I have to remind myself when I'm streaming this game, I'll probably disable the good boy girl thingies. But I will do it this time. But yeah, that's a little public service announcement. Thank you everyone for sticking through the ads. I'm giving Azzy a very quick good boy redeem, and then we're going to move on. Hey, Azzy, you're such a good boy for me, aren't you? Such a good pet. Always so willing to sub for me. Absolutely adorable. Alright, I'm going to keep it at that for now, chat. And I'm going to remind myself to disable the notification at next time. Though, Slasher, you're good this time. Do not worry. Alright, so we're going to be framing this person here for the murders here. Aw, cute Azzy. There'd be nothing stopping him from stepping out of here and butchering his captors. The Blue Bloods will want someone to blame for all the deaths of their four men. And unlike the police, they won't bother arresting an innocent man and putting him up for trial for the world to see. Ooh. They'll wrap things up for me. Oh my gosh, Morgan. Hold that for me. As for the gun. What's with the... All I did was tuck a gun into your waistband, pal. Oh. Oh, okay. I can see why this would be distressing under the circumstances. Well, you can relax about that. It's not loaded. A few minutes from now, you're gonna wish it was. Out again already? Rest up while you still can. When you wake up, you'll want to start running. Holy shit, chat. Alright. Well, we just successfully got away with murdering 4 people. Oh my gosh, chat. We're back to Sarah here. Our innocent AI. Like, actual, genuine AI. Like I practiced. Irashai. Baby girl, yeah. Pardon? Ooh. He's Diamani. Keep working on it, kid. Bart Kitsugi. Alright. Didn't mean to interrupt you in the middle of training your new employee. How's it working out? Bah, she's... It is a she, right? Never worked with this close with an ad before. She is unbearably forgiving, so I doubt you'll get sued. She's fine. Good at cleaning, precise with her mixing, knows a hell of a lot of trivia. Popular with the young crowd, I think. This is the place to be with the android bartender. They talk like this. They talk like I installed a new karaoke machine. Didn't know you had a younger crowd. Funny. What's that make you, grandma? Okay, wow, dickhead. More of a learning curve to her than I was expecting. Did you cheap out on her bass installs? It's like having to teach her everything. Trust me, there's nothing cheap about Sarah. Welcome to Sarah, everyone. Here she is. Look at her, how cute she is. Hi. She's currently a paralegal and an apprentice of ours. Hells yeah. Her useless talent is I can do a full split, but that is not useless. Okay, Sarah. As you think you shall become. Okay. I tried to use Adonai's makeup and broke a lipstick. For context, Adonai is the name Sarah uses for us as Morgan. So yeah, there she is. But yes, she can take a minute or two when learning the ropes. Grin and bear it a little while longer. When she does find her footing, she'll have you worried about your job security in no time. And not a criminal yet. Sarah is innocent. Yeah, Sarah is an innocent girl who has nothing to do with what Morgan's been doing. Thank God. Keep it up. I didn't have to do you the favor of hiring her, you know? Favor? Plenty of people out here would kill to work at an up-and-coming bespoke establishment like Bar Kitsugi. I think I hear them pounding on the door now. She's a bean. She is. Technically, legally, you didn't hire anyone. I generously agreed to loan you my android during the hours when I have no use for it. These kinds of arrangements aren't uncommon. Androids can, in theory, work 24 hours a day indefinitely, but their users can't. Parents come home from work, people go to sleep, staff take holidays, and offices close for the night. The end result of all that slack is that a lot of androids spend a good portion of their operating time waiting around. So the more entrepreneurizing owners loan them out during that downtime. Ideally to businesses with complementary working hours. There are plenty of apps and HR software to help arrange it all. But Sarah's apprenticeship wasn't on the books. After the fallout around David's death settling down, I came to realize exactly how shortchanged I was in our paralegal agreement. Yeah, so we got Sarah after her original owner and maker, David, died. That happened last episode of the series, so yeah. She's handy for research and rote work, of course, but she barely sleeps, rarely eats, and finishes paperwork at lightning speed. I was spending more time to find shit to keep her busy than I was actually working. And of course, I value my alone time. It's on one of those long walks of mine that I recalled Reinhardt was having trouble getting this bar up and running. It takes a village to keep the world's most advanced android busy. Yeah, lone, whatever. Sarah's the one who clocks in and clocks out, does the work, cleans the bathroom, she's the employee. If she was an employee, you'd have to cover her benefits. Not in my current income bracket, I checked 3 times. Wait, you're not taking her paycheck, are you? It's not a paycheck. Don't lawyer me on this shit. Sarah can't earn a paycheck. She's not a person. She walks like a person, talks like a person, and works like a person. The Supreme Court disagrees by 13-0. 13! Chat, 13 Supreme Court members means this court got stuffed at one point. They added in more court members. Fun. Yeah, well, Supreme Court's been wrong about that kind of stuff before, haven't they? Giamatti, you're not wrong. Do I hear a... Touché. Sarah, tell boss here what you spend your salary on. We finally get Giamatti's profile. Hello, welcome in, dude. Damn, he looks sick. Hells yeah. An owner-operator of Kintsugi. He collects ancient coins. Don't mention the speed at which the Kintsugi site loads. Okay. Good to know. Good to know. Base Giamatti, both for Supreme Court being wrong and about Sarah being a person. Very cool. And I also presume Giamatti doesn't know that Sarah is actually like a full-blown AI. I'm pretty sure Giamatti still thinks Sarah is just an advanced ad. ADD, automated dependent, that is. I have started purchasing cases of wine. What? That's what those deliveries were? As the wine appreciates, its resale value will increase, especially if I can predict which vintages will be in high demand. Since I don't have a bank account, I can't earn interest on the traditional sense, but if I stay up to date on the sommelier reviews, oh my gosh, Sarah. Oh, she's adorable. So you'll resell the wine at a profit? And what do you do with that money? Stop it. You're making her depressed. I did also purchase a cachet of sheet music. What? What for? Practice. Oh my gosh, she's so cute. Look at her. She's so fucking cute. Oh my fucking god. Yes, she's adorable. You're muttering. Forget it. None of my business. Speaking of business, this place isn't exactly packed. Well, are you volunteering to help with that? There are lawyer bars, right? Right? Where all the lawyers go after trials. Kintsugi could be a lawyer bar. Yeah, those lawyer bars usually are close to the courthouse, though. Don't. Just don't. Everything's signed and paid. I can't think of the what ifs on location anymore. This is the spot that was available, and I need a soda water with all the stress in my stomach. Sarah, 10 bar. Ahem. What are you buying, stranger? Oh my gosh. What was that? Boss has been teaching me his bar-side manner. He says that his clientele expects a certain degree of maturity when they come here. And so you're using a deeper voice? Is it not working? Please let me know when you're ready to order. Oh, chat. Let's look at the stuff here. It's a well-stocked bar. Got all the tea and coffee too, if that's what you're into. Nice ambience, soft lighting, warm on a chill night, and cool on a hot day. Now all that's left to do is wait for the customers to stream in. Any day now. Okay. Ooh, let's chat. Let's do some literature. Let's read. Did someone leave this behind after their lunch break? Could be trouble if they left anything work-related on here. I'll help them out by throwing it in the trash after I'm done reading. Okay, Cyrus debuts the new fuel. Lane named it a new lawsuit. Okay. Last month, Dr. Cyrus made waves. Okay, I'm just gonna skim through this really quickly, chat. A new helium-based fuel designed to replace hydrogen. Okay, that's pretty crazy. Only a few days later, there was headlines that the patent got leaked. But then it turns out they may have actually allowed the leak to occur. Okay. We talked to the doctor or the scientist. A battery-powered plane couldn't generate enough lift to get off the ground now. Aside from really closely guarded national reserves, there are no fossil fuels left. The wells are being pumped dry years ago. The plane I took on to get here runs on hydrogen. It produces nothing but water vapor. What's the problem? But then here's the problem is that the laborers fueling your plane before it took out had their fingers crossed the entire time it flight. If the absolute grounding field failed, one static spark could blow up the entire airport. Holy shit. What makes helium superior? They're using helium as a fuel? That's crazy. What the fuck? What we've created is non-combustible. Okay. He2 is non-combustible, but in the presence of a specialized catalyst can be ignited to generate some force comparable to some tests superior to exhibited by hydrogen engines. What the fuck? Okay. It's expensive to distill. But steel wasn't profitable before the Bessemer process. Yes, by the way, chat, Bessemer process, insane thing in terms of steel mass manufacturing during the Industrial Revolution. Woo! My history degree coming in clutch. Hells yeah. That's essentially what Proteka has been accused of doing, isn't it? Leaking your own data intentionally so others around the world are free to start experimenting with He2. Energy is limitless. It cannot be expended. By that virtue, there cannot be a scarcity of it. You will never have a monopoly of it. And since it is infinite, the correct market price for it will, over a long enough timescale, trend to zero. I don't think I'm being cynical when I say that there are people who don't like that very basic math. Damn, okay, Dr. Cyrus, you're a little based. I'm gonna stop you there. Your politics. Do you consider yourself a political person? No. Are you or have you ever been a member of the Communist Party? Do you believe science should be apolitical? Yeah, so why is it that you frequently invoked an example of liberal bias as in his science as holy shit he's invoked as a liberal bias? Science is not political. Science is progress, moving forward, learning more about our universe, deepening our understanding of its mechanics, and that process will never be conservative. Science doesn't move backwards. Damn, spitting fucking facts here. Holy shit. Calling all conservatives backwards is not what I said, but you're free to interpret it as you like. What's not open to debate, what's not something that what makes science has nothing to do with who works on it. It has nothing to do with class or power or money or even majority of rule. Science is reproducible. No miracles required. Miracles are prohibited. If one person can do it, anyone can do it, and so science is inherently egalitarian. If someone feels that because science has a bias against them, that speaks only to their politics and not to the failings of the scientific community to base. I love this interviewee. Yeah, Dr. Cyrus here is fucking based. Good job. Holy hell. For a pop sci figurehead, Cyrus sure keeps busy. I guess they don't have any evidence proving they aren't legitimately brilliant. But I can't take seriously anyone who guest stars on TV that much. So it seems like Dr. Cyrus is kind of a big scientific figure. Okay. For science communication, maybe. Can't deny they seem to be making progress with new kinds of fuels. New fuels. Some of the only new fuels we've seen in decades. Could be decades longer before it's actually practical, but any new fuel has to be less volatile than hydrogen. Please don't throw that data pad out. Its owner might come back. Zara Patty's so cute. All right, chat, we got the new article here. And also, yeah, we gain chips, the game's currency, for having media literacy whenever we get asked those questions, which is fun. All right. Perish the thought. Though, now that you planted the idea in my head, a self-fulfilling prophecy. Oh my gosh, Sarah, so cute. A cat? Oh my gosh, chat, there's a cat. It's a, chips. Hello. Hi there, Sophie. Welcome in, welcome in. I hope you're doing well. We're just exploring this bar right now. We're kind of chilling out for a little bit here before the story starts moving forward again. It's a lucky cat. Yeah. Did you say something, Adonai? No. I suddenly just got the strong impression there was something you wanted to say. Don't know what you're talking about. As you say. Oh my god. That's so oh, that's so cute. Did we get like a little like thingy here? Oh my gosh. Chat, look at it. Oh, oh my god. Oh, that's so fucking funny. Oh my gosh. I have to make a charmless here, otherwise I'm gonna fucking burst out laughing whenever I see it. 'It. 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 ' Rain must have searched for months to find an affordable underground real estate that wasn't flooded, or already filled to the brim with server farms. Putting Sarah on cleaning duty was a good call. If any of the tiling here starts to grime up, could start feeling like a subway station bathroom real fast. Morgan is a cat girl, confirmed. Yeah. Alright. I think I'm ready to order. Of course. Nah, I'll take this. Sarah, go wipe the tables for a bit. Nobody's ever sat in them since I last cleaned them. Then pretend to clean them like a normal employee. Understood. She's so cute. Was that ever a question, to be fair? Morgan is very cat-coded, that is for sure, yeah. She is quite cat-coded. What's got you so tense? Take a wild guess. Did Sarah ask for a raise? Be serious, Red. What happened last night? Your information was accurate, for the most part. A pod of mid-level blue bloods had it. Seems like they were told to sit on it. And were they willing to sell? Nope. Laughed at my price, called me a spoiled Meg, and kicked my butt out the door. They weren't curious where you got your information from? Honestly, no. They rushed me out of there pretty fast once they heard my offer. Were they expecting more company? I got the impression they had work to get back to. Okay. Anything else I should know? No. Well, they certainly tried to kick her out. They certainly did. That's true, Z. Anything you want to ask me? How'd you two meet? Sarah. Oh my gosh. The tables. On my second day, you told me not to over-polish them in order to keep things loffy. Lo-fi. Is that an inappropriate of a question? You've lived in the city for decades, boss, but Ad and I didn't move here until she started her apprenticeship at Masters and... If you're gonna tell people my whole life story at every single possible opportunity, I should just shred my resume and start mailing you around instead. How we met, huh? Well, that story, not very good. It's not a very good story. I'll skip to the end and cut to the heart of our relationship, Sarah. I pay Reinhardt a finder's fee, and he tells me where I can get into high-stakes poker games. I love her pout so much, it's so cute. It's not a lie. Now you know my terrible secret. Disappointed? It's not illegal to gamble. You know, some people might be into being mailed like that. Oh my gosh, so true, Sophie. I know some people who would love to be mailed around, trust me. I don't go on my phone and wager my paycheck stubs on the point spreads. I gamble. And since I can't afford the entrance fee for one of those annoying, anonymous, masked ball, cult vibe, blimp casinos the rich go to, I come to your boss here to find me tables to play at. Guilty. I know a certain mouse that wouldn't be against it. True. And so you travel to the lower wards to gamble illegally. Truth be told, I've had my suspicions. Seeing you go out at such long hours with so much as your phone. You gonna turn me in? Ooh. Irashai. Or is it more firm? Irashai. Two firm-looking men in finely pressed black suits with shades tinted so dark, they must be modded. They must need modded eyes to see behind them. You know, Morgan's probably not even lying. Probably, yeah. Despite the subtle color palette, they stand out. It's hard not to in clothes that look that expensive. Clothes with some kind of pin on them. Matching pins. Okay, chat. Things have gotten serious again. Suit noir. Okay. Shades look. More emphasis on the raw. Oh, thank you. I think I just heard the delivery drones bumping around outside, Sarah. Would you check out the back? Your vintages might have arrived. Go on. Please excuse me then. Yeah, get Sarah out of here. This is about to get serious. Afternoon then, gentlemen. What can I do for you? Mr. Diamani. Pardon us for dropping in without first making an appointment. No trouble at all. Still getting the place cleaned up. I'm awfully embarrassed that I failed to realize the property lay within your borders. You'd come with me to the back, and happy to settle whatever debt. We look like petty landlords to you. If you owed us tribute, you'd know it by now. My mistake. Well, if you're here for information, I'll gladly wheel and deal. How about you? We're not here to shop either. We're here looking for Morgan. Uh-oh, chat. Well? That name ring any bells, Mr. Diamani? Right. Listen, boys, I'm not too sure. Sorry. Had something blaring in my earbud. I'm a Morgan, Esquire specifically. How can I be of service? I mostly practice criminal defenses, but I do offer a few other services. You two look corporate. I can recommend some good workplace attorneys. I've got a business card somewhere. Oop, thank you for the hydration, ma'am. Hello, ma'am. Welcome in. It's nice to see you here. Hi. We're in the middle of some tense conversations here. We're not interested in that. Of course not. Well, I'm flattered you'd come all the way here to find me. You must have already tried the home office. We can set something up for it. You need to come with us now, ma'am. I heard the pout and I got summoned. Can't stay too long because spoilies, but have a good stream. Very fair, ma'am. Thank you for coming here. I appreciate it. See you around, ma'am. And yeah, the pout is adorable. Hey, I thought you said there was nothing I needed to know. Business day's over for me, gentlemen. Can this matter wait until tomorrow? Does it look like it can? Great manners, this one. Time sensitive, then. My rate will have to reflect that. Send us the bill. We can afford it. Music to any lawyer's ears. So, who is we, then? You think you're funny? Compared to you? Holy shit, Morgan! Stop, fucking, holy shit. Morgan. These fine gentlemen are from House Icaria. I'm familiar. You're? I've seen their name in the papers. Chat, this is what we get for having media literacy. Let's go. Plastering their name all over uptown opera houses and homes for the sick or whatever. Though, I didn't recognize that name when those blue bloods were cursing it last night. So maybe that propaganda's working. Doesn't matter how generous they are at the galas. They're still the richest, most powerful criminal organization in the city. Rich and powerful. Why bother with a criminal qualifier? Sorry. Might I ask about the nature of this engagement? The situation's developing, Mr. Diamani. We appreciate your patience. That's not what you want to hear. So I gathered. Your presence has been requested at the family estate, ma'am. For business, or? The Icaria are always business. Shall we get you your coat? Such fine gentlemen. Knew those suits weren't just for show. I can see myself out just fine, though. Adonai? What's going on? Are you going somewhere? That's why they pay me the big bucks. These men are very athletic. But perhaps I should come with you. Oh my gosh, Sarah. Aww. If they want to arm wrestle, you'll be the first one to know, Sarah. Call me when you get there, yeah? If I'm actually in danger, I won't even be conscious when I arrive, but I appreciate the thought. Aww. Okay. Let's go. Boss? Who were those men, really? New clients for Morgan, really. Hopefully. Hopefully? Yeah, hopefully, because if House Icaria puts her on a retainer, she'll be able to buy you as much wine as you like. But what do you mean by house? All right, pay attention. If I'm going to lecture, I might as well try to teach. Start with ice. You want a lot of it, but low surface area. Never use crushed, okay? Start to melt into the liquor. Waters the whole thing down. Understood. 1.5 ounces of vodka. And what else do we look for in a good vodka? Oh my god, you have emotes now? I just noticed. Yeah, I do. Slasher made them. Say thank you to Slasher. I have a few emotes. I'm hoping to get more soon enough. But for now, Slasher's emotes are absolutely wonderful and I'm using them. Smoothness. Correct. It's a mark of quality, making the bitter go down easy. Yeah, there's the... They look very cute. Oh my gosh, the pet is awesome. It is. Yeah, it's very wonderful. So, the nobility. You know what that is. Historically, the ruling class is enforced through economic or military might and maintained by familial relations. Yeah, mostly Sarah. I give you an 8 out of 10 for that explanation. Not quite 10 out of 10. There's a little bit more to it, but fair enough. Juice of a full lime. Look for a little spraying and consistent color across the skin. Nobility, old money, is another word for it. The older it is, the slower it moves. Only so much wealth you could accrue in one lifetime, collecting from serfs and selling horses. But the Industrial Revolution comes along, shows the world what real wealth acquisition looks like. Then you get new money, which always dwarfs old money. Inflation and split inheritance shave away at any generational wealth that's liquid. Now, new money and old money, they don't like each other. Pulled right off the wiki? A little, yeah. TB Moss pet emote would work perfectly for Kaggle. Hey, send it over to me if you have like the file. I'd love to see it. Doesn't new money eventually become old money? If the old money can help it, no one ever becomes old money. Triple sec, 1 ounce. My family was new money. Tried to make the transition, join the right club, shake the right hands, make the right marriages. Laugh at the bad jokes. Bad jokes can be entertaining in their own right. Not the kind of bad I'm talking about. I don't understand. That's alright. You shouldn't need to know. I know she probably posted a Vision artist somewhere. I'll try to find it. Okay. It's okay if you don't find it, Jackie. I appreciate it. But what do you mean your family was new money? Times change. About 30 years ago, recession, depression, civil unrest, political upheaval. Most people, they were so scared they could barely think about tomorrow, let alone next year. But a decent man's chaos is a cruel man's investment opportunity. So while everyone else was panic selling off everything they could buy to buy food and water, a certain type of personality was buying, for pennies on the dollar, as it were. Give me a peel from that lime, as shallow as possible. Any white you see is just bitter. 1 ounce of gin. They were rough years, but they passed. And at the end of it all, some were left standing with a lot more than they came in with. New money? A new kind of new money. The new nobility. Neobility. If you're thinking of a think piece, of writing a think piece. Neobility, chat. It's back. Here it is. Slang for the nouveau riche. Families that arose in the second half of the 21st century amid the global economic turmoil. And it's a negative connotation. There you go. Moving on. Unabashed oligarchs and devour barons. When the governments of the world tried to re-privatize the industries they'd taken over with emergency powers, they were there to snatch them. They started off at the bottom. Steel, fuel, grain, machine parts, medicine. Here enters House Icaria, or that's how they exited. They went through the Red Decade as the Icaria cartels, drug smugglers and extortionists, thieves and muggers. They came out as one of the richest, most respectable names in the country. Sant, thank you, Jackie. Thank you so much. Not that they were actually stopped doing any of that thieving and murdering, mind you. Put the top on tight, then shake. So they're a crime family? Like the mob? This is the 21st century, kid. It's muddier than that. House Icaria is not literally one family, not even one race or creed. They're simply the strongest criminal organization in the city. On paper. But not in practice? Practice is what they're lacking. Haven't had to get their hands dirty. Haven't had to maintain a presence in the lower wards for years. They make the profits from investments, blackmail, and more than a little insider trading. So they're criminals, yes, but their muscles atrophied. Time for a taste test. Ugh, that's not right at all. The hell did I forget? Boss? There must have been other criminal organizations 30 years ago. Others poised to take advantage of the changing times. Yeah. So what did the Icaria do to set themselves apart from the rest back then? Ugh, stupid most important ingredient. A drop of grenadine. Ooh. I like this little art style. This is almost evocative of some like old like some of the old images you'd see in some old visual novels where they take regular photos and then put a bunch of filters over it. I kind of. Oh, that's what it says. Yep. The Lady Maria. Oh, it's beautiful. This is nothing. We'd use frosted glass if this were a customer. Looks like a ruby in the right lighting. If you do end up helping Red work with the Icaria, don't let the warmth of their golden furnishings confuse you. All that glitters is cold. Alright, chat. We got a bit of a history lesson. It was an interesting one, though. Well, let's go ahead and save over here. Make sure that nothing bad happens. It was a quiet and uneventful drive in the back of the limousine. The privacy, at least, was nice. But with Abbott and Costello riding out in front, I had no way of getting information out of them, not even passively. So instead, I spent the whole ride trying to play out all the different ways that this could go. I haven't liked any of them so far. I suppose I should have felt relief or gratitude when we pulled up outside an imposing skyscraper instead of an alley. I suppose it's a good sign that no one's put a bag over my head or stuck a needle in my neck. But I don't feel like celebrating. For all I know, they really don't have a clue about what I did in the lower wards last night. But for some reason, they've placed their attention on me. There's little more than I hate than unwanted advances. Fair, Morgan. I'm also not a fan of being made to wait. Why am I sitting out here? In here? We were too late. Only by a few minutes. He filed the time slot. Already? Then we've got no chance of... Maybe, but if this other meeting went well... Are we on hold, gentlemen? In the world's most expensive waiting room? Quiet! I take it he's glaring at me behind those lenses, but I'm more interested in the sweat glistening on his forehead. Somehow, of the three of us, I'm the most relaxed. This is becoming embarrassing. Okay, never catcall Morgan. She will kill you if you catcall her. Can I at least take in the view while we're here? You can take photos if you'd like, as so long as you're quiet. Really? No, your phone won't work in here. Wow, okay, dickhead. Go figure. Well, let's enjoy the ambiance, chat. Look, it's very nice. Is it trying too hard to look unconcerned if I sit down and start reading the news? Maybe. But my boredom outweighs my apprehension at the moment. Not my fault they failed to be sufficiently intimidating. Alright, PSS proposition cities ahead of next month's convention. Okay. Political convention for Senator Mathines. Oh, this was... Oh, Senator Mathines was mentioned at the very start of this chapter. Okay. Significant opposition from party outliers. The city officials already are under fire. Supposed lack of sufficient convention security. Uh-oh. Okay, already approved a record high monthly budget for the police department. Private security services including White Adder, Fang, and Demico. Sure. Heartbreak was bad enough. Now we're hearing about cops dying in lower wards. Our contracted forces have world-class training. Okay. Anarchists won't be able to... Right. So this is against Heartbreak. The city council has declined to comment about whether or not they'll be issuing proposals for such services. And the national political spotlight draws lobbyists, delegates, and political action committees and voters ahead of the 2-week-long process for the convention. 2 weeks for a convention when the nominee was decided 2 years ago? It's a joke, and we're the punchline. Okay. Let's see here. I suppose it's less offensive than a bare advertisement or paywall, but why list your donors mid-article? All it does is make my eyes glaze over. Whatever, I got the important part. The city's hosting the convention next month, putting pressure on the council to vote on... I think it's hiring the mercenaries, right? No, or is it just supporting candidate? I think it's supporting candidate, right? Well, it's a contested convention. Matthews is the incumbent and front runner, but if he doesn't get a show support of the locals, it'll have as much impact as a fly on a windshield. The city council is much more concerned of private security salesmen, trying to convince them that the city needs even more armed men playing on their phones to be truly safe. Everyone knows that Matthews will be the candidate. That was decided years ago. Yeah, it's true. I should have went for the security one. Oh well. The contested convention will just be him finding a balance between how much public opposition he's willing to stomach against how many favors he feels like giving out. This country's already circus without any bread. At least, you think the least they could do is make the performances entertaining. What was that about in that article about cops dying in the lower wards anyways? Pretty heavy-handed to just make up that kind of thing, even when pro-clutching and pitching yourself at the same time. Okay. We can look at the sky. Let's check this out. The illusion isn't unimpressive, I guess. Windows to the heavens, sparkling like raindrops across a puddle. It might even be appealing if it wasn't trying to be something it's not. You look up, you see hexagons above you in the lower wards too. Rich or poor, people can't imagine themselves under an open sky anymore. Damn, okay. Not even in their wildest dreams. Jeez. Go fish? If I wasn't hyper aware of the flickering sky hanging above my head, this could make for a lovely watering hole. But those probably aren't even real fish down there. Literal children are capable of keeping goldfish alive, so of course the 0.1%ers can't manage it. Maybe they'd spin it. When their pallid bodies float to the top because some idiot raised the water temperature 2 degrees, they'd certainly be easy to scoop out. If you're impatient, undignified idiot, you could argue it's an efficient way to fish. Well, I already looked around at everything that caught my eye, and I'm all out of ideas. Everything except... maybe they don't know we're here. I'm gonna go try knocking. What are you? Hey! Before I get the chance, creaking oak draws my attention to an alternate entrance on the other side of the water. Oh? Okay. Hi there. Nice to meet ya. Uh-huh. Yeah. Stop staring and get a move on. If that's the kind of man walking out of this place, who's waiting for me inside? Gilf? True. Alright, let's see. Ikaria Tower. Grand Hall. Pomp and circumstance, ceremony and ritual. For some reason I thought that the Mafia, of all people, would be a little bit more efficient in their execution. A little bit more honest about what they are. Evidently not. Artifice of every glance, costumes and makeup abound. Is this disappointment? That even here in the supposed bowels of the underworld, there's no escaping the etiquette of it all? Ooh, she's the one? Doesn't look like much. Peons. Their name is Peons. I fucking love it. Ugh. Suddenly their posture stiffens even further. A true feat. Their necks subtly turn to a pair of doors in the back, each of them attuned to some signal I'm not receiving. Be still. The young master returns. Alright, chat. Let's see it. What? Oh Oh my gosh. Well, look at the young master. All right, let's get serious again. Oh my god. You're late. Hold on. Wait. Yo, master. Sir, everyone, slow down. We came as soon as we found her, sir. Traffic was... This is just some sassy lost child. Silence. Yes, sir. What time were you told to return by? 4 o'clock, sir. And what time is it now? Permission to check my phone? You're late. You were tasked with finding one woman and bringing her here in a timely manner. Sir, you'll speak when I tell you to. Not one word further, or else I'll have your teeth removed. That's 2 manga references? Oh, yeah. By the way of curbside. Is this a prank? Am I being recorded? He who wishes to fight must first count the cost. So says Sun Tzu. Please, let this be a prank. And I don't think you can fathom the cost your tardiness has incurred. If the lead up to my execution is just some kid reading from The Art of War, I might as well just... What is the #1 rule in this family? Timeliness, sir! When money gets wasted, it can be replaced. But time only goes one way. It's always running out. The loss is permanent. Every second wasted a scar on this house's face. Timeliness is next to godliness. So say I. Oh, God. So if you 2 ever waste my time, the house's time again, expect to be dragged through hell. I'm already there. Now you 2, get out. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Useless. You. Red woman, you're being addressed. Forget pride. I just want this to be over as fast as possible. Oh my gosh, chat. You're the lawyer, correct? You may answer. As fast as possible. I am a lawyer, Morgan. I am a lawyer. Morgan, criminal defense. Mr... How should I address you? As all outsiders do, by my name. Makoto of House Ikaria. Well, chat, welcome to Makoto. Heir apparent, unemployed student. Okay. Okay. He's... Oh. Look at it. Okay. Damn. Makoto, good figures. These are some nice figures right here in history. Saladin, famous during the Crusades. I think it was the 3rd Crusade or 2nd Crusade. Specifically famous for his morals and how consistent. Like, Saladin was a pretty good fucking figure. He was so respected that like even the conquering Crusaders had respect for Saladin. Sun Tzu, I'm pretty sure you all know, famous general and writer from China, in ancient China. And then you have Hannibal, who fought against Rome during the Senic-Punic War, famous for crossing the Alps and almost... okay, he didn't actually almost defeat Rome, but that's a historical thing I'm not going to get into. Anyways, sorry, I just realized I was starting to talk history, and I was going to start, I was going to take over the fucking stream if I let myself go off. Sun Tzu, who famously had to teach Nepo babies how to war. Was it Nepo babies? I'm not too sure. I don't actually know too much about Sun Tzu specifically, though I do think that his writings are like good. I also think he's fundamentally incorrect about the art of war, specifically because I don't think war is an art, nor do I think it's a science. But that's besides the point. Anyways, you, Morgan Criminal Dufens. Dufens, oh my gosh, have the great honor of being summoned here before me. Don't bother bowing. Once you start, you'll end up being prostrated all day, and we have more important work to do. Right. Out of an abundance of respect for your time, Makoto, I should let you know that I still have no idea what I'm doing here. Oh. I'll have them kneel on the Bill of Neds later or some such thing. Miss Dufens. Mrs., really? The house has need of your legal services. Oh. Would you give me a moment to clear my throat? I need to switch gears. Un instant. Right then, so you want to hire me? One of our own is being slandered by multiple homicide charges. You will defend him. You want to hire me? And I'm flattered, Makoto, but did you pull my name out of a hat? Pick a random name, page in a note phone book? I have many books on my phone. Libraries full of esoteric knowledge spread across countless tomes. You will have to be more specific. Sorry, I misspoke. What I mean is, this is House Ikaria. You must keep a small army of lawyers in the retainer. Surely any one of them would be more than happy to help you. True, we have lawyers. Competent ones, expensive ones, and some who are both. But the best of them all are all preoccupied. That's it? They're just preoccupied? Preoccupied means busy. Thanks. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Morgan knows what preoccupied means. But I'm still not sure how my name specifically was... Do you have a customer survey you want filled out, Miss Dufens? You were recommended. What does it matter how you came about? Normally, it wouldn't matter. When the client I'm recommended to is one of the richest, most well-connected families in the country, it gives me pause. I don't have any friends in high places. Not anymore. I was literally about to say not anymore. God damn it. Morgan sniped me. That makes it hard to see this as a favor. Not when my employer doesn't even know my goddamn name. Of course. My apologies. No doubt you have other questions. Very well, I'll permit you to ask them. Such a gentleman. Alright. Chat, let's get started in asking. Poor David. Yeah, poor David. Also, I already know who we're about to defend. I'm guessing it's the guy we framed for murder. If I wasn't brought here because of what happened last night, then this is just another job. Meaning all this, starting back at the bar. This has just all been their idea of a power move. Thank you for insisting I get to visit to your estate in person. It's beautiful here. An oasis of old-world sensibility amidst the desert steel and neon eyesores is what the house elders say. I have never seen anything like it. It matches your family's reputation for class. Ha! My family's reputation is power, not class. I'll take it a step further and say you're renowned for violence rather than power. But that's a moot point. Violence can be classy. And from how this house is being talked about in the headlines I read on the drive over, the nature of your family's reputation seems to vary greatly depending on who you ask. Some think you've got half the gangs in the city under your control. Other things you've left all that behind are no more worse than any other corporate family. Oh my gosh, see, your colon 3 is making me nervous. Are you expecting me to ask what you think? What I think is that I'll need some basic information if I'm to adequately defend your interests. We're financiers. You don't say. Lending, investing, taking over, buying out. The Ikaria Financial Group was founded nearly 2 centuries ago. Loaning funds is our high risk and high reward, but as you can see, our results speak for themselves. Ooh. Ikaria, we finally got a term for them. Is a private investment company and one of the nation's most exclusive asset managers. Okay. I see. Well, let's move on. Ikaria Financial Group? Fancy way of saying they've got their start as a mobster loan sharks. It's not impossible to get this rich with loan sharking alone, but such unsavory work wouldn't get them into the ballrooms and boardrooms tiers of society. You gotta rip people off of mortgages to do that. Is lending the house's only income stream? No. Though Aurora, our holding company, the house controls any number of what a civilian like you might call legitimate enterprises. And yes, we did found the Renogen Pharmaceutical Corporation, but that's past prologue. That's what's past prologue. Renogen, they're a drug company, one of the biggest. You're saying you have no relation to Renogen presently. The company went public years ago, and Aurora divested our shares not long after. We were given one seat on the board as a formality. That's the extent of it. Given. A family like this only takes... Why is he so suddenly humble? He doesn't know the meaning of the word, but if he's downplaying their pull within Renogen. Okay, we get to learn about Renogen, the global leader in pharmaceutical research. Yeah. Okay, developed metformin, the first orally ingested treatment of type 2 abnormal diabetes. Abnormal diabetes, okay. From suffering, subjected to painful injections. Okay, so they have a pretty popular drug apparently. Metformin. Sure, okay. Moving on. Then the house must have some reason to want to distance themselves from the company. You're being very modest, Makoto. More than a little vague. It's only polite. It's unnecessary. Talking to your lawyer. You aren't my lawyer, Mrs. Dufans, but you will be working for me. So you have to become accustomed to putting your needs second. He's deflecting, and if he's trying to be subtle about it, he's not doing it well. I doubt it's possible for a company as big as a boot heel as Renogen has no relation to anything that happens in the city, but I'll drop it for now. I'm in a rush to wade into a boardroom politics again anytime soon. Especially last time. My goodness. Makoto, what about you? I'd like to know a bit more about you, actually. How long have you... I am the one and only son of Raphael Ikaria, and the only grandson of Daisuke Ikaria, CEO of Ikaria Financial Group, patriarch of the family, and chairman of the house. I gather that those titles are all one and the same. As the one destined to succeed the headship, commanding my family's servants is my responsibility and my birthright. So if one of them needs a lawyer, it falls to you. When our loyal men and women or their families need help, it is my solemn duty to ensure that they are taken care of. And you're a... Oh my gosh, she's embarrassed. What a boorish question. I knew that peasants raised outside of our stratus had little understanding of the finer things, but I assumed that one with a law degree would be educated enough to know what is and isn't appropriate to discuss. Just because I'm younger than some does not mean I am less capable of managing the people who work for me. Does it, ma'am? No, sir. Or, sir, no, sir. You definitely command their respect. That is no coincidence. One of the most frequently noted characteristics of great men who have remained great is loyalty to their subordinates. All right. Apparently, Makoto here likes to subscribe by great man theory in history, which, by the way, is garbage. So, Makoto, you gain -1 point from me. Sorry about that. You're going well down the list now. Bye-bye. Anyways. So says George S. Patton. Patton was an asshole. Anyways. Also, I don't know why people consider him to be an amazing general. He was good, but he was not, like, amazing. Even for the war that he fought in. But whatever. That's so interesting. This is an important point. Perhaps another quote is called for. I don't think that's necessary. I'll grant you another. If soldiers are punished before they grow attached to you, they will not prove submissive. And unless submissive, then will be practically useless. So says Sun Tzu. Back to back. Yes, a second quotation was called for in this instance. If only to emphasize that to you that no one stays useless to House Ikaria for very long. Well, you have a degree. I'll just believe that he was in fact 100% an asshole. He was kind of an asshole. To be fair, considering the war that, you know, he fought in, being an asshole is like super down on the list of like bad things to be. Like there are way worse things to be, genuinely. But yeah, he was kind of an asshole. I don't think he was like amazing as a general. He's good, but like I think some people hype him up a bit too much. To be fair, it's kind of hard to like compare like how well generals do in a single war because like, you know, some generals have access to certain things that others don't, and you know, only so much you can judge there. Hold on. Moving on. One way or another. Okay. Well, we learned a bit more. Let's ask about this manner. Ooh, actually, chat. Ad break's about to start soon. Please hang in there. I'll admit I was a bit... Actually, chat. Here's what I'm going to do. Since ads are about to start very soon, and I really need to take a shower. Oh my god, not a shower. Holy shit, no. I need to take a piss. I need to fill up my water bottle. And I need to quickly grab some... Like, eat something in the background. Because I'm talking constantly here, so I can't eat. I'm going to go for a little bit. 3 minutes, I'll be back. Hang in there, okay, chat? I'll be right back. Chat, I am back. Hello. Okay. That was nice. It's also raining outside, so it's kind of a nice atmosphere right now. I always like the rain, I'm gonna be honest. And just on time, as soon as the ads are completely over. Welcome back, everyone. I just came back from a very quick break. We are gonna go back right into it. Ooh, rain vibes. Yeah, it's raining here, so. It's really nice right now. I'm so excited to keep playing this game. Holy shit, chat. You have no idea. Thank you, SiriBot. Yeah. I might replace SiriBot with another bot soon enough, but for now, SiriBot's doing all the ad call outs, which are nice. All right, let's continue. I'll admit, I was a little taken aback to step off an elevator and into your enclosure out there. The gardens? Yes, our groundskeepers work hard on them. Does the illusion of the sky come from the live recording of somewhere else? Maybe you should name your bot SarahBot. Oh my god. Z? Okay, chat. Open up Notepad. Okay. Name the new bot SarahBot. There we go. Save that. We'll just slap that here. Reminder.text. Thank you for the suggestion, Z. Moving back to the game. Or is it generated programmatically? It'd take a lot of quite the equation. It is impressive, yes. As for how it works, I don't have the technical minutia in front of me at the moment. Makoto doesn't fucking know how it works. Okay. That's okay. Of course it is. A lion does not concern himself with the exterior decorations of a sheep. It's your exterior and your decorations. What does it matter anyway? If you want the specifics so badly, I'll have one of the servants put you in contact with the contracting firm. That's... Which is very fair to VH, yeah. That's alright. Something tells me the consultation alone would break my bank account. Alright, let's talk about the black suits. I do appreciate the warm welcome, Makoto of House Ikaria, really. But legal consultations are usually more private than this. Are we certain we need the peanut gallery? Let it not be said that House Ikaria is not accommodating of its guests. We are more than capable of compensating for this. Nut allergy you allude to. Makoto, you fucking, oh my god. Makoto! That's so sweet of you. But do these guards really need to be present for this conversation? If you're referring to the additional security, it can't be helped, circumstances being what they are. Circumstances? And if you're referring to my retainers in general, then I suggest you step back into the garden and take a deep breath. Clearly, the city's fumes do not agree with your constitution. You must be lightheaded if you think you're worthy to hold one-on-one audience with the next head of this illustrious house. He's a prodigy to be this insufferable at such a young age. Thank you for indulging my curiosity so graciously, Makoto. Conquer this thingy through generosity. So says Buddha. Yeah. Correct. Perhaps your education is not quite as deficient as I feared. But I should make clear in this case, I was using the quote to subtly imply you are stingy with your own graciousness. Got it? Yep. Shall we move on? He reads a lot but doesn't know basic terminology. Yeah. This kid's a fucking nerd. I believe you mentioned a homicide? Multiple homicides. Tell me more. My head security was arrested by the police last night in the lower wards. Oh, chat. Uh-oh. Chat. Oh, no. They found him brutally beaten, drugged, and tortured. Oh, God. And instead of bringing him straight to the hospital, they arrested him for murder. He's being framed, and you must prove his innocence. Chat. That's a screenshot. So Morgan got away with 4 murders yesterday, and today she's gonna have to get away with 5 murders. Holy shit. Yep. Oh my god. Un instant. Is there something wrong with your voice? Is this the peanut allergy you mentioned? No, I just lost my train of thought for a second there. I'm not used to my luck changing this fast. One of the richest families in the city wants to pay me to prove a man's innocence of a crime I framed him for? Right then. Might I ask why he was found in the lower wards? I get the impression that the Ikaria territory is generally positioned more vertically. This whole city is our territory, but it's true that our presence is more felt strongly in some areas than others. They captured him yesterday. He was ambushed by cowards and dragged down to the state of a neighborhood to be tortured senselessly. Well, he was tortured, I can attest to that much. But I don't believe in senseless violence. There's always a purpose, and it's usually staring you in the face. People just don't like making eye contact. Do you have any idea why he was taken, or by whom? It was the Blue Bloods. They made no effort to hide it. In a worthy opponent, I might call that commendable, but knowing them, they're just too stupid to value deniability. I'm sure. And I'm sure there's no love lost between your groups, but kidnapping and torturing is beyond the pale, I agree. And the police are even worse. I expected no help from those incompetent fools, but these charges they're making, they're utterly ridiculous. Of course they are. To think they want to pin 5 murders on him. 5? Wait, that's what you meant by that, Z, with getting away with 5 murders? What do you mean 5? There was only 4. Chat, what the fuck is happening? 5? 5? Sorry if I'm holy fuck. Sorry if I'm peeking my mic. But what the fuck? Did you say 5? Yes, 5. It's absurd. I can only take credit for 4 bodies. Acting so high and mighty, so affronted, so eager to blame us for the death of one of their officers. A dead cop? Is this what those mercs were advertising themselves with? Holy shit, chat. I was like, but what if a cop did die down there in the lower wards, Morgan? Maybe you're just dismissing it too fast. And then this fucking happens. What do you mean one of their officers? Was there a UC or... No. They made a ridiculous claim that he killed some uniform while resisting an arrest. As if a member of our house would fear prison. I should have never dared to think that I got lucky here. These circumstances you sound very complex, Makoto, and the police take the death of one of their own very seriously. What makes you so certain of this man's innocence? Because this man's name is Sosuke Ikaria, the Hound. I have known him for all my life. All 3 or 4 years of it, apparently. There is no individual more honorable, more devoted, and more trustworthy. And not once have I ever known him to be... violent? Impulsive. He didn't do this. I know he didn't do this. But proving that is your job. About that, I haven't actually accepted the job yet, Makoto. But you will. If for no other reason, because we shall pay you more than you customarily receive for a contract. Considerably more. Not everything is a question of money. Yes, your meaning is taken. It needn't be silver and gold. You'll have no complaints with your compensation. The favor of the House Ikaria can go a long way in the city. As can our wrath. I don't appreciate being threatened. I don't find it funny, even coming from a kid. However, if the state thinks whoever killed those 4 blue bloods also killed a cop, I can't afford to sit this hand out. They'll go over every centimeter of that building. One wrong move, one hair out of place. If I lose here, I lose, period. But if I win, throwing an Ikaria-sized wallet in the pot beforehand is all upside. Okay, chat. I understand, Makoto of House Ikaria. I'll take Sosuke's case. You say that as if it was ever in doubt. A true prodigy. But he might be right. Maybe he never was. I chose to put that gun into that Sosuke's hands when I could have just plunged that knife into his temple. Maybe the line drawn from the moment the razor edge I'm walking right now is perfectly straight. A line drawn from one point to another is always perfectly straight. A better metaphor would be a bullet's trajectory. For all the talk of wind resistance and breathing patterns and the Coriolis effect and chaos theory, you can't exactly be surprised when your shot lands right where the crosshairs were pointing. Morgan's my last name, by the way, before you start writing any checks. You should have enunciated. Makoto, you're a brat. Oh, but also, holy fuck, chat. Hey there, boss. Of course, I'm fine. What did you think was gonna happen? Yeah, all good news. I got quite this paycheck coming my way. We're in for a fun time? Yeah. Maybe some bad news for you if you get a large crowd tonight. Yeah, tell Sarah to meet me at the police station to address what I'm about to send. I've got work for her to do. There will be quite the paycheck indeed waiting for me, assuming I can win. But can I afford to accept it? That's the question. Ugh. Oh, hey, here's the witch. Hey. Were any of those jokes around the office about clients being connected to organized crime true? What? Is this some kind of honeybot? Trying to get a grasp on something? Now I know you're baiting me. World's easiest. That's what she said, layup. I still basket that shit though. I don't give a fuck. Why do you make everything so hard? Come on. Come on, Freckles. Low hanging fruit. Oh my gosh. Witch is like me. God damn it. I have no idea what you're talking about. Obviously. Why are you asking me about mafia shit though? She's great. Yeah. I'm working for a case for Icaria, whom I assume you've heard of. Definitely. Under circumstances that are probably vulgar. Absolutely. Which you'd be happy to brag about to me anytime. But I'm not well positioned to turn down the job outright. So I'd like to know whether they'll be resistant about parting ways afterwards. Why? Do you not like getting paid lots of money? I don't like being chained. Fair enough. So you're like, just asking for my advice. The aura loss is incredible. Oh my god. I'm not going to attempt to parse that. Doubt you ever could. By the way, chat, for context, Witch here is Gen Alpha. She's an oldie. So aura loss is oh god. She types like me, which is amazing. Hells yeah. My generation's humor is practically impregnable. It was a very basic non sequitur, auntie. It wasn't funny. Not even. A non sequitur would be, what's the charge? That's just getting back on topic. The charge is homicide. 5 counts. Also, Morgan's aunt and lawyer mentor. True. Meh. You're probably fine. All the stuff you hear about mobsters being clingy with their lawyers. It's because they don't want anyone who's been through their underwear drawers running around, telling tales. Whatever poor fucker they pinned multiple homicides on is obviously not anyone important. I don't think he was framed. Not by his own people. Nah, pinned as in stuck with. Like a chore. Powerful people, mob or no. If they get lawyers, it's for tax evasion and conspiracy charges. Dirty work's left to the pawns. The whole point of a pawn is you don't have to think twice about trading them off. Alright. Guess I know the rumors are true then. Yep, you uncovered my cool fucking secret. Listen, actors, singers, celebs. They all like expensive things and they like being the center of attention. Mobsters have the money to burn and they want cologne, the cologne of legitimacy. Everyone wants what they can't have. Okay, chill, fucking Scott Furtzgold. Great looking Gatsby ass. I still pine for thee, motherfucker. What? All I'm saying is there are mutual beneficial agreements to be made between the rich and famous. And the rich and infamous. So you bet your ass I was in those rooms negotiating appearance fees and taking my 30%. 30%? You really are shameless. That's what she said. All right. Thanks as always for the sage counsel. Hey, if you're feeling really grateful, do me a solid and call your rents. They say they never hear from you. And I know you can't be that busy. If you're bored enough to talk to me, they're the ones who are busy. Yeah, I'm guessing Morgan doesn't talk much to her relatives. Also, here's Victoria Masters. Hello. Yep. SSR in the first pull. That's her luck. What the fuck? Oh my god. I love her. Masters is great. All right. A badder bitch than Morgan. Honestly, yeah. She's a bad fucking bitch. Okay. Obviously, I wasn't sure what would happen after I left that crime scene. And I wasn't sure what I'd find walking in here to speak to my client. But I definitely wouldn't have bet that the next time I saw this man alive, he would actually look worse. Oh my god. Okay. Sosuke. Did you not hear me? I said I'm your lawyer. Oh, I heard you. I'm just not interested in wasting my breath responding. I'm sorry, is there a misunderstanding here? Not at all. I understand exactly what you are. You and all your fellow... Your companion is staring at me very intently. Here's Sarah, chat. She's back! She's back, chat! She's back. Sarah blank. You're embarrassing me in front of the Yakuza. That's a very dated word. You'd really prefer I call you an orca? I'd prefer you give up and leave. What are you? I'm sure they told you that I've been softened up. That they've broken me and I'd be ready to sign whatever you put in front of me. Sorry to disappoint you. The Hound of Ikaria doesn't heal. Bitch, I'm here to defend you, not to give you a fucking... Okay. Cool. Oh my gosh, yes. Sarah's so cute. Sosuke, I'm going to repeat myself plainly and slowly because you clearly have had multiple head injuries. I am not a lawyer. I am your lawyer. Ah. Right then. Very good. Thank you for coming. I apologize if I misspoke just now. I'd misspeak too if I lost as much blood as you. Morgan is Squire. I'll be representing you from here on out. Sosuke of the House Ikaria. Sarah, paralegal and bartender. You're very young to have 2 jobs or 10 bar. Well, it's only part-time. Right. Sosuke does not seem very bright. So tell us, Sosuke of the House Ikaria, what is your routine? You look very fit. My what? Are you asking about... Do you not have me on file? Sorry, which firm are you from? DDD? MPM? I'm in private practice. You mean you're not? A mob lawyer? No, but please don't hold it against me. Everyone has to start the path to corruption somewhere. There are serious risks involved in representing a man with my background against charges like these. It's very sweet of you to... They say I killed a cop, miss. I realize I may look like a sorry state at the moment, but I've not so fallen so low that I'd sully the house's name by dragging a civilian into. Makoto thought differently. The young master, you've seen him. How is he? Where is he? Is he unharmed? He was sitting atop a literal throne surrounded by armed guards last time I checked. Thank you for that. No one's told me anything, and if the young master has spoken on this matter, I won't go against his judgment. But I do hope you understand what you're getting into. I'm already in it, Sosuke. How well I understand what I'm in is something I think you need to be able to help with. Very well. What do you want to know? Alright. Sosuke, tell me about yourself. So far, all I know about you is your first and last name. It's a very important last name. But I take your meaning. And in truth, the first thing you should know is that I am not worthy of it. Why? You disqualified due to pre-existing conditions? I was born Sosuke Hayakawa, 4th son of a distant branch family. The only reason I bear the name of Ikaria is because I was adopted into the main house as an infant, in exchange for lifelong service to the main family. Deeper than he would ever realize? Yeah. Sounds like a great deal. Lifelong? How did you serve the Ikaria as an infant? There are various tax benefits if you have exactly 2 children. Don't sound absurd. I am what you'd call a bodyguard. From the time I was able to walk, I was trained to be of service to the house by protecting the heir with my life. From the time you were able to walk, there are a lot of demand for toddler bodyguards. All that's been asked of me is that I stand in the right place at the right time. You mean like in family photographs? Oh my gosh, Sarah, you're adorable. Holy shit. Like in front of a blade. Even a child can manage that. Yeah. The house has given me everything I've ever had and taught me everything I've ever known. What meager service I can offer in return means nothing compared to the debt that I owe them. You view your relationship with your family as a transaction? It's not something so cold, girl. It's a matter of loyalty. Right. So if you were standing before a judge and they asked you for your name and occupation, you would say, my name is Sosuke Ikaria, and I am an eternal servant for the living. I would say my name is Sosuke Ikaria, and I work as the head of personal security for the Ikaria Financial Group. And chat, welcome and see Sosuke Ikaria. Head of personnel security. He likes wheatstones, paperbacks, and matcha. He does like the opera, wasabi, and insects. His favorite author is Alexandre Dumas. And yeah, okay. Would you look at that? All right, let's move on. And what does that entail exactly? I'm the young master's bodyguard. I lead all of his security teams. It's nice to properly meet you. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. And I'm Sarah, paralegal and bartender, part-time. Yes, I believe you had already mentioned that. It seemed like we were all doing it twice. Well, thank you for your paralegal services, Sierra. And here I had the impression that you had no sense of humor. What do you mean? It seems like in this particular instance, Adonai, it was you who misidentified his proper manners as being sarcastic. Glad we've all broken the ice. Makoto told me this all started because you were taken captive yesterday. What happened? It was 2 p.m. The young master had just finished a meeting with the VIP in Crane Tower, floor 1, 108. 2 p.m.? He wasn't in school? I'll ask that you refrain from mocking the young master in my presence. He is a child. Anyone can see that. But you have no idea the pressures that have been placed upon him. Whatever my client wants. As I was saying, it was just after 2 p.m. Me and the rest of the team escorted him to the elevators along our planned exit route. But our lift stopped suddenly in between floors 61 and 62. Okay. That's strange, chat. That was when I made a mistake. I had a bad feeling. Thought it would be best to get Makoto to the ground floor as soon as possible. So I forced the elevator open, crawled out, pulled him out after me. But just as he got out, the elevator started up again, separating us from the rest of the guard. It was a trap. 50-51. Staying is exactly safe either. If they could stop the elevator, it's not a stretch that they could drop it too. He just lost a coin flip when he decided to exit. Yes, Sarah, it was a trap. Floors 60 through 70 were undergoing heavy retrofitting. The other elevators weren't responding. Comms were jammed. I reviewed the entire building's blueprints beforehand. Not very useful information, obviously, for a floor undergoing renovations. But I knew there was a construction elevator we could get to on the other side of the tower. I had to act fast. There was no time to doubt myself, and I did something unforgivable. You left the kid. I picked him up over my shoulder. Okay, dude, come on. Come on, Sosuke, it's not that bad. Oh, that sounds like fun. House, forgive me. Everything the young master does is for the sake of his name's dignity, and kids are tougher than you'd think. I think he'll get over it. So you escorted him to the service elevator. I take it that's when things... Yes, I'm sorry, but I only remember a few vague details about what happened next. But I'll tell you what little I can. After I activated the lift, 2 assailants emerged from under the tarped doorway at my 7 o'clock. One tall, one thin. Oh, yeah, this is Kant and Miller here. Would you look at that? Tall was around 190 centimeters, and his weight, I'd say about 100 kilos with the mods. Thin was maybe 175 centimeters, but slouched. Modded as well. But from what I looked, striped down, so he probably couldn't be more heavy than 70 kilos. Tanks? Isn't his name Tanks? This guy? I forget. Yeah, Tanks. It's his name. The blue figure here. They had needle guns, slow to fire and slow to take effect. A memorable choice. Taller one shot first, jerked his arm when he pulled the trigger. bad habit usually favored by slinger punks who are used to compensating for the kickback of jailbroken zippers. He might as well have been aiming at the ceiling. Finn lines up his shot properly. Laser sight dialed on the young master's left trapezoid. I shift into a horse rider stance and deflect the needle with my weapon. The lift doors open behind me just as another shooter steps forward at my 3 o'clock. Never mind. Oh, you said can't? Oh, I did. Whoops, sorry. You're right. Also, here's Trey. Hi, Trey. You're dead, but hi, Trey. Or so I thought, but all they had was a laser pointer. Literally. A cheap trick. But it worked. I heard a click from the 8 o'clock, turn my neck, and I feel weight punch into my deltoid, a dullish kind of pain. For an instant, I realize I'm already going numb, and that's when I squeeze. Squeeze? He's talking about his mods. That's how I always described it. Others say it's a flex, or pull, or hold. I squeeze. Akita Type 2 external thoracic booster. Some burst strength and pain-killing capabilities, but in short, it's a reflex enhancer. Make 1 second feel like 15, in hindsight. Make you feel like you ran a marathon during those 15 seconds once the kickback gets to you. Hi Trey, you're dead, yes. But I digress, I moved. Got Makoto into the elevator and wrenched the doors shut myself, taking 3 more needles in the back in the process. I remember the saliva pooling on my lip and then cold concrete scratching my cheek. Alright, Sosuke. So you were guarding Makoto. These men laid a trap, targeted him with tranks, failed. And then they take you instead? Yes, to my great shame. You were outnumbered and ambushed, but you still managed to protect Makoto. What is there to be ashamed of? That I didn't see it coming. You're saying this has happened before? Dozens of attempts in the past year. Some headed off in the early stages, some sidestepped entirely, and others, some were stopped at force. Okay, so there's been multiple attempts to try to kill, or maybe not even kill, but kidnap Makoto. That is interesting, chat. Okay. I knew their tactics and knew our vulnerabilities, and yet I failed. Sosuke, that's not incorrect. Adonai. Am I wrong? Shouldn't a bodyguard get at least 1 shot off before being taken down? Shot? What do you mean shot? You were not carrying a firearm? No, no one on the team had guns. How's that? None of us on the security team has firearms with us. But you're a gangster. I'm a head of personal security for the Ikaria Financial Group. Walking onto an allied group's property armed to the teeth insults their hospitality and makes the house look insecure, or worse, impotent. And I'm not a security expert, but I do think there's a gray area between armed to the teeth and empty-handed. I mean, didn't you just say you deflected their attack? That's true, he did. Oh my god, he used the sword. It's his sword. Oh, he called Yakuza data but didn't deny it? Yeah. He used a fucking sword, chat. That's so fucking anime. I was not defenseless just because I wasn't carrying a gun. Oh? I had my sword. So lame. Look at her. Look at Sarah. She's like, yes. Yes, the sword. Tell me more about the sword. And like, Mark is like, you fucking serious? So cool. You walk around town with, what, a samurai sword? You just assume that it's a katana? Is it? Yes. She watches black and white samurai films. Of course she's geeking out. That's very true. Very understandable. It's a signifier of my position within the house and shows that I am acting as a representative of it. Is it ceremonial then? No, it is quite sharp. I can attest to that. Though it's probably in terrible condition by now, seeing how the city's police manhandle everything else they touch. Speaking of which, perhaps we should move on to the night's main events. They tried for Makoto, got you instead. They took you to the lower wards. Why? I've been wondering that myself. Aren't you essentially worthless? Holy shit, Sarah, what the fuck? As a hostage, she means. I know that. Thinking back, I was surprised myself to wake up at all, let alone in captivity. But it seems they had questions for me they wanted to ask. What do you remember? Oh, chat, by the way, Morgan is asking what he remembers. I think she's trying to ask if he remembers anything about her. Jesus, yeah. Whatever they used on me, I can remember some things, but how much of it was real, what order happened in, it's all. Just say whatever comes to mind. It can be anything. Sights, smells, voices. Yeah, because Morgan's voice would have been heard by him. And she's talking right now. He was blindfolded, but Morgan hates being known. Yes, and he could hear stuff happening. So, yeah. There are no wrong answers. That smile means there are wrong answers. I was bound, my wrists bound above my head. Tied to something. It smelled like iron and rattled like old iron. Towels beneath my feet. Some kind of bathroom or decontamination area. Good guess. They asked me questions. I said things. Loose lips. Like being drunk for the first time again. Just answer that I'll get it killed from down the line. True. But I'm confident that other than vulgarities, it was all incoherent. Because there were shocks. The taste of blood. I must have bit my tongue during the spasms. And then there were the beatings, of course. I wouldn't have guessed. Adonai, do you need corrective lenses? Sarcasm is just how I grieve about lost opportunities, Sarah. Speaking of new lenses, I got new ones relatively recently. So, Sarah, you're not wrong. Lost opportunity? Yeah, it's a damn shame. From what I can see, a pretty face like yours would go a long way with the jury if it wasn't pulverized. Ridiculous. Is he blushing? He is so blushy, chat. He is blushing. The bruises makes it harder to see, but he is fucking blushing. This guy's totally like a stuck-up dude when faced with like genuine stuff. Like immediately goes like I agree about his face, Ed and I, but I don't believe it's his only strong feat. Let us move on. Really? Well, in that case, how does your captivity end? Do you recall escaping? I was blindfolded the entire time, but my ears weren't boxed so bad. Uh-oh, chat. Okay. Why did you hear Sosuke? His comfort zone is a thin line. Yep. There was a door that squeaked and then whined, so I always knew when someone was coming or going. One voice asked questions mostly. It was light. Another voice grunted when he hit me. Heavy. Other voices came and went, and then eventually, there was talk. Through the door I heard, they were all talking to someone else. A new voice? Was it high-pitched or low? Loud or soft? It doesn't matter. What's important is that it belonged to someone new. Someone besides you and the dead who was there last night. Did you make any part of their conversation? Dude, oh my god, our heart is beating. I don't know if you could hear it, chat, but you can hear the heartbeat. Morgan is nervous. Holy shit. No, not a word. Oh, thank fucking god. Holy shit. But there was a loud noise, gunshots, followed by shouting and ugly sounds. And then, a hollow pain in my skull as I lost consciousness again. When I next came to, I had something in my hands. Something sharp. I didn't even think to ask what it was or where it came from. I just started working at the bindings, rushed, clumsy, poked myself in the process. But I cut them loose, then took the gag out. The blindfold was so tight, I'd cut it rather than try and... Ugh. The damn thing must have been acting as a bandage because when I took it off, between the light and the pain, I thought my head was split open. It took me a long time to stand up. Felt like I could just lie on the cold, disgusting floor forever if I just... But something was poking me, something tucked into my waistband. The gun. A gun. Imagine my surprise. Checked the safety of the chamber reflexively, only to see 2 spent slugs. I was too tired to be confused, so I just walked out of the squeaky door and into red. Just red. And then I was blinking in an IV, handcuffed to a stretcher, in an ambulance, some cop reading my rights, saying I killed 5 people. No, wait. Some judge or official said that later. When I woke up in the ambulance, all they said was I was a cop killer. Omitting some strong language. I don't understand. You were held captive, interrogated, and tortured. But then you woke up armed and were able to escape. The cops didn't ask me any questions, and I wouldn't have answered if they had. It's been nearly a full day, and I'm just now saying it out loud for the first time. It truly sounds absurd. This is your world, Sosuke, not mine. Do you have any theories as to what happened? Only two possibilities come to mind. In the first scenario, one or more of my captors wanted to kill me but needed an excuse to do so. So they let me escape. They gave me a knife and unloaded gun, then wait for me to stumble out so they can miss me and be done with it. But the plan doesn't work. Somehow I leap out of the room and shoot and cut and stab, kill them all. That would be quite the feat, given the condition you say you were in. Yes, a tale for the ages. But it's not possible. Why isn't it possible? Even if he had the motive, and they were stupid enough to give him the opportunity, he was still lacking bullets. He didn't have the bullets for the gun. In the brief I read, 2 of the pod were shot to death. I'm sure you're highly qualified, Sosuke, but I doubt you can fire a gun without bullets. No, I cannot. As I said, the gun I woke up with had already fired both its shots. So if we tell the police the gun wasn't loaded, would that clear Sosuke's name for both the murders? There's no proof the gun was already empty by the time he had got his hands on it. She's right. The gun was some kind of jailbroken mag rail. The only residue it would leave behind is static. So long as my prints are on it, it's all the evidence they need to claim I fired it. How about that second possibility then? The second possibility is that someone walked into that building, killed my captors, and tried to frame me for it. That sounds like lunacy. We've already eliminated the other possibility. Insane trumps impossible. Like it or not, this is Bad Samaritan theory. It is our best shot. Morgan totally not sweating. Yep, Morgan's so chill. What is it? I'm just surprised you believe me. You haven't even asked if I did it. I never ask. It helps that I can usually tell. A wise policy for the world you're setting foot into. Not as if it makes any difference here. I don't even know if I'm guilty. You were drugged and beaten. You're still injured even now. We just reasoned that you couldn't have killed your captors without help. What makes you think you might still be guilty? Because I've been killed before. A pale spark flickers at the back of my mind. My index finger raises slightly. My lips part. It also helps that it's you who killed the poor bastards. Yeah, it does help that Morgan can tell when it's usually her killing them. Was I expecting this? Stepping into the criminal underworld? Looking forward to it? The rare opportunity to speak frankly with someone else who's... You mean... Yes. I was in the military. Morgan's like, God damn it, I thought you were a murderer like me, but no, you're just some soldier. Fucking idiot. God damn it. That's what Morgan's thinking right now. She's like, I was so close. I was so fucking close. Okay. I've taken lives many times. That doesn't make you a murderer. Soldiers are given orders. I've killed people. Whether or not a superior asked me to doesn't change that fact. Forever alone. But soldiers, are you a soldier, Sarah? No? So drop it. She's good at following orders. It can take years to acquire that skill. I imagine it comes easy for androids. Yes, I suppose that's... Wait, that's an android? Did you miss the glowing barcode? And ignore my self-introduction? Look, I'm tired. I thought those were highlights or something. Did my hair catch your eye? You have discerning taste. You see, each strand is actually... Was there something you wanted to say, Sosuke? I've taken lives before, and so I know how I feel afterwards. Thin. And how do you feel right now? Right now I feel... What is it? You remember something? Yes. After out of that door, I said I saw red. But I do remember one other sensation. I remember the feeling of gripping my sword. That brief you read, it listed all the charges, all the causes of death. The fifth man, the cop they say I killed. How did he die? Chat, how did the fifth fucking person die? Okay, we know that our client is innocent. Oh my god. Okay, chat, we know our client is innocent of 4 murders, but what about that 5th one? And god damn it. Okay. Stabbed through the back with a sword, skewered like a goddamn piece of meat. And you've got the balls to ask us to carry him to a hospital? I don't think that's quite how I phrased the request. I've been paying close attention. Would you like me to play back what you said? Not right now, Sparky. Raze, she's just doing her job. It's not like she's asking... Oh, save the lecture, gray hair. Welcome back, London. Welcome back, Raze. It's nice to see you all again. Gray? Come on, my hair isn't. It's graying, maybe, but... In any case, I haven't made it clear. I never liked you, Morgan. Aw, you're breaking my heart. I hadn't noticed. But I never took you for a mob lawyer. Whatever my client's associations might be, he's a cop killer. Innocent until proven guilty isn't a phrase I coined myself, detective. Okay. Welcome back, Raze. Hi. Well, she is such a sore spot about heartbreak. She is. She's still pissed because she thought she got heartbreak on case 0 and she's still mad about it. It's actually somewhat important. Oh, don't worry about that. Proving won't take us long at all. Do you always take pride in rushing your investigations? We've all seen the same intake file by now, yes? Okay, chat, we're starting to get our first piece of evidence. Let's review it. Okay, Sosuke Ikaria was apprehended at the scene of the crime and placed in medical transport. Injuries at the time, blood from various sources, numerous bones left in the left hand broken, okay. A slight laceration in the left hand, internal bleeding throughout the skull and torso, bruising and rope burns on both wrists as if bound, numerous bruises on the front side of the body, blood across the tops of the feet and pant legs, largest wound found in the crown of the skull. Numerous additional injuries were done and noted: a bruise to the left eye, a busted lip, a broken nose, a boxed left ear, blunt trauma to the anterior right side of the head. When or where these additional injuries were sustained is not noted. Okay. Good to know. I meant Morgan on her line. You're breaking it. Oh yeah. Yeah, no. She does have she does hate heartbreak. That's a good spot there. See, I just realized that. My client was in bad shape when he was arrested, but his wounds were treated in a medical transport. Yet somehow, in between arriving at the station and his booking, all of his wounds were reopened, and some of them had multiplied. Tell me if you can, great detective. How will we ever solve the mystery of the reappearing fractured skull? Your client was being moved between floors. He struggled, trying to escape. And then he fell down some stairs. Really? Was there a lawnmower waiting at the bottom? Look, we're all adults here. So let's just say it. Your coworkers kicked the shit out of him. I mean, yeah, Morgan's not wrong. They fucking police brutality this guy. Oh, God. But what do you want me to do about it? I want you to uphold the law. For some reason, I thought you cared about that. A police badge is in a time machine, but the time he took custody, he was already... She's right, Tiger. What's done is done. You know you've got a snowball's chance in hell proving your client was assaulted while being in police custody. And you'll never get charges brought against the officers who did it. God, this is a little real. Chat, this is a little real. Oh, no. So try asking for something doable. Don't go giving away all my best tricks. The door in the face tactic is already fragile. It is kind of fragile. The door in the face tactic is always a tough one. In case you're wondering how it works, chat, door in the face is that you make a really big like statement or offer, like, I demand you do X, and then you like concede to a lower one. You instead go like, you know what, fine, I don't care about X anymore, just at least give me Y. And yeah, it's a bit of a fragile negotiation tactic. I want him to see a doctor. You've got to be shitting me. That's blooded KW in there with military grade mods. He's not leaving this building. But we could have a doctor brought here. And given the chance to take a hostage? He's not the 99 man, Reese. He can't break his cuffs. Don't say 99 man. You don't know what that means. You're too old. Okay. 99 man is a theoretical state of being where a human has replaced most of their body with cybernetic equivalents. 99% machine. Okay. Damn. I'm sure that this is a reference to a piece of media, but all I'm thinking of is like Cyberpunk. Where like, you know, you can replace almost everything about yourself. Yeah. I can break these cuffs. How about a medic who can't be taken hostage? A medical ad? Sure, great. Let's see if we can't negotiate his premium lower while we're at it. Is that a refusal, Detective Reese? Oh, I didn't say no, did I? Great. He also needs protective detail. Lady, I swear to... Counselor? Protective details are comprised of off-duty cops. I don't think that'll have the outcome you're looking for. No. But if my client was left unattended for one more night, he's likely to be declared unfit to stand trial when he shows up to court with his head caved in. Jesus Christ. Could be Adam Smasher or someone else. I don't know, really. Yeah. Also, like, holy fuck, Morgan is actually having to fight to keep him alive because the police are probably just gonna fucking kill him. Jesus Christ. Oh my god, chat. This is too real. Fuck. An outcome I genuinely believe you're not looking for either. We could keep him here. What? In the interrogation room? Counseling quarter. Table can't be moved, but if you slide the chairs out the way, the floor is actually not that hard. How do you even know about that? Given what other lodgings he's had in the last 24 hours, I don't think your client will mind. So if Detective Reese and Detective London take shifts keeping watch, now we're keeping watch? It is the Homicide Department's counseling quarter. You think I give a shit what happens to that son of a bitch? You think I wouldn't walk in there myself and... You wouldn't. Oh my gosh, Morgan's about to go off on her. What? It's not in your nature. What the hell is that supposed to mean? You either have it or you don't. Trust me, if I had a chance to take a swing at that son of a bitch, yeah. You already called him that. A piece of shit. A bastard. A killer. But unlike every other cop I walked past to get in here, you've yet to call Sosuke an animal. So what? What the hell does that matter? It's the only thing that matters. I've got the outsider's perspective, so I know. Your average human can do anything to anyone. So long as they're not a person. Oh, and they'll zoom into Sarah. Ugh. Whatever. Think what you want, creep. Yeah. What that means is Reyes that you're prey-coded. Reyes is prey-coded. Reyes is like a fucking brat who didn't get, like, loses instantly. Well, so long as that's your only request, we should be able to... I need to get into the crime scene as soon as possible. You've gotta be... What, like tonight? She's not rushing more than anyone else, Sunshine. Everyone up the line is actually being raring to go on this, now that Sosuke's actually got a lawyer. Well, maybe that son of a bitch hadn't climbed up all day, we wouldn't... She said it again. Whatever, pick then, counselor. You can bully us to do guard duty or escort duty, but we can't do both. I need both. You'll have to split up. But I can help with that. Or rather, Sarah can. I can? Of course you can. You can go treat Sosuke. Adonai, I'm not trained in... Oh, I love this bit. She's just pretending she doesn't remember being registered as my medical ad. Yes, I would never forget that unforgettable experience. But I've never done first aid before. Well, watch this tutorial first. Use lots of sanitizer. Just hand her some bandages and she'll get Sosuke looking good as new and new all the time. Oh no, she looks... Okay, Sarah, it's fine. Okay, so it's okay. So, most of the wounds are superficial. If the internal bleeding hasn't killed him yet, it's probably fine. You just gotta do some basic first aid bandages. It's actually not that hard to learn. You'll be fine. She'll be fine, surely. Surely. And then you can plop her in front of the door and even get 20 crooked cops working together. Couldn't get her to budge. That much is certainly accurate. I have a strong core, so if I focus and lower my center of gravity... Thanks for the sales pitch, but that doesn't mean shit. The crime scene is in the lower wards. If you think, after what happened last night, that any cop of a pulse will go down there without their partner... It's okay, Sunshine. I'll take her down there. Is everyone else in here huffing Nirvana? He doesn't need stitches, probably, hopefully. London, it's in Blue Blood territory. Blue Blood territory outskirts, really. They lost a whole pod. They'll be swarming the place. You can't go down there without backup. Backup, huh? You know Mac from Contraband? Skinny guy? Kind of a perv? They're cutting off of the music. Yeah, he's skinny. I've assumed London didn't know the second part. Look. He's got the crime scene analysis sweeps going over that place with a fine comb right now. Drones, probes, the works. They'll have the eyes on us before we even get within 5 minutes of the place. Whatever. Just keep in contact for once. I hope you're being generously compensated, Eve. Selling your soul to the mob. It'll be a shame you don't at least get a good price. Hey, you coming, Blinkers? Gotta find where they stole the medkits in this dusty old piece of... Go on. I'll be right behind you, Detective. Sorry about that. She's still new to all of this, really. Not old like me. She does seem to be on edge. More so than usual. It's her first time losing a fellow officer. I think she's taking it pretty hard. Maybe even personally. Did they know each other? Ah, right. You gather up all your things. I'll go bring us up a ride. Okay, well, he deflected hard. Great. Thanks for all the help, Detective. You're a lifesaver. Though this is one occasion where I wouldn't have had any trouble finding the place. Alright. Now we get to see these two interact with each other. Yay. Really didn't take you that long to patch them up, huh? Now we just wait here. All night. That clock runs pretty slow. If you're not doing anything else, Detective, might you be interested in answering some questions? Oh my gosh, Sarah's just gonna fucking... wonderful. Second time around anyways, true. Once more into the depths. When I went down to the lower wards last night, I knew what I wanted to find, but I wasn't sure where to look. Now that I know where to look, but... I have multiple priorities to consider. It'd be nice if I can prove Sasuke's innocence. It won't be easy, given that they think that he killed a cop. But it'd keep me on Ikaria's good side. That'd be nice. What is essential is that I figure out what the hell happened after I left, and whether anyone found any trace that I was ever there. Everything else is secondary. Sorry, I guess I should have asked before we decided we'd be sharing a cab. That might be where Ray's interviews happened? Maybe. I don't mind. But I am surprised. Did the budget cuts take away from your shiny patrol car? Patrol cars are shared, counselor. Any cop can step into any other cop's car, sync their credentials, and drive. Convenient. Shame you can't personalize. Alright, chat. I'm going to continue onwards even for the ad break here because we got a lot to cover. Yeah, no more dice in the mirror. Is that why we're in a cab then? Personal taste? Police cars are full of bugs. Thought you might appreciate the privacy. Auto cabs are full of bugs too. True. But there are ways around them. Are there? I didn't know that. Yeah, plenty. It'd be easy as flashing a police badge. Something you wanted to discuss in private, detective. Okay, shit. This is getting kind of serious. I was asked to get in contact with you and pass along a message. A secret admirer? Certain interested parties and all that. You know how it is. I'm not sure I do. Does this have something to do with my client's business affiliations? There would be a lot more blustering if I were to repeat it verbatim, so I'll paraphrase. Focus on getting the best outcome for your clients. More of a reminder of my job description that it is a warning. And don't broaden your scope of your investigation any more than is strictly necessary. Well, I always appreciate kind words of advice. But Detective London, that almost makes it sound like you're on the take. That's the city, Tiger. If you don't take a little, they'll bury you. Alive, if need be. Oh, they will? How conspiratorial. It's not a joke, Morgan. Did they threaten your wife with Tommy guns if you don't comply? Ha! It's gotten more sophisticated than that. Well, maybe sophisticated isn't the right word. Complicated would be accurate. Or you could just call it a quagmire. Or even a shitstorm. If you can't get along to go along, even other cops won't trust you. You'll end up shot in the back, friendly fire, a tragic newspaper clipping. You're exaggerating. You're telling me the entire police force is corrupt? Corruption would be one thing. You could, in theory, root it out. But above and below the canopy, it's all intertwined. Every tree stabilizing every other tree. What do they call that? Not parasitism. Commensalism. There you go. The state pays criminals information to rat on their peers and lets them keep their positions in exchange. Orcas by judges and politicians keep their men out of prison. Status quo, balancing act, cycle. Stable as any gyroscope. Forgive me if I find that hard to believe. Crime is at an all-time low. That's not a contradiction. People hate crime. What gets people killed is chaos. The opposite of organized crime is... So everyone's playing nice with each other? Okay, welcome back, chat. You didn't miss much. More, London here was just telling us shit. Also, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, Morgan, they are, quote-unquote, playing nice with each other. Morgan, when you're dominated by organized crime, there's a little, unorganized crime. Things don't get as chaotic, but plenty of things still happen behind the scenes. Plenty of bad things can still happen. It requires the maintenance from, not only the state, but every single person living in that society, Morgan. Morgan, have you ever heard of the city Hong Kong? Alright, that's a reference. Anyways, even Detective Reese? Jeez. What about the man they think my client killed? Did he play nice? He was a special case. You got the brief. You recognize his last name? It's a big city. I don't put too much stock into last names. You'll need to break that habit if you want to continue working in the underworld. Sosuke said something similar. Tariq Chopin, the one and only son of Miguel Dominique Chopin. Chopin? I don't know how you pronounce that. The power couple? Also, what? Tariq Chopin. Okay. Okay. Survived by the city councilman? Why would the son of the two of our city's most prominent council members be working as a police officer? Chat, this is so bad. Holy fuck. You want the full story? Always. Tell me about the guy. So, who is this Chopin really? An idealist? Wrong line of work then. You're only half right. When he entered the academy, everyone assumed it was a political move. First step in his career to becoming senator or whatever. Maybe it was. But anyone who met the guy could tell he would have made a lousy politician. You're saying he was honest. Wouldn't tell a lie if his life depended on it. Guy couldn't do small talk, much less make friends. Talking about cleaning up the city, cleaning up the police, cleaning up everything. If he was so unpopular, why was he kept on? No one in the force wanted to risk insulting his parents by firing him. Just got passed around from department to department, detail to detail. He did a lot of community outreach. Community outreach? What, like bake sales? Like giving talks at schools about saying no to drugs until you turn 21. Woof, must have really loved his job to put up with that. Or he just wanted to prove a point that bad. Alright. The one police officer who wasn't in it purely for, like, corruption reasons. Okay. Don't you try to save lower ward patrols for the more seasoned, better armed officers? We do, yeah. How'd you know about that? By going to the lower wards and looking at the cops you send there, of course. I read about it in a Watch magazine last month. Oh. If Chopin was the son of such powerful men, why did he end up in the lower wards last night? That... I don't know. You don't know? By all accounts, he and his partner should have been at least 2 patrols removed from that area. Must have been following up on some other lead. His partner? Who's that? The hero who finally arrested the Hound of Icaria. That's who. I'll have to send him a congratulatory fruit basket. Huey Rogers. Pretty bare bones record, but maybe that'll just add to his legend. What legend? Taking your client alive. Whacked him on the head with his sidearm, knocked him out cold. Guess it is a small miracle that Sosuke wasn't just shot dead if he thought he killed a cop. Maybe, but it wasn't pure luck. Only thing that did stick out to me in Rogers' record was his shooting score. 41. Out of 100. You need 40 to pass. So he was a shit shot, so he just smacked him on the other side of the head because he literally couldn't fucking aim? Holy shit, that's fucking hilarious. I think someone took pity on him when tallying up his score. So he only whacked Sosuke on the head because he was too bad of a shot to avenge his partner? At least Rogers knows his weakness. Let's talk about the Hound. 1 over the minimum? Yeah. I keep hearing that name, the Hound of Icaria. I cringe every single time. No one actually calls him that, right? Sorry, but I've definitely heard that name circulating around organized crime before. Must be one hell of a bodyguard to have earned a nickname for it. He's a bodyguard? Then yeah, it must be pretty good. Of course, hound dogs are known for other things besides guarding. Sorry, that was crude. Aw, don't be sorry. I don't even get enough of the joke to be offended. Okay, that all makes for some interesting food for thought. But Detective London, if you are working for the Blue Bloods... I never said that I was working for the Blue Bloods. It's more of a gig worker type thing, Tiger. I'm friends with everybody. If you are working for the mob in general, then... how do I even know that you're taking me to the right place and not to... Whoa, whoa, whoa. I may pass a message along here or there, but I'm not... Damn. Hell no, no one else is either. Whatever you're imagining is not that exciting, I promise. Not that exciting. Sounds about right. Oh my... she's disappointed. Oh my gosh, she wanted it to be cool and fun. Is it like this in every single city? Handshakes and gentlemen's agreements behind closed doors? You disillusioned? The state has a great deal of power, Detective London. It makes countless rules. Now I'm a big girl. I know those rules don't apply to people equally. I understand the value of criminal informants and possible conflicts of interest that arise in trying to keep them around. What I don't get is why the state has all this strength. It won't use it to just wipe the underworld off the map. That's pretty cold logic. I expect my state to be far colder. Hey, you ever heard of this one? Yeah, chat, remember what I said about organized crime, this kind of setup only being able to survive the, you know, action from the state, from the government? Yeah, that's what I mean. You only get the shit when the politicians, the cops are in on it as well. A politician, a CEO, and a mob boss are sitting at a round table with a gun in the middle. Who are you betting on? I'm gonna go for the mob boss. I've never met a mob boss. Makoto's getting annoyed. Exactly. But if I could go with the person at the table who recognizes a gun for what it is. A bargaining chip? A debate winner. Don't quote laws at men with swords, is it? Yeah. Who said that? Some Greek philosopher advertising his students? Advising. A Roman general addressing the conquered. It's a trick question anyways. Rock, paper, scissors has no trump card. The politician can bring in the heavy arm of the law on the mob boss if he doesn't shoot the CEO for him. The mob boss can have the CEO's families killed if he doesn't blow away the politician first. And the CEO can turbocharge the campaign of whoever politician's opponent if he refuses to mist the mob boss. Yeah, seems like you could make an argument to go the other direction too. You could. So the point of the riddle is meant to teach is this. Whoever convinces someone else to pull the trigger comes out on top. Funny. So in the parable you've set up, the gun on the table, that's the police. A blameless tool with no will of its own? Oh my gosh, your smile. Yeah. Though it was older men than I who set it up. Didn't realize this country's police was so powerless. However do you manage? We used to have a partner that helped us out. A tiebreaker. Because all those three powerful men would have been screwed if a journalist told the world that they were meeting together. Oh boy. This is a little real, chat. It's a little real. I've got good news for you, detective. Journalists still exist. I could introduce you to one. You could even take a photograph. Oh, I know they're not extinct. People will always write. It's just that no one wants to pay them to. Sorry, I didn't mean to talk so much. Maybe it's the nerves. Coming back here. The same smile she had while blowing tanks and Creek's guts out? Yeah. What happened the last time you visited? Summing up? Didn't put you to sleep, did I? No. Actually, your 3-seat table reminded me of an even older thought experiment. If God is omnipotent, why does he allow the existence of the devil? Even I know that one. To preserve free will or whatever, right? Yeah. That is the answer most people give. But now I'm wondering if it wasn't a rock, paper, scissors deadlock like the one you just described. God lets the devil be, so he'll terrify man, and man will always need God's warm protection. And God needs man's faith, which can't be compelled. Of course, most people would say that God's still long dead in the 21st century, but we're still around. So that leaves the devil in an awfully strong position, doesn't it? Yeah, it does. You always picture 3 men in that room, don't you? Holy shit, Morgan Speed, like, it's her history, not his story. Oh my gosh. Huh? Yeah, I guess I do. Sorry. Do 55 feminist rosaries for your penance. Ah, wonderful. All right, chat. Let's get this investigation. Oh my god. Estrella. My fucking heart. Holy shit. Hi, Estrella. Nice to see that you're still here. Quick shot of wake up. Yeah, I'm Whew, okay. Alright, let's do this. Yeah. Detective London. We're definitely not alone down here. Chat, I just realized the kid all the way back in the beginning of the game saw us enter the building. That's really problematic for us. Oh, fuck. Okay. Let's hope that that's not going to be important. But when you reassured your partner that we'd have company, I didn't think you were including Blue Bloods. You know, I'd forgotten to mention. What? Then she's a liar, babe. Because I never said that. No, I never said that. Oh, come on, babe. That's what she's like. She lies for fun. Because that's what I call you, babe. It's a pet naming. You like it. No, don't hang up. Don't hang up, baby. Don't hang up. Of course I do. Oh my gosh. We gotta get to work, Han. I'll have to call you back, babe. Something just came up. London, what is this? London, who is this? Counselor Morgan. This is Adelaide Hahn. She's a blue blood. Hey, I'm a perfectly legitimate career woman. You're speaking to the Sanus security site manager. Okay. Don't worry about that. Okay, see. If you need anything, miss, please don't hesitate to reach out. Adelaide Hahn's business card. Okay. Includes her personal contact number on top of her work details for some reason. Oh my, Morgan, you dumbass. For one, she's clearly lesbian, and for two, she's giving you her personal number because she fucking wants to fuck you. Oh my gosh. Oh fuck. I don't blame her, by the way, because Morgan's fine. Morgan's real fine. Morgan's a bit dense sometimes. Yeah. A real business card even has a watermark. I'm not familiar with Sanus. We're a private security and investigating firm. Provide bouncers, armed escorts who catch cheating partners, find runaway debitors, run paternity tests, that kind of stuff. Sinus, okay. Sure, all right. Pretty normal stuff. Sorry, but have we met somewhere? Oh my gosh. Is she flirting? No, it can't be. I'd never forget a beauty like you. Okay, you know what, chat? I'm giving her the sultry voice. She's the Hound's lawyer, Han. Seriously? She works for those copper-headed scumbags? So we're mortal enemies. That sucks. Another life then, eh? But I'll still play nice if you won't. Oh my gosh. Hi there, Han. Least favorite chore? Throwing out dead flowers? Holy shit, she breaks so many hearts. Oh my gosh. She dislikes clingy types? Oh my gosh. She fucking gets so much pussy, chat. Enemies to lovers when? Well, Morgan already has someone in mind for fucking slash blowing her brains out. Oh god. Right. So you're private security and you're currently securing this crime scene? Yeah, what's for the tone? What you're hearing is a genuine bewilderment. London, why are the police letting the Blue Bloods contaminate the crime scene where a cop died? Come on, it's not like we have cooties. If this wasn't the location where a cop died, we'd have already turned full control over to them. What? The police contract out security from around the crime scenes to private companies all the time. And around here, the best private company suited for the job happens to be Sanus. Oh, thank you for the hydration and stretch, Slasher. Nice to see you're still here, Slasher, by the way. I hope you're doing great. That's a good stretch. Letting them conduct their own side investigations is a small concession to keep the peace. A small concession? They're probably in there destroying evidence as we speak. We have ARCs to preserve the crime scene. They could have burned the building down and we'd still have a pristine copy. Yep, augmented reality crime scene. There we go. London Bridge is trying to save face. The police couldn't keep this crime scene off limits without our help, and he knows it. Gremlins will be smashing their shiny cameras and popping their expensive tires around the clock if we weren't here. Lower wards kids taking out drones by tossing shoes at them for fun. Is that why you see shoes hanging off of wires? No, I don't know why that happens. It's just a thing teens have always done for fun. Mystery solved. Fine. Maybe the cops and the Blue Bloods are all consummate professionals who never even bicker. But what kind of impartiality can I expect coming here to defend Nicaria? Well, you might get some ugly looks from those with less chivalry, but no one's gonna get in your way. We know how defense attorneys operate. We know damn well how you usually win. No one's gonna do anything that let you worm the hound out of his life sentence on a technicality. You sure you wouldn't prefer that? To have him back out in the streets, you can just take another shot at him? Oh, so flattery. That's how you flirt? What does that mean? Morgan, what it means is that she wants to get into your fucking pants. Holy shit, Morgan. You think we'd ever manage to gun down the hound of Icaria on the street? Shank him in a holding cell? Blue Bloods just took him alive just fine the other day, didn't they? Yeah. And look what happened to them afterwards. So you weren't tampered with the crime scene just because you want to make sure the state lobotomizes Sosuke for pentuple homicide. To quote a certain destroyer of worlds, I'm just passing through Grungler. Yeah. I mean, we also literally get paid money to do these kinds of jobs. We have a reputation to maintain. Rate us 5 stars when you're done looking around, Kay. I'll be sure to leave a glowing review. Okay, I was thinking this before, but I'm 100% sure her love for Emma has been twisting something to see her final blood splatter. God, it's, yeah, I agree. Z, it's so toxic Yuri. There's so much toxic Yuri here. So this is the main entrance. Front door looks about as heavy as I remember, but it's unlocked. What's that? How was this door found? Chopin and Rogers were the first officers to arrive on the scene, responded to the gunfire. Someone heard that. Good thing I cleaned up fast. Check the area, then enter through the front door. The door was definitely locked when I arrived, but I didn't lock it behind me when I left. I didn't have any keys. Admiring our handiwork, this is sinus installation. Who else would Blue Bloods trust to secure Blue Blood buildings? How does it lock? You never used a key before? I want to know how the lock functions. Does it lock behind you automatically? That's a good question. You looking to buy? Because I could set you up. It is a good question, Han. Why don't you answer it? Yeah, this model locks behind you by default. You need a key to get in if someone doesn't unlock it for you from the inside. Okay. Hi there, Sniper. Hello, it's so nice to see you. Hi. We have Toxic Yuri in this game. It's wonderful. How you doing there, Sniper? I hope you had a good day. I saw you in the VC earlier in Anna's server. Sorry we didn't get to chat much then. Okay, so it does seem that the door locks behind us by default. Maybe there's a setting they could have done or something they could have done to the door so it wouldn't lock behind them by default, but oh well. Hannah's trying so hard, Lamal. She is desperately trying to get into Morgan's pants, but I don't blame her because Morgan is, I mean, look at Morgan, look at her. A physical key? Physical keys can't be hacked or overridden by a police badge. Some people consider those useful features. Is that why the door's ajar? It looks like the lock's being destroyed. Doing okay, though I wasn't chatting much there myself. I'm biting the cow right now. Hells yeah, bite the cow. Yeah. I'm glad you're doing good, Sniper. It's nice to see you here, Anna. And I hope that this stream can be a little bit entertaining for you if you do happen to tune in. Was it found like this? Yeah, for as long as Arx has been up. Okay, so the door was found with its lock broken. That's important. Trey definitely had to unlock it to let me inside. I didn't think to see if it had locked behind me after I left. So we don't know for sure if it been locked or not. We do know the lock had like been functional. Like by the time we left, presumably, or at least by the time we had arrived. So, okay. That's good to know. It definitely wasn't locked when me and Reese arrived, which was around 10:20 p.m. Hang on, you and Reese, what, were you the second officers on the scene? That's right. We weren't far when the 1099 were sent out at 7:15. Okay. 1099 is officer down. Good to know. Long way from precinct 254, isn't it? We were in the area. Okay, whatever you say, London. Awkward. You want the tour then? Actually, I'd like to check out the alley first. You know the crime scene's on the 3rd floor, right? Yeah, but there's a window that opens up to the alley, doesn't it? I just prefer to start from the bottom and work my way up sometimes. Oh my gosh. Chat, I'm betting here right now Hannah's going to say to something from that because holy fuck, that sounds like a fucking innuendo. Sure, we can start there. Okay, that wasn't really it. No, Han, you should have picked it up. No. Just be careful where you step, if you like those boots at all. Okay. What do we have, chat? Well, we have a little news article. One problem with Blue Bloods and cops running security. I don't know who to blame for leaving their shit here. I'll give them the moral high ground to whichever part of society learns to pick after themselves first. Okay, bombing university ruled out in university fire. Okay. Okay, fire got accidentally ruled. Okay, it's been officially ruled as an accident and traced back to a cooling system failure. Okay, bombings have been recently reported sweeping eastwards across the nation. Dubbed by the Witch of the West. Okay. Hundreds of thousands of files related to all student debt, all of it non-recoverable. Ooh, destroying student debt? Okay. Federal agencies have been frustrated with the so-called witch. Formally calling for the director of investigations to testify as to the progress of vector of serial arsonist. Okay. I feel like I've been hearing stories about bombings out west for the past few months. But I didn't know they've all been attributed to one person. Or that they're now calling them the Witch of the West. Damn, did she give up? Maybe. How may have given up on trying to get into Morgan's pants? Unfortunate. There's no mention of victims, only data centers being targeted. But this clearly has a witch hitting someone where it hurts, and they've got the feds involved, right? What really stands out here is the federal investigations are getting involved. Most national security agencies are absorbed into the military police complex decades ago. That bureau survived, but it's a mere fraction of the size it used to be, and very different in its function. Their modern reputation is that of attack dogs, deployed by the Senate to make examples of political targets. I can't say I like them being out there for hunting for serial offenders. Yeah, because you're a serial offender. Okay, let's check the balcony really quickly. This fire escape would lead right up to the crime scene, assuming it doesn't come crashing down on you once you step onto it. It's missing the ladder that would connect it to the street level. You're violating fire code with this tetanus trap, Han? Oh, sorry, chat. Building inspector is not my department. Besides, who'd want to climb up into a burning building? Firefighters. You're funny, Bridges. Even a cop or firefighter wouldn't risk getting singed singed to save a lower ward's property from burning down. Ugh, that... Yeah, that's a little real. Fucking hell. Alright. An ad probably could make the jump up there. Ads are heavy. An android would have leapt onto that. The whole mess would probably come down on top of them. Okay, new piece of evidence. A fire escape. Yep, it's rusty and poorly maintained. It's missing the ladder. So one could only freely move back and forth between the third floor room and where the bodies were found, and the second floor beneath it. So that might still be important between the second and third floor there. Okay, let's see. Yeah, modders are heavy too. Hey. Looks like the only way into the building was through the front door then. Okay. Let's check out the trash here. It was much darker last night than it is now. I only took a quick peek. But even so, this is... Looks like it's been moved, huh? Yep, it's been moved to the left. Yes. Was the trash picked up last night, perhaps? Checking the model number of the side. Looks like the dumpsters of this side haven't been picked up by the city in a decade. I didn't realize there was DRM on trash cans. Hey, it's a heavy model. Tough to lift, even though the wheels weren't broken. Designed for containing industrial waste. How I ended up here in a residential district is... That isn't that hard to puzzle out, is it? It was cheaper for the Megs to dump their shit on us than it was to haul it to landfill. Is that why I can see markings on the ground here? From leaks? Aw, you really are a tourist, aren't ya? I've been to the lower wards before. But only at night, right? Rain's dirty down here, stains the ground whenever it falls. Acid rain? Like from the history books? Not quite that bad. Just some smog combined with the precipitation combined with the charms of the city to make dirty rain, like I said. Lower wards, spring water. There's a shot named after it. Tequila and pickle juice. Ugh. So is the dumpster empty? Let's see. Hey, grab a glove if you're gonna... Yeah, it's mostly empty, except for a bunch of scrap metal at the bottom. Explains why I can't get it to budge. Careful. If you get your toe trapped under there, don't look at me to help just because I'm modded. Are you saying you couldn't budge it either? I could if a girl was cheering me on. Oh my gosh, Had. Okay, London, thanks. Don't know what I was expecting to find, really. Now, just watch it so you don't... Let the lid slam. Sorry. Okay. Lid makes a very unpleasant sound as if uncovered by Detective London's thorough investigating. That might be important. That loud sound? Okay. It was moved recently. The dumpster's definitely involved somehow, even if we don't know. Oh, never mind. Yeah, no. Han still has... Han is still trying. She's still trying. So I think I've seen everything That's right. I was standing here last night when... Yeah, the kid saw you, Morgan. It was dark and foggy. The kid was too far off to make out my face. Weren't they? What is it, Tiger? Nothing. Just thought I saw someone out of the corner of my eye, that's all. Yeah? Around here, maybe it was an unlisted. What do you... Those are real? Keep it to themselves, obviously, but yeah, they're real. I've met some. They inform. Sometimes don't know what they've seen. Never come out in to testify, of course. You think they'd stand out dressing like that, but... If the camouflage didn't work, they wouldn't be unlisted, right? What do you mean they keep to themselves? Don't they work with any of the gangs down here? Sorry, have I gotten your hopes up or something? Trust me, you've got a better chance of winning the lottery than running into one. Right. Forget I asked. Unlisted. I assume unlisted is similar to stateless people in real life. Missing persons who are not tracked by any government database. So yeah, people that aren't known to exist. For much of the 21st century, it's mostly been undocumented immigrants. But then undocumented immigration has declined. And it's mostly small groups of seasonal workers. Yeah. I see. Okay. Well, there you go. Sniper, yeah. Oh, boy. We're having a great time here. All right, let's continue. You ready to go inside? I think so long as... No, I'm not with anyone else. It's just me here. Because she's shrill, princess. And delusional. You know that. I'm sure she'll catch up. Hat is... Oh my god. Hat is such a fucking heartbreaker. Fuck. Like heartbreaker. The fuck. Okay. God damn it. So you were saying this all used to be an apartment building? Somewhere in between that and a long stay motel, yeah. Blue Bloods didn't deviate far from that model when they took over. They call rooms like these vaults. Places to stash away a lover, witness, a debtor, when there's too much heat. You've gone through all these vaults, I take it. Cyanos helped us with that. Last night, yeah, bringing around master keys, clearing out every possible hiding space. Didn't find a red-handed killer hiding anywhere, did you? Sorry, but no. So this is the Blue Bloods fort then. Securing people, or forte then. Securing people, places, and things. You can think of it that way. Guess I always assumed gangs made their money for drugs. Well, the Blue Bloods do deal here and there, but narcotics has been a rich man's game ever since the CDCA rolled in. Right, that's the legislation that decriminalized most narcotics. All right. If you have the funds to ride the gray wave the way House Icaria does, you can make a killing. They've got the market quartered from black to gray to white to pure green profit. The Blue Bloods hate that they have to make do with all the scraps the Megs in the house don't bother producing en masse. Professional jealousy? How ugly. Why can't these underworld overlords just bury the hatchet, get together, and screw over the consumer like reasonable people do? They've tried, if you believe the rumors. About a year ago, there was some kind of meeting, an olive branch from the golds to the blues. Apparently, the Blue Bloods had a product that Icaria wanted to distribute. The Icaria sell legal drugs now, though. What kind of product could the Blue Bloods have that Icaria couldn't manufacture? Not sure. Maybe that's why it went down so south so fast. Blood was spilled in less than an hour. The Icaria aren't the type to keep negotiating after being spat on like that. And so, the Blue Bloods remain firmly planted in their lower wards niche. They might not like having to take the low end, but they're filling a gap in the market. That's every proper capitalist's calling, right? Besides, the workers certainly appreciate the protection down here. The workers hire Blue Bloods for protection, but all that stuff is legal, so long as they're licensed, isn't it? Legal, yes. Respectable, most would still say no. So, household name security Megs consider it too high risk to be seen in the company of workers. Okay. You've got worker, the shortened form for sex worker. Well, there you go. Good to know. Doesn't help that their average board member is easily pushing 60 years old. You aren't that far from pushing 60 yourself, are you? Matter of opinion. Besides, I'm a very modern, forward-thinking man. Did you finish those 50 rosaries already? Right. And the Icaria, they won't, compete in that market? No. People at Icaria's Heights might patronize a courtesan or two in the cloud districts, but they never lower themselves to work alongside one. Hypocrites. That much I understand perfectly. The hypocrisy is the appeal for them. The rules don't apply to me. You couldn't ask for a more pure expression of power. All right. All right, we're finally at the crime scene, everyone. I'm gonna save here just in case we get fucked over. Damn. Worse than I remember. Like a demon tore through the place. Seriously. What the hell happened here? That's what we all get paid to find out, right? Yeah. I've definitely got a head start on the rest of you, though. Shall we bring up the arcs? Sure, I'll patch you in. Allow me. Oh my gosh, Han. Get your hands out of your pants. Stop getting it all wet. Holy shit. If you're needed on the phone, Miss Han, please don't let me keep you here. Nonsense. I've got all the time in the world for you. Everyone's treating me like royalty today. Alright, chat. Let's take a look. Whew. Han is still trying to get into her pants. Wonderful. Alright, here's the augmented reality crime scene. Took the words right out of my mouth. Where shall we start? How about the tall, dark, mysterious in the middle here? That's your client. He was found standing over the Chopin's body by the arresting officer. Rogers, right? And then he knocked Sosuke out. Correct. So why is this artistic rendition of Sosuke and not a capture from Rogers' body cam? Well, it seems like at the time their body cam was off? Seriously? This arc's fun. Looking forward to it. I am too, because holy shit, this is getting complicated in ways I was not expecting. Hey, I had to him out myself. He was here with us. It's department policy to have all sensors green when responding to emergency. Did all this not qualify as an emergency then? Chopin and the Rogers were responding to shots fired. That's not uncommon in this part of town. For two inexperienced officers first on the scene, it might not have come to mind. At least Chopin could use the excuse, rest in peace. But apparently Rogers requests replacement body cams every week. What? Okay. If he's that big of a klutz, take away his gun, and once the city's done throwing him a parade, I'll, put in a request. Classic Popo? Yeah, classic police. Alright, who's next? Holy shit, chat. We've got a lot to look at. Okay, that is interesting. Who the hell are you really? Why are you lying dead right in the middle of my crime scene? That was Tariq Chopin, as you might guess, a patrol officer and the son of two loving fathers, who've strongly emphasized to the chief of police their desire to see justice done. Reyes wasn't exaggerating about how he died. Run through behind with a sword. So he would have been standing in front of the desk when he was impaled. And he collapsed to the floor face first, and then the sword got stuck in the ground. Bad luck for the attacker, I suppose. Girl, you were very careful to escape your presence from it. It's not yours. But Morgan's irrational. It's her crime scene. Let her have this. SMH. Yeah. Dr. Sato's noted in her report that the stab wound was, in her words, jostled. Pardon? Like the attacker tried to pull it out, but it was stuck, so they had to jiggle it around. Hey, it's probably what saved Rogers' life. Kept her client distracted and disarmed long enough to give Rogers time to rush in. So, the fact that Rogers didn't have the camera on, do you guys unironically... I mean, okay, the most obvious culprit to who killed the victim here, the fifth victim, would be Rogers. But that seems like way too easy to try to pin on. She basically negatively paints herself all over crime scenes. She does. Allegedly. Not where I left you, that's for sure. And according to Sosuke, the one thing he does recall after I pass baton to him is gripping his sword. You're not giving me much to work with. Fingerprints on the grip matches your client's right hand, by the way. Here I was getting my hopes up. And it definitely wasn't a suicide, because no one else's prints on the damn thing. No one else has any prints on it? God damn it, chat. Another murder weapon I had to wipe prints off before taking my leave. It was indulgent trying to take Trey's head off. It wasn't only indulgent either. I must have gotten Miller's blood on the blade's tip, but I dragged it across the floor. Yeah, okay. I ruled out suicide once I saw he was stabbed in the back. Thank you. There are papers scattered across underneath his body. Did I knock them off the desk at some point? You did. Maybe when the tall one hit the ground. Or maybe when I was swinging that bat down on Hang on. What kind of paper is this? I can't read a word. Really? You should get that looked at. My Vision's 2020. What am I looking at, Miss Site Manager? Those docs are internal business, ma'am. Nothing to worry your pretty little head over. How do you know if they're internal business if you can't read them? You've really never seen red ink before? Never heard of it. It's corporate information security protocol. Files as special flags trigger specific print commands if you try to make physical copies. Makes it use some kind of special ink. Try to take the photo of it and it comes out as a bright blur. Paper special too much heat, humidity, it becomes illegible. A corpse bleeding out on top of you, and that's a lot of heat and humidity. So these documents contain a lot of confidential data that the Blue Bloods wouldn't want getting out. What do they say in the movies? I can neither confirm nor deny that. And if I subpoenaed the data? Do your worst. We've got lawyers too. And unlike your client, they've got all the time in the world to stall. Shit, we're not gonna be able to get the actual information on it, will we? Nope. Besides, you and I both know exactly what the Hound's motive was. And it wasn't written in those pages, it's written all over his busted up face. Sure. But you won't mind if I copy down whatever I can anyway, right? I wouldn't have any legal reason to stop you, if that's what you're getting at. Alright, well, we've gotten the red ink here. So here's what we can find out. Page 221, required expansion for eminent domain, payments to support the construction of something, the re-election of Councilman Long, lower rewards, a vote on coming from 492. It's related to 492. Holy chat, how deep does this go? It goes all the way back to the fucking 492. Okay. Chat, I feel like we're out of our depth here. And I'm saying this is the person who killed 4 out of the 5 of these bodies. Let's check the window. Windows. Open to the fire escape in the alley below. There's this thin misting of blood across them. Got a good guess as to who that belongs to. This is where we found Creek, leader of the pod. As Han said, don't worry your little pretty head. Aw, I'm sorry, Z, but I'm gonna fucking worry about it. Ballistics tells us the shooter was standing in front of the desk, near where my client was found. Your words, not mine. Nasty slugs shot burst in his chest, blew blood out into the windows behind him. The open windows. Those windows were not open when we left, chat. Hell of a spread. Yes, it is. Did someone open these or... No, they were open when we secured the scene. So, they were open by the time the police came. So whoever did any of the rest of this must have opened the windows them. Any fingerprints? Plenty on the handles there from Creek and his pod. That's where the handles are? Something wrong? Okay. Opens the alley and fire escape. There's blood splatter across it. Yeah. And then there's the fingerprints. Makes sense. Yeah. Definitely. But how the hell could I explain why I know that? No, sorry, I guess I'm wondering about the keys around his neck and the arcs. Oh, well that was a master key. Could unlock any other door in the building. The other key, we eventually paired it to a small safe in the desk. Empty though. Suppose it's all irrelevant since he apparently died with the keys on his person. Yeah, it caught my eye too, to be honest, but not every detective's instinct pans out. Well, London, your instinct was right. You just couldn't get the pieces together. Well, they were open when Reyes and London appeared on the scene. They were, yeah. So who was this guy? Curious? Only professionally. I don't care what he was before I killed him. Criminal record dating far as back as it goes, sealed when he turned 18. What makes you so sure he had a juvenile record then? The more experience these guys get, the more time in between their arrests. Pattern I'm seeing, he was pretty damn experienced by the time he was of age. You trying to compliment him? I wasn't trying to insult him, Han. Anything you'd like to add? Nah, nothing I want to say in front of you two. If you want to say a few words, the detective and I could step. Only words I have are for his killer. I'll deliver them in person, or not at all. Fair enough. Do you have any idea why someone might want to hurt this Creek fellow? That's not funny. That dog you're defending. It's a fair question, Han. Give it a fair consideration. Besides the Icaria, the rest, or a city's finest? No. Creek was charismatic and driven. Plus, he made us a lot of money. No true blue would want him gone. The bloodthirsty Icaria soldier he was interrogating, however, probably wasn't a huge fan. What about the family? This is getting old fast. Younger brother's listed as his next of kin. Leave his brother out of this. Hell, leave me out of this. Rooting through a person like you're picking at zits. Okay, shit. Han knew Creek, that's for sure. Well, it seems like he's out of town anyways. Taking summer lessons at Hal Mariner U. And that's a good school. An expensive school. Younger brother has no listed occupation. Also no priors, no juvenile record. Tad, at his age, poor kid. Oh my god. Creek's younger brother. Creek was paying for all that. Wasn't he? No. Fuck. God damn it, Creek. God damn it, Creek. Pills that cost him an arm and a leg. Creek must be sending him. Detective. Did you just leak the confidential medical data of a non-suspect to a third party? Hey, you don't have to report it. How about I buy you an ice cream or something? Bribery, too. You're digging yourself pretty deep. Is it still bribery if I'm the government official? Well, Z, don't give me that :3. God damn it. Papers scattered all over his desk. Suppose I'm partially to blame. I didn't exactly memorize his setup before I started searching for the mask. What's this? Okay. A small note scrawled on a small piece of paper reading M. Icaria. Handwriting by and large matched for other documents penned by and initialized by Creek found at the same crime scene. Weird. Would you find a note? Well, I don't have the points to make your heart rate shoot up, so okay. Looks like Creek's handwriting from the other files I've seen. M. Icaria. Looks like M. Icaria. Icaria, actually. He's dead, London. I was going to let the spelling mistake slide. Right, sorry, but M? That's gotta be Makoto, right? You know Makoto? I know he's the Ikaria's heir apparent. From what I hear, he's approximately frightening for a young scion. He's really quite something. But always his name be on Creek's desk. He was Creek's real target the other day. Sosuke was some kind of consolidation prize. Bagging the Hound was the consolidation prize. These punks must have had their sights set high. Yeah, like no one taught them not to stare in the sun. Okay. You know what, I might as well scan this, why not? Blood loss from the neck, even I can tell that much. Stabbed with a bladed weapon right near the carotid artery. Very efficient. Not the kind of kill someone could make without prior experience. My client's a humble bodyguard. Oh, come on now. I know you have a job to do, but you'll shame him if you don't at least let him take credit for this one. Miller was no joke in a fight. To take him out with her one clean stab to the neck using his precious signature katana, the Hound must be itching to brag about it. I'll defer to the medical examiner on this matter. Thank you very much. What do you mean? Sato said the same thing. Katana to the neck, in not so many words. They think that the katana did this? What the fuck? Okay. Is Miller's blood even on the katana? Even if it was, why would a medical examiner assume the katana was used here when my knife is much better fit for... My knife. Where is it? Where? I gave Sosuke the knife before I left. It should have been found on him when he was arrested. It should be somewhere in the arcs. Oh my god. Where's your knife work? Oh god. Chat, this is really scary. You looking for something, Tiger? If they haven't found the knife and I ask about it anyway, that'd mean admitting that I know it's missing. If I tell them Sosuke mentioned a knife only that only the killer would know about, I'd be ruining my case before we even enter the courtroom. Or worse, point to the police in the direction of the knife's true origin. No, was anything found on my client's person when he was arrested? Besides a gun, a sword, and a bunch of blood that did and didn't belong to him? No. Not even lint in his pockets. Why do you ask? No reason. Sometimes you gotta shake the tree to see what falls out. Or so they say. Oh, you were blindly guessing. I've been there. Okay, London, you don't need to, like, you know, shove our face into it. Something must have happened to that knife. It couldn't have just disappeared, not from a crime scene locked down like this. I'll need to find it. But I can't go looking for it. Is this what it feels like to play with a handicap? Yeah. Okay. Let's examine. Creek's fine wood desk. He seemed particular about it. Maybe no small part because it had a priceless no mask hidden inside of it, but... I assume you've been through this datapad here? Front to back, but we didn't find anything we didn't already know. Seems like Creek was smart enough to use it for payments and nothing else. Okay. Another piece of evidence. Yep, it's a data pad. Hold on, where's the black card? This is for processing it. This is where the black card was in. Couldn't avoid touching it. Had to at least pretend the dark card would work. Okay, the dark card is still stuck firmly into the attached card reader. I see. Okay, it's fine. How do you manage that? Even gangsters need spreadsheets. Hence, the paperwork you see scattered about. They really did everything by hand? PPP is what they call it over in organized crime. Paper and pencil protocol. Helps keeps the orcas keep their books, well, off the books. It's smart to do things by paper. There are some advantages to it. One of them being that it's harder to track your fucking shit. Or at least in a format that's easier to destroy, should push come to shove. Did you run checks on this credit card that's jammed in here? I like how Morgan purposely is lying here because she knows it's a black card. She's instead saying it's a credit card. Not surprised you don't recognize it. That there is a dark card. Wow, tell me more. Wow, tell me more. It's an untraceable wallet in the palm of your hand. I would hope any wallet could fit in the palm of your hand, detective. But you really can't find the owner? Can't find trace of any of its transactions? Most we can tell from the data is registered to calls to dark card networks around 9:40 p.m., but it timed out. What does that mean? The transfer didn't go through. Either someone got cold feet or they forgot their password. Happens to the best of us. Alright, we got the dark card. Yep, without the fingerprint and the 24-digit code, it is useless. Forensics show that all fingerprints have been wiped off at some point. The only reason I had to take my gloves off in the first place was because of this stupid, useless piece of plastic. Yeah. Having to take off her gloves definitely made things harder for her. By the way, why is this cloth being flagged? Not sure. Forensics couldn't find any blood on it. Who flagged it? Lady Rockford herself. Okay. Could be that she fat-thumbed it. Yeah, I'm sure it's nothing. Rockford, the prosecution, though got her through the door, it did. It did. That cloth, chat. Alright, let's see this. The big one. He made a strange face when I shot him, and a loud slam when he hit the floor. This one, real long trap sheet. With a short ending, box shot to the torso, died instantly. Flex run his mods, put his time of death at 9:44 p.m. Killed by his own weapon. Comes up a bit short of poetic justice, but it doesn't look like he was in any kind of struggle for it beforehand. But how did someone manage to get it off his hands? It wasn't a great feat, I assure you. Text identified it as a double-barreled Mag US and... Hey, how'd you know the gun was his? Morgan, you gotta be on the fucking... Morgan, stay in the fucking ball, okay? Oh yeah, Emma definitely did something by accident. Yeah, she totally did that by accident. She totally busted into evidence by accident. He's still wearing the holster and the arcs. Was I mistaken? No. About a week ago, tanks here were stopped and frisked by a patrol unit. They found this here gun on him. They found that this gun on him, and they just handed it back to him. He bought and paid for it above board. So this gun isn't jailbroken? You have tag data from the murders? No, we don't. Strange. According to the text, the gun is jailbroken. What happened between last week and last night that he'd get the tag stripped off? Okay, that's weird, chat. Yeah, horribly gaudy, but I got the job done. Last I saw it, I left it in Sasuke's waistband. Yeah. The slugs fire detonate after penetrating their target, increasing lethality, and the gun leaves no digital traces. Okay. Something that made him think that this piece would see action soon. Yeah, apparently. So, before he had just had like the gun doing whatever, but then he modified it because he expected to use it. That could explain some things. Alright, let's see here. This screen, I turned it off to distract tanks long enough to grab his gun. I remember choosing not to turn it back off. Interesting setup. Powerful setup. Was blaring when we arrived. Okay, so the TV was still blaring. That's important to know. The sound system, I mean. One of the CS techs is a real audiophile. Said it broke her heart how loud they must have been blared the speakers all the time. Wears it out, she said. Okay. So, the sound system was playing loudly. Yeah. Okay. I wouldn't count on orcas to value the longevity of their tech purchases. If it was stripped after he had frisked, it could have been for the Noah mask handoff. It could have, yeah. It probably is related to the Noah mask. We don't even know really what the Noah mask is for. I keep saying Noah mask. It's like no mask. Alright, let's check out the door. Through this story is where they were keeping Sosuke and where I let him off at the leash. I'll leave that for after I finish up in here. Okay, apparently we're missing something, chat. I thought I had everything here, but if I'm missing... It is possible that I'm missing something here. There it is. Right, the last body. Well, they explained it, didn't it? Wear it and crash every single ad and camera that looks your way. True. Yeah, they did. Alright, let's see here. I'd advise you to brace yourself before opening the autopsy photos for this one, counselor. Yes, this is sufficiently obfuscated. A lot to take in. The skull was crushed? Yes, but the cause of death was blood loss from laceration across the neck. He hit the floor and bled out in seconds. Everything else you're seeing here is post-mortem overkill. Not the word I'd use for this kind of shit. Oh, calm down. I didn't do it for the fun of it. In this specific instance, which implies she has before. Okay, Morgan. This victim had modded eyes. Seems like to me, someone just didn't want to take any chances. Bullshit. No one in the lower wards would get optic mods of recording functionality. You wouldn't be welcome anywhere. You gotta claim the Hound of Icaria didn't know something that fundamental? Nah, he bashed his brains in for the fun of it. I'm sure a law-abiding citizen like yourself. We're all scum of the earth we deserve. I'm pretty scummy myself, Han. Defense attorney, remember? Who the hell deserves shit like this? Aw, Han. Deserves. What does that have to do with anything? I take it this bat is what did the deed. Matches the splinters found inside his wounds, if you had any doubts. There's nothing here about Sosuke's fingerprints. You think we'd get anything but partials off that? It's practically splinters. Makes sense. I was the one who actually swung it down, and I was wearing gloves by then. Whoever did this, they were damn enthusiastic. You know how hard they'd have to swing to crush a skull to break the bat itself? I can't imagine. Morgan can. Alright, let's look at the broken bat here. Yep, cheap wooden bat, splintered. It was barring Sosuke from exiting the other room before I used to destroy Trey's eyes. But no one else knows that I have no way of informing them. What a pain. Okay. So we can't even use the bat as evidence to exonerate our client from murdering this person. There's some faint blood that's being smeared here. Did this belong to the victim? And Sosuke. I wonder if the bodies hadn't gotten moved around for some reason, but your client's legs and feet were soaked in others' blood when he was arrested. And he would have had to sneak up on Chopin in order to stab him in the back. You think he slid his feet across the ground to avoid making noise? Now imagine Morgan did that cartoon down swings with it where the legs are off the ground. Oh my gosh. Holy shit. Oh no, now I'm thinking that too. Did he say otherwise? I'll let you keep guessing on that one. So let me quickly double check something, chat. Okay, everything's good. All right, okay. Looks like that's everything in here. Well, I don't envy either one of your workloads. It's a mess in here. It's a lot of blood, that's for sure. I'm impressed you haven't gotten nauseous, miss. I'd be right at home here if you all weren't poking around with your noses. Shoot, I just remembered. I know I'll never hear the end of it if I don't check in with my partner after saying I would. You too good to keep going while I step out and make a call? A call? Is your partner your mom? And is your mom blind? Send a text. Thank you for your understanding. Maybe he was the one with the weak stomach. You sure to let me know if you're feeling faint? I can keep going. We're nearly finished anyway. I'd stick to ARCs if I were you. Nothing behind that door is better seen in person. You've been such a gracious host up to this point, Miss Han. Why are the cold feet now? It's ugly in there. Uglier than this? Different kind of ugly, then. It's all in the eye of the beholder. It really is. Alright, chat, let's see what's in here. I warned you. Don't worry. I can stomach it just fine. So long as I can understand it. Why did the Creek's pod torture my client? I don't know that they did. Sosuke told me they electrocuted him, Han. They probably just grounded him. Low-grade currents applied every few minutes stops most mods from rebooting. So no SOS pings, no adrenaline bursts pulled out of his ass. And the pliers, the hammers, and syringes, what purpose did they serve? They could have just killed Sosuke when they failed to nab Makoto. Instead, they dragged him down here. Why? Did he try to get info on Makoto's itinerary to get enough intel to make another run at him? If there are any answers for me in here, I'll need a grout scraper to find them. Alright, chat. Let's see if we can find. It's water. Cold enough that condensation's on the outside of the bucket. Is that water for the sponge baths? Just a simple way to keep a guest from dozing off. Temperature shock makes caffeine look like a sleep aid. This coming after you claim you didn't know if Sosuke was tortured? Yeah, Han, come on, be honest with me. You know what the other bucket's for then? I know you said a weak sense of smell, but do you really need a hint here? Ah. But then this last bucket here is... What is that? Trash? Cloth and rope. Bindings. Or bandages. See, they were nursing him back to health. Han, come on. I'll run your theory past Sosuke the next chance I get. This must be what's left of what they were keeping Sosuke tied up with. Yep, makes sense. And yep, we saw them and Sosuke cut this up himself. They would have had to use something, yeah. This door doesn't even lock. Not after I removed the bat, barring it from the outside. That's true, people don't know that. So he was brought here, tied up, questioned, and then he breaks out, bursts into the next room, cuts two of his captors, blows the other two away. That's what you think happened? That's what it looks like. And then what? Chopin runs in, turns his back on a violent criminal. Oh, hi there, Moose. Welcome in. Hello. I hope you're doing well. We're playing through some more of the devil. Welcome in. Hi. Don't strain yourself trying to make it sound improbable. Cops are dumb. If the Hound crouched in a corner, he'd have his chance soon enough. Hell, he probably just played dead. Walking into a scene out there, you think some patrol officer would go around checking pulses? Why would my client go through all that trouble to get a jump on an officer? Why not just run away? Hell, why not just ask him for medical treatment? Because he was standing in the middle of the 4 men he just killed? Ugh. I know that Sosuke had no logical reason to attack Chopin, but so what? Yuri's happening, or attempted Yuri? Yeah, Han has kept trying to get into Morgan's pants this entire time. This is Han, by the way. Crouching Tiger, hidden Sosuke, apparently. Even Sosuke himself says he would have been acting on instinct. Would instinct tell him that Chopin was in between him and his escape? Yeah, maybe. Who knows? Okay, let's check out these syringes. Hypodermic needles, probably not packing anything healthy. Sosuke better hope that they were at least sanitized. I'm not sure Sarah can treat an infection with gauze and rubbing alcohol alone. But those needles there... The design of these needles seem a little odd. Well, someone will tell you sooner or later, so... They're projectiles. Load them into a gun and fire away. Okay. So that does line up with Sosuke's testimony. Yeah, projectile hypodermic needles. Commonly marketed as truth serums for some of them. Okay. Does Sinus Security have any peacekeeping tools they'd like to disclose as having recently gone missing? You're cursing up the wrong pipe. Creek could find tools all on his own. We're not that kind of operation. An operation where the right-hand man doesn't know where the left is doing. More like the right hand's just being washed. So if you have to handle some garbage. Sinus is that legitimate? Why aren't all the blue bloods just working legal jobs then? Not enough positions available. You gotta earn like hell to be considered for a job on this side of the fence. Creek and his pod weren't bringing in that kind of money, huh? They liked Creek's pod where it was. Who's they? Upper management. The mask is a death sentence crafted specifically for one special customer. I'm just the one with the honor hanging on to it until... Flashback to Creek there. Okay. And did upper management like Creek? I'm just a humble site manager, miss. I wouldn't know. Sure. So, do all these needles contain anesthetics? No. There's also stimulants and barbitocene. Okay, that's another term. Right. A hypnotic sleep aid for military personnel. So, and right, has never been shown to function as such in controlled settings. So it's not really actually a true serum. Okay, so it just makes someone like really sleepy and, you know, hard. It makes it hard for them to concentrate. I see. Like that truth serum. You can get sued for selling it as such. It makes you talk. It doesn't make you say the truth. So they wanted Sosuke talking, but what did they ask him? If your client can't remember or isn't willing to recall, there's really no one else alive who would know, yeah? Eep. Yeah, very much EP pills or EP syringes. Okay. Let's look at this. Has all this blood been tested, Miss Han? Enough of it has, besides Sosuke's. Who else would it belong to? That's a bit lazy, but it's not as if there's more here than the last time I visited. Sosuke really did lose a lot of blood. By the time he stumbled out of here, a stiff breeze should have been enough to knock him over. Is he really such a badass he still managed to take out a police officer before he'd even notice? It's not as if I feel nothing looking at someone else's handiwork. The product of their violence. This feels like artificial sweetener. No complaints for that first instant. Then the aftertaste comes. Empty calories. I'll just be hungrier again later. Faster. Best to say, stay disciplined. I'm getting a headache, and it's not from anything sensory. I should know more about this crime scene than anyone, so why can't I piece it together? If I can't piece it together, the cops will never trace any of this back to me, right? So why do I feel so ill at ease? Okay, thanks for your patience, ladies. Did I miss anything? Nah. Oh. Would you have felt better if you had? I'm gonna go head out now, actually. I've got a long day tomorrow. You're going back to by yourself then? You sure? I can get you right out of the neighborhood. I'm sure Miss Han here has already made sure that we'll both get out of here without any trouble. It is her company's lack of area of expertise, isn't it? Of course. Well, at least let me walk you out. Sure, why not? Safe travels. Wonder what Han thinks about Morgan, because she was initially like flirting with Morgan a shit ton, and now, well, we'll see. So, detective, is there something you didn't want to talk about in front of the professionals at Sinus Security? Thanks for picking up on that. Rays will be upset if you never checked in. Yeah, right after this I will. This room, are we directly underneath the crime scene? Yep, same fire escape right there. Same type of window too. Has this room been scanned with arcs? Yeah, but no one found anything noteworthy. Except for Sinus being sloppy. So what were you actually doing when you left Han and I back there? Something Han said earlier about how there was no true blue would wish harm on Creek. Her phrasing stood out to me. Because it implies the existence of false blue bloods. Because it reminded me of one of the first things I learned in this city. There are no monoliths. Megs, Orcas, City Hall, there's always factions. And among the Blue Bloods, the party lines are especially visible. So I made a call, not to raise, and confirm some things. And I figure I owe you a little hint or two, considering the tone of the last message I delivered. That message warned me not to broaden the scope of my investigation. Getting hints from you might be self-defeating. Not these hints, trust me. So what faction did our pal Creek belong to? The Young Bloods, opposite of the compass from the Old Guards, the conservative blue blood leadership. All of them older than 70, some of them pushing higher than 90. Han said the Creek was too useful for anyone want dead, but my sources don't agree. Creek talked, said things out loud that others only whispered. Ambitious, charismatic, up-and-coming, and young. Can easily see him as being very unpopular for all the wrong people in the Old Guard. That's interesting info, detective, but it isn't exactly for this case in his head. I already know who killed Creek, and the police already have decided Sosuke. Learning that he had some occupational hazards is hardly gonna convince a jury otherwise. My client's the one standing accused, and everyone already knows why the Blue Bloods and Icarias would want to kill each other. Do you? They're rival gangs. They hate each other. Do you know why? It's for the same reason why all the Blue Blood leadership is ancient, while all their muscles made up of orphans and delinquents. 30 years ago, the Icaria betrayed their peace with the Blue Bloods, started killing them. They didn't stop for days. By the end of it, every single member of the leading Blue Blood families under the age of 40 was dead. Holy shit, okay. What the fuck? Well, I can see why their kids would grow up to hate the Icaria, yeah. You're not getting it, Tiger. Their kids didn't grow up at all. If that's the case, how are the Blue Bloods still around? For one thing, the Icaria had bigger fish to fry. This was right before the Red Decade. They spent every single second of the next 10 years positioning themselves to come out at the other end as nobility. Second, what remained of the Blue Bloods found a new niche to fill. Taking in delinquents furious at the country, driven off a cliff by adults before they could even get a chance to vote. Blue Bloods swallowed their ranks to new heights by looking out for the little guys during those years. Damn. In exchange for favors down the line, of course. Lastly, and most importantly, they survived because they still had hope. You serious? Holy shit, chat. Okay. So that bloodied word... Oh, sorry. Let me sorry, chat. Yeah, my thing is being weird with Twitch. So that bloody blood in the Kitsuragi bar was child blood, and holy shit. Yeah. Hope for what? Hope the Ikaria had missed one, that they fled the country. Hope that that promised heir would grow strong and return one day, a triumphant little lord with overwhelming riches and overwhelming power. It sounds like fairy tale. Those endure for a reason. Well, now you know. A warning to watch where you step isn't exactly worth much when you're fumbling around in the dark. Fairy tales and warnings. What's up? Oh. Okay. These are some interesting questions. Let's go for Red Hood. Hey, you ever pay attention to any of the graffiti down here? Scrawlings about Lobo and Cyberpunk and HBK increasingly. I haven't seen that myself. I was gonna say Red Hood. Why are you asking? You feel a chill down your spine? Bah. Except for say HBK. That's all in old news. Ghost stories and campfire tales. Are there a lot of campsites around here? Lots of places to start fires at the very least. But Red Hood hasn't been heard in who knows how long. It's one of the oldest. Rough story. It's based off of a real event? Nothing worth recounting. I'll take your word for it. Alright, let's talk about the Huntsman here. Hey, did you or your pals in OC ever hear of some kind of blue blood hunter? Like a bounty hunter? Or huntsman, maybe? Where'd you hear that? Sosuke thinks he might have overheard talk of something like that while he's in captivity. Does it mean anything? Nope. London definitely knows what huntsman means here. Detective? I don't like the hesitation there, detective. Just an urban legend. I would have said the same thing about the unlisted before this afternoon, and yet... Fair enough. If you see a huntsman and live to tell the tale, buy you as many lotto tickets as you want. What's got into you that you're feeling all superstitious? Guilty conscience? You mean about working with the mafia? A psychologist would call that projecting. Ouch. Too far? Nah. Didn't feel a thing. I don't know why I asked, really. Guess I've just had the odd feeling all day. Like deja vu? You've been here before? No. I hate that feeling. It's whatever the opposite of that would be. The unnerving certainty that you're in uncharted waters. Scary stuff. I love London after episode 2. London is getting a lot of characterization here. Like, he seems really cool and sick. Guy clearly knows what he's talking about in some ways. While also being pretty down to earth. Ikaria, Blue Blood, Megs, Orcas. Dirty cops and criminal informants. Lines drawn back and forth across the battlefield like a spider suspension bridge. Dizzying in its complexity, frail along any given strand. But one wrong move, and you're completely ensnared. He's not grain for nothing? Very true. Priorities. The Ikaria don't care about who tore through Creek's gang. They'd prefer Sosuke didn't spend life in prison for killing a cop. The Blue Bloods want to tear Sosuke's throat out. But if Han's taken at her word, they're settling for 5 counts of murder. Can I take Han at her word? Is she a young blood like Creek, or is she with the old guard? Could I have asked London that? If I had, could I have trusted his answer? Because it turns out that Kwasmin London is much, much harder to read than I anticipated. Yeah, London is not an easy person to read. Guy's got some experience. And I can't even trust my client to act in his own self-interest. The man's a bodyguard by trade and a zealot for his house. The trial starts tomorrow. Do I still need more information? Is there even time to find it? No, what I need right now is a nightcap. If I can't sleep, then I know I'm in trouble. Until then, guess sleep will have to wait. It's unlocked. Okay. Pardon me for dropping in such a late hour, Counselor Morgan. Standing there in my doorway, she cut through the light like a blade of spilt ink. but twice as sharp and not nearly as familiar. It's outside of normal consultation hours, miss. She purses her lips. Like lily petals shine away from the moonlight. What's a smirk by any other name? Please call me Mire. Any last name, Mire? The question floats in the air like a curling cigarette smoke. Gay? So gay? Yeah. I could tell she was used to the smell. Oh my gosh, are we doing some fucking noir fucking shit? We are. I'll leave that up to your imagination. Self-assured and unapologetic, the unspoken family name, loud as signature. Written in blood. You're from House Icaria. Oh my, look at her. Okay. Might I step inside? She blinks. Her head turns a millimeter. A forked tongue testing the temperature of the air. Noirgay? Why is it the fourth one that gets... I don't know why Noirgay got fucking... got tagged there, but you're good. I'm letting that one through. She wasn't asking for permission. Just you. What about your friends in the hallway? She raises an eyebrow but keeps staring at the floor. She's surprised at my perception of the unseen frat, but not quite impressed. I don't think they need to join us, do you? She was the kind of woman to make you remember. Smoking could kill. Oh my god. Okay. Alright. Hi there, Mire. Icaria? Question mark. Okay. Let's see. How can I help? How can I be of service, Mire? You're already being quite accommodating, both to me and to my family's interests. I came here tonight to be of service to you. I understand you're somewhat new to this underworld of ours. I'm grateful for the offer, Mire, but inexperienced as I am, I've gathered that a House Icaria doesn't come into its fortune by being generous. Would you like to know how House Icaria did come into its fortune? I know you operated a lending corporation with a significantly diversified portfolio. Yes, the good old IFG, the public face of the Icaria criminal enterprise, clean shaven as it's become. And I know you founded a pharmaceutical company and profited immensely when it went public. Before that, I know your family became nobility during the years of civil unrest. No doubt by being well positioned when the time came to re-privatize our nation's industries. Yes, and before that, I know you slaughtered blue bloods 30 years ago. Very good, Counselor Morgan. You've acclimated to our waters remarkably fast. What I don't know is why Makoto Icaria has been the target of multiple kidnapping attempts over the past year. You can't fathom a guess as to why the Blue Bloods might want to ransom the family's heir? That's the only guess I can make. It strikes me as shallow. Nothing more dangerous than the waters you don't know the depths of. As you said, 30 years ago, the Icaria cartel, an unrecognizable band of brutes and drug smugglers, compared to today, massacred the respectable Blue Bloods and left their geriatric leadership to die on the vine. But we thrust the knife much deeper than that. You went after their heirs and their entire future. Are you familiar with the genetic factor authentication? Using DNA as a password. Blood, specifically, easier than memorizing a string of 3 billion characters long. But GFA's fallen out of favor, hasn't it? Yeah, okay. Okay, can only be done in person. Is considered cryptographically secure. Yeah, is long being unadopted throughout the business world. But it's still offered sometimes. Yeah. Well, okay. The Blue Bloods made ample use of it back then. A bad bet. They already had all their offshore accounts, business titles, property deeds. The Blue Bloods thought they had already won, that they were establishing a dynasty. So as they made their political marriages, they bound their alliances and fortunes in literal blood. GFA was both a financial and symbolic laundering of the Blue Bloods' past. Their children, now married, clean-cut, and perfectly respectable, would prosper alongside the wealth no longer tainted by ill-gotten gains. Oh, fuck. So that GFA registry became Icaria's checklist. We went through and crossed out anyone that could have accessed those funds. Now all of it sits untouchable overseas in encrypted digital warehouses and some of the oldest and most austere banks in the world. Holy fuck, okay. Collecting interest that will never be claimed. Does that answer your question as to why they target Makoto? No, and you know it doesn't. Because if they thought they could lock you out of your coffers by killing Makoto, they wouldn't be trying to take him alive. You're paying attention. I like that. We don't use GFA. Makoto is the heir to the House of Icaria, to the Icaria Financial Group. He'd never be tied to our legitimate banking information. Why not? What if he wants to buy a lollipop? A lollipop would be provided for him. The family's black market proceeds and its white market holdings must never mix. You divided your house right down the middle. Pardon the expression, but how can you stand? Atop the backs of many. And you take all this division that seriously? Deadly seriously. That is our family's rule, dating back centuries. Either you serve the house or you serve its interests, never both. So you're assigned either to the criminal organization or what's registered as the IFG, or to manage the family's legitimate business holdings, like Renogen. But that means you are nearly as much of an outsider to the Icaria Financial Group as you are. Nearly is doing a lot of work there. Who do you answer to then? Who controls Icaria's legitimate empire? Until Makoto marries his mother. And I take it Makoto isn't solely responsible for the house's affairs at his age. Makoto wields a great deal of authority as the heir, but yes, the house is led by his father Raphael, more directly by his grandfather. Our patriarch, Daisuke Icaria. Oh, we saw him earlier, chat. Okay. We now know who that was. I see. But that puts me back where I started. The Blue Bloods want to hold Makoto hostage to gain leverage on the likes of Daisuke. How can I put this? Had things gone even slightly differently 30 years ago, the Blue Bloods would be the ones shaking hands with politicians, marrying ambassadors, and sitting in boardrooms. Some of them believe it can still be so if the right match were made. Okay. They want to marry into House Icaria? But Makoto's and all the real Bloods are older than... They'd find an age-appropriate adoption, if you're missing the point. They need Makoto alive and well to negotiate that kind of reversal fortune. Holy shit, they were trying to capture Makoto to, like, get a marriage? So they've been trying to capture him for the past year. But every Blue Blood I've met today seems to care a lot more about getting revenge for the dead men than kidnapping a preteen. How many of them do you think Sosuke's cut down the last year he spent repelling their attempts? Oh. Is that a source of internal conflict? If the old guards are throwing young bloods into the Icaria's shredder en masse, trying to capture Makoto just to elevate themselves. Okay, that's good to know. I suppose that might all total up to enough motivation for them to torture Sosuke. Yeah. I had heard Sosuke was wounded. No one informed me that he was tortured. You know him, I take it. As you gathered, Sosuke deals in matters unrelated to my side of the family. But he is still family. Speaking of my side, I have duty as a representative of my wing of the house to stress that we do not want this trial to be prolonged. So the bean counters don't care for the extra attention. That makes sense. Do you care about the outcome? A win is always preferable, but not a necessity. Makoto Icaria has hired me to prove Sosuke's innocence. If he's the one signing the checks, Did he say why he hired you? He hired you for 2 reasons. Reason 1, his options are limited. More limited than he suggested, no doubt, to keep a strong front. It's definitely true. Makoto definitely was fucking lying about how great he was. The entire house is currently being audited by the state. Okay, never mind. What the fuck? Our usual legion of lawyers and accountants are already billing hours as fast as they can, so he wouldn't have his pick of the litter. So one half of the family can't talk about business at the dinner table with the other half, but you share a pool of lawyers? Lawyers can be trusted to be discreet, can they not? Yeah. We can only read between the lines. Then you'll understand reason number 2. Whatever lawyer he did find through Ikaria's usual connections would, like me, do whatever's best for the house as a whole. And not what's best for Sosuke. So the house just wants our client to just be charged and done with. They don't care. They want to just cut him off. But Sosuke wants to keep him around. God damn it, chat. Ugh. I'll make an amendment. 3 reasons. Makoto knew that if he didn't assign him any lawyer, Sosuke would have stayed silent as the state dragged him off to be changed, rather than inconvenience the house any further. Well, yeah. I've known Sosuke for less than a day, and even I can tell he's never seen a cross he wouldn't jump at the opportunity to bear. That explains why Makoto would hire someone without any connections to the Ikaria. You slow rolling another addendum that'll clear up why on earth my name came across his desk? Later with crayons and timetables, I'm sure, as it was. I hope I've been able to elucidate matters for you, Counselor Morgan. Massively subtle way to say we're done talking. Thanks there, Mirai. Now, I might ask you a small favor in return. Pass this message on to Sosuke. If you see a way out, take it. Do you understand what you're asking him to do? Even if Sosuke took the plea bargain, even if I were somehow to get other charges reduced to manslaughter, self-defense, the state thinks he killed a cop. The message is for Sosuke, not for you. Your interpretation of it is irrelevant. End of conversation. As she reaches the exit, she turns back and looks at me, lingering in the doorway like the warm buzz of a strong, dark cocktail. But your assessment is correct. If this were just 4 dead blue bloods, our dim little underworld could bounce out the ledger unassisted. If that cop hadn't shown up last night. Do you know something about the late Officer Chopin? Sitting in mourning after the death of the city councilman's beloved adoptive son in the line of duty. All I know is that his funeral dirge will make those 4 boys' death sound like a disinterested sigh. By the way, I must admit you have a lovely apartment, Counselor. Changing subjects as suddenly as a bullet train hopping its tracks. Quite spacious for a defense attorney. Yeah, place wouldn't sell after the tram route got diverted. I negotiated down the rent and then installed all the soundproofing myself. Can't open the windows without being treated to the sounds of the city then. There's always a cost. That's one mystery solved then, isn't it? Enjoy the rest of your quiet evening, Counselor. The door glides to a close behind her, easy as a question left unasked. I'm left here hanging on to the single-held breath of stillness, listening as if the defeated thud of her honor's guard implied violence stops down the hallway behind her. Okay. I was still leaned back in my chair, staring holes into the ceiling, long after the scent of her expensive tobacco had faded into the null. Savoring it while it lasted beyond me at the moment, my attention's elsewhere. This case is knotted and twisted like a gnarled oak, just when I think I found my rhythm. The blade runs dull. Carving is an exercise in patience and vision. You just start with a clear picture of what you want. Morgan is mega gay. She is so fucking gay. Holy shit. And I find it funny because Morgan, I'm pretty sure, is like Morgan is like, I am not interested in relationships or women. And then, like, in reality, Morgan is fucking gay as fuck. She just doesn't want to know it yet. I want some answers. But for now, I'll sleep. Tomorrow in court, I'll just have to keep whittling away at the wood until I fashion something halfway usable. And well, if that doesn't work, I'll use a fucking chainsaw. Okay. Alright, chat. I'm going to continue here up until... It's getting up on time. I mean, can probably keep going for maybe another 40 minutes, and then I'll probably end off the stream. So, we've got a bit more time until then, though. So, stick in there. She doesn't know it because her interest seems to manifest is blowing holes in people. True. Hey, cool kid. Yes, you. Trying to look all stoic, staring out the window. A little late to try and look detached after that thing you pulled yesterday. Ooh, red text. Okay. So was it a joke making that announcement in front of the class? You trying to start a detective club or something? What mysteries? Disappearing cleaning supplies? Books not getting returned to the library? Got it. This is probably a flashback to her past, eh? Sounds lame. Well, not like that's your fault. Everything's lame. Good luck finding members. Everyone's going around here already knows what they're going to do after school. And tomorrow and next year. They're all staring down the barrel of a lucrative career in telling other companies how to provide web services or whatever the hell this school's supposed to train us for. Okay, yeah. A lawyer? If you say so, cool kid. The Megs will probably have you robots doing that by the time you graduate, but for sure. Law school's supposed to be hard to get into. You'll need a record that doesn't suck. Getting the club you started shut down because you couldn't get anyone to join probably won't help. Wow, so confident. You really are a cool kid. Wow, okay, that was a long night for her. Morgan, please, this is... Hold still and relax. This will be over soon. I thought you were joking about the makeup. So, Skay, we need you to look good in front of the jury. Fucking man up and take the foundation. Of course I wasn't joking. A face like yours is invaluable in the courtroom. And you think covering me in concealer and blush and applying eyeliner will help me appeal to what demographic exactly? You know the names of all this stuff? Hold on a second, chat. Hold on. I'm a modern man. I know the names of many things, including makeup. Is that your eyebrow gel? Yes? It's cakey. Do you want to do the rest? I think some of the jury might find that his wounds make him look rugged. And furthermore, from an aesthetic perspective, leaving some of his buttons undone will... Excuse me? You're clearly a very devoted martial artist, Sosuke. You should be proud to display your well-defined collarbones as a fruit of your endeavors. Just hold still. Appearances matter in the courtroom. 95% of defendants who are seen in prison garb at trial, in prison garb, are at trial found guilty. I don't doubt your tactics work, Morgan. My tactics include getting your suit pressed. Do you want me to wrinkle it back up? I just find them unpalatable. Trying to get the jury, the civilians to pity me is shameful. You're worried about honor? Really? You're already a cybernetic ninja, Sosuke. Don't be a stereotype. Don't call other people stereotypes. He's right, Adonai. And he's more than a cybernetic samurai since he's sworn himself to a wealthy land-owning normal. I'm confused. Sosuke, is it honorable how your family makes their money? Made their money? I'm not talking about morality. I'm talking about having principles. And yes, they're subjective. And yes, they can be hypercritical. But the further you stray from the common path, the more you need them. I mean, what about her? What would Sarah like if she didn't have tenants to guide her programming? Well, Sosuke, she would be like she is right now. Because she doesn't have any. Whoops. I can only imagine. But some people, believe it or not, enjoy their freedoms. Adrift in the middle of the ocean, you're free to go in whatever direction you want. Without a compass, you'll just die of exposure. Best person to choose for that example? Yep. If you only ever follow exactly what the compass says, you'll sail up north until you freeze to death. The point is, if you have a compass, you know which direction north is. Fortunate for us all, then, that the state is a 1,000,000 megawatt North Star pointed towards complacency at all times. And the media is like the wind, and without wind, you'll get stuck in the tide. It was a nice try, Sarah. Sarah, you did great. Sarah, you did great. That was a good try. You're gonna knock it out of the park next time, Sarah. I believe. Ah, forget it. Do whatever you want with your brushes, woman. And you're panning again? Great. Sarah, just keep him talking. What? If I'm talking, how will you? Trust me, I've done more delicate work before. Sarah, small talk. Gladly, Adonai. Okay. We can do a bunch of small talk. Yay. All right, chat. Here's what we're going to do. We're probably going to finish up the small talk here. And then I'm going to find like a good place to take a pause here. Because the trial's probably going to start soon. And I don't want to start this trial this stream. I want to end the stream right before the trial starts. So let's continue though. Sosuke, do you happen to have any tattoos? Are the jury going to ask about that or something? They might. Oh. Well, yes, as a matter of fact, I do have a tattoo. A Komainu on my back. Komainu? A guardian dog! You have a tattoo of a dog? It's a fierce guardian deity. Like a Labrador or... like a great fierce... A big dog. Perhaps you should have changed to some other design, like say, like a dragon. My gosh, Sarah. There's no switching. The buyer's remorse must be unbearable. Oh, there's no buyer's remorse. All right. How do you know so much about makeup, Sosuke? Lift your chin. You really feel bad for me because of some cuts and scrapes? You're not good at listening to instructions, are you? The prosecution has to get 12 straight agents to agree that you killed 5 men. The jokes are so indulgent. I love it. It's so much fun. Each charge has to be unanimous, a perfect score. So any chip damage we can do, any doubt we can sow, we take it. And any advantage that we're given, we make full use of it. But the advantage you're talking about is my face. Are you really not used to this kind of attention, Sosuke? Look, it may be true that at times some women have expressed, and men, no doubt. Sarah out here fucking calling it out. Sarah, +1 points to Sarah. Sarah's amazing. Sarah's great. Good job. Sarah Ree's like, yeah, and gay men, dodoy. All I'm saying is that there's a difference between knowing your strengths and powdering up like this. Pretend it's war paint. Is that how you see it? No, but I'm a grown-up. Mob history. Thank you for entertaining my questions last night, Sosuke. Did she ask you about your dimensions? The subject may have come up. She's a talkative one, isn't she? Sarah gets infinite points? She does. Sorry if she kept you up all night. No, she's no trouble, just curious. Reminds me of... We discussed history. Oh, well then she must have put you right to sleep. Adonai, it was his choice of subject. Oh, so you read history, Sosuke. Here, I presume you spent all your free time fretting in the corners of rooms with your arms crossed. We talked about the Roman Empire for your information. Hey, Morgan, you cannot shit on history in front of me. No. Morgan, you're dead fucking wrong. History is super cool. And while I would not pick the Roman Empire as my first place of looking at history, because I actually think there's a lot of really cool history, outside of the basic stuff that people know about like, oh, Romans, oh, the Greeks. Come on, there's so much more interesting history than that. But I think it's still interesting, okay, Morgan? Morgan, you get fucking negative points for that one. Sorry, I had to let that out, chat. And criminal empires. That's true. Criminal empires, they existed in history. For one of them was actually called the British. No. There were pirate nations across history in various forms. Nothing too detailed, I hope. But Sosuke, I still don't understand. What did you mean by criminal organizations that used to be structured differently? Was he talking about triads? Like the British? Yeah. Only that the old ways don't fit in our new 21st century world. Old ways? Well, he's talking about race, Sarah. Race? I don't understand. Well, that's to be expected. After all, you share 98% of your components with a washing machine. That is untrue and an unflattering comparison. Maybe you do get it. Look, Sarah. Names like Mafia, Gokudo, Sanhehui. They all came out from different cultures. They all refer to a kind of path. An outsider's path. A pride that comes with living by your own set of rules. Those were the first criminal organizations. Underground guilds, lending systems, militias, secret societies. Oh, sure. They were just basically big, friendly charities. That's what they like to make themselves look like, at least. Then the world got smaller. People started moving around, and then the mafia changed. It became a way for immigrants to band together to have some kind of power in places that wouldn't give them any chance for anything remotely respectable. But the world kept getting smaller and more complex, and eventually the kind of community couldn't form, let alone survive. Why? Not enough shared experiences. Shared experiences, I see. Fancy way of saying the internet came along. Well, yes. Technology negates the physical distance between people. We spend most of your life online. You end up with more in common with people on the other side of the planet than your own neighbors. Sosuke, you don't have to call us all. Sosuke, stop calling us all out. Stop it. Just because of where your recommendations take you. So the immigrant experience disappeared? Fractured, more like. Cracked into a million shards like a hammer. With a hammer. While generational or economic experiences got cemented. The world is more diverse and varied than it's ever been in every sense. Except economically. Wealth inequality is at historical highs. As it has been for every year since before I was born. You know what I hate, chat? That very line. Wealth inequality has been at historical highs is true today. And it has continued to be true to this fucking day. I've had nothing in common with them because our 15 would probably rather I don't. Yeah, okay. Shit, that's kind of political. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Look, I mean, obviously this varies from place to place and region to region, but like, dude, things are fucked in terms of wealth inequality across the world generally. In some places, it hasn't developed as bad as quickly. In other places, it was already bad and it just hasn't gotten that much worse. Like, for example, it was already bad in Brazil. Like, it's just as bad as it has always been there. But yeah, shit's fucked. Oh well, in some places it hasn't hit as hard. It's still hit hard, but most of the EU hasn't gotten their wealth inequality rise as fast as the US has, for example. Whatever. I don't want to get into it. That's what binds the members of criminal organizations to one another. Their socioeconomic status. House Ikaria is at the top. The Blue Bloods lie below us. With each organization, wealth is concentrated among the leadership of the chorus, but each mafia exists in entirely different strata. I see. I've also read about an organization called the Rust being active here in the city. Are they in the poverty class then? The Rust? I put them away in the anarchy class. Glowing tattoos and spiked hair, chrome biceps, and sharpened teeth. The Blue Bloods, for all their faults, can put on a tie and go to work. I can't see the Rust experiencing any kind of social mobility. Careful, Sosuke. The Rust heard you being like that classist. The Rust wouldn't care anything that I would say or who I stand with. They don't need any excuse to start ripping open modders and grabbing whatever they can. Things like that happen in this city? Only in the shadows, Sarah. Nowhere where you'd find yourself. Basically Scavs from Cyberpunk? Yeah, I didn't know the name of them. I was going to say, oh, like from Cyberpunk, but I didn't even know the name. But yeah, Scavs. Finally out of steam. On to grim business then. How things go for your investigation? That bad, was it? Nonsense. It was pretty bad. With what I've seen so far, there's no one else who could have killed Chopin. Even if I managed to pick up all the evidence for the pod's deaths. They've got a police officer who will swear on the stand that he arrested Sosuke standing over his partner's dead body. What's it gonna look like in there? You've never been inside a courtroom? Never as a defendant. I'm just wondering how many cops I should expect. In the gallery, a sea of blue. Cheap intimidation tactics. Yes, but I can't fault them for that. We'd line up as much the same if it were for one of ours. You say that, and yet I don't see any other Ikaria around. This is a completely different scenario. The house can't afford to appear beside a cop killer when they're getting audited by the state. How understanding of you. Adonai, I think Sosuke is sad his friends haven't sewn up. Oh, Sarah, you didn't have to twist the knife for him. Holy shit. Good catch. You were hired by Makoto of House Ikaria, weren't you, Adonai? Surely he would want to be in attendance. Don't be absurd. Makoto shouldn't be transported anywhere without a full security team. Besides which, he shouldn't be put through the long elevator ride to this 48th floor just for my sake. What's so bad about the elevator ride? Is he claustrophobic? No. That is yes, but you cannot tell anyone. Understand? Who the hell would I tell that to? Right. Look, it's illegal to stream trial proceedings under most circumstances, but I'm sure House Ikaria doesn't mind paying a fine. They'll be watching from somewhere in the courtroom. That would be a waste of the house's coin, but I suppose they might consider keeping an eye on the case's progression. As will the Blue Bloods, no doubt. Estrella? Yeah. Adonai, I think Sosuke's spirits have been rallied. Yeah, Morgan, that was strangely nice of you to say. Good job, Morgan. Really? How can you tell? Chat. It's her. It's her. He lifted his gaze, and his eyes seemed brighter, as if... Good. Now, try to keep his spirits high. How do I do that? Think of something fun. Ooh, the Yuri is escalating. Yeah. Right. Sosuke, shall we arm wrestle? Oh. Good morning, Morgan. Good morning, Emma. You seem tired. Want to push this off until next week? Actually, that sounds... Hey. Sorry. But we'll be facing off soon enough. Why not savor the playfulness while we still can? Fair enough. Losing sleep over this case? Not really, no. Things look pretty cut and dry to me. What about you? You toss and turn all night before your big debut as a mob lawyer? Not at all, Oh my god. We're learning more about Morgan. I slept like a rock. Lucky. I mean, I've been getting good rest, more or less. Just been having a lot of late nights recently. Late nights? Like, going out. Oh my god! Chat! No! I'm screenshotting that. Oh my god, she's concerned. She thinks Emma's going out with other people. Oh, holy shit, this Yuri! No. Just late night chats. She's still nervous. You can literally hear the fucking heartbeat. Chatting about what? God, look at all of them. Never seen so many cops in one building. Morgan, you dummy. Yeah. They'd better bring a marching band in the courtroom if they could. Theater. Right. Well, theater and trial weren't all that far apart back in ancient Greece. I would hope we'd progress since then. You don't approve of this show of force, I take it. Is it that obvious? I like to say this is because of who Chopin's family is, but we both know that's not really what this is about. A cop is dead. The state wants to make it clear that this isn't tolerated. Cops volunteer to defend our laws and protect us citizens. Volunteers don't get paid. Besides cops, courts, the state, all they can do is enforce the laws, not defend them. Guns and arms can't defend against corrosion anyway. Rot comes from the deep. So you'd rather that the death of a police officer get the same treatment as any other citizen? Suppose it's not possible. They get increasingly fewer chances to play the victim every year. Never let the opportunity pass. No, I guess the best I could hope is that the state makes the same show of force whenever any crime is committed. Ooh, Emma. If they treated every death like the death of a cop, maybe I would have caught HBK by now. You're still on that. Of course. Shooting deaths are down, but do you know how many missing person cases there are in the city? How many deaths get written up as mod harvesting attacks gone wrong? It's a big city, Morgan. More than enough blood running through the streets for HBK to launder their kills in. Okay, so as to start, I'm going to quickly take a bit of water here and let my voice rest. Because I'm not going to lie, I am pushing my voice a little bit. And I don't want to push it too hard because I'm planning to finish this off tomorrow when I stream it. So we're going to finish this up very soon, chat. But I want to finish this off first. Okay. Let's continue. You shouldn't joke like that. What? You don't believe me? Last month, missing person. Girl, you've been streaming for 6 hours almost? Yeah, but like I could do 12 if I really... No, I can't. I can't do 12. That'd be too much. The report was filed by their employer when they didn't show up for their work 7 days after they'd been last seen by anyone. They were just some part-time worker, no close friends, no family. They went to work, they came home, paid their bills, and they disappeared. No one cared or even noticed until their job didn't get done and those bills went unpaid. No one noticed until they stopped buying in. And the body was found full 2 weeks later. The decay was... What happened to them? Blunt force at the back of the head. Something metallic with a sharp corner, we think. Holy shit. Morgan fucking killed... Oh my god, Morgan. How many people are your fucking hands? It was a roughly cubed machine that I pulled from a dumpster nearby. It fit snugly in my hand. It decayed through his skull like a shovel through the snow. Kicked into the bay. Might not have even been weighed down. Just thrown away like a cheap. That's terrible. Did you find any belongings on them? No. So probably a mugging then, right? No. There would have been other injuries from a struggle. And a thief who accidentally committed murder would be too panicked, too terrified to... You know how muggers think now? I can learn how anyone thinks. Even HBK, with a robust enough profile. Well, good luck building it all on your lonesome. I'm not working on this by myself. Honestly, more surprising part is that Emma nailed her. Yeah. Yeah. Also, what do you mean you're not working on this by yourself, Emma? Ah, sorry, right. It's you want to beg for mercy real quick before we begin? Now, where would the fun be in that? Okay. Alright, chat. I think this is it. I'm going to double check really quickly to go load into the courtroom here. Okay. There it is. Here's what we're going to save. Done. I think there would be best, here would be the best endpoint. Yeah, I agree. I think we're going to end the stream here, chat. It has been absolutely wonderful to have you all here, but my voice is starting to strain. You should rest. I should sleep it as well. You really should. Hi, Mono! You literally came in. Thank you for the hydration. Thank you for the stretch. Dropping in. Hi. Hi, Mono. It's nice to see you here. You did manage to save your streak, just barely, because I was literally a minute away from ending the stream. Literal last second, Mono. Like, I'm just about to end it. Alright, chat. Let's go back to the main menu here. We saved the game. Oh my gosh, and oh my gosh, I love this. Look at her little outfit. Oh, that's sick. Okay, this title screen is great. It is awesome. I love it. Okay, chat. She's such a baddie. Oh my gosh. Okay. We're gonna raid out, chat. It was wonderful playing this. I had a wonderful time. But I seriously need to take care of myself, take a piss, grab some proper dinner, all that shit. You get me, you get me. I will be playing this tomorrow though, so do tune in. I'll try to start the stream up earlier than I normally do. So roughly around the same time, 3 p.m. EST. We'll see though. I will post on my Blue Sky in case you want to keep up with that. But yeah, and let's see who is streaming right now. Yeah, go eat. Thank you. I've been busy with attorney, so I haven't eaten sop. Oh my gosh, Estrella, you should also eat. Oh my gosh. Okay, everyone, I know exactly who to raid into. There's a wonderful bunny playing Satisfactory with Lele and Fergie, which sounds like a ton of fun. So, everyone, we are going to raid into the lovely Jarbles, and we're going to go ahead. We're going to have a hyena raid. Hyena. The bunny. Yeah. So, we're going to raid in, and we're going to have a great time. All right, chat? I'll see you all later. Bye-bye. Thank you so much for tuning to the stream.